Chapter 269. He actually came. When the man and the wolf slowly appeared on the horizon, everyone could not help but admire Long Chen's courage. What he was going to do was to have a life-and-death battle with the most powerful expert in Yuanling City in front of everyone. Was this something that a young man less than 20 years old could do? The tens of thousands of people on the city wall stared fixedly at the legendary Long Chen. Long Chen doesn't look special, but I didn't expect that such a young man could reach such a level. Even if he dies in the hands of the Blue Dragon Patriarch, he will leave a deep mark in the history of Yuanling City. At this moment, when they saw Long Chen appear, the eyes of the Lingwu family flashed with hatred. He really dares to come. This guy is really brave. Patriarch Xuanwu was also about to participate in the battle. He stood next to the Blue Dragon Patriarch and looked at Long Chen and Xiao Lang with a gloomy look. Fourth brother, that demonic beast is not simple. There must be something strange about the demonic beasts in the sky-burning mystery land. When you fight, just try your best to restrain it. After I take care of Long Chen, I will join you to deal with the demonic beast, said the Blue Dragon Patriarch. I understand. Patriarch Xuanwu nodded. Smoke and dust rose along the way. Long Chen looked at the crowded city wall of Yuanling City not far away. So many people were watching. He knew that it was all caused by himself. From a nobody to such a powerful person, he had gone through many obstacles and experienced many life-and-death situations. Thinking of his own experience, he sighed. Now the last challenge was to defeat the Blue Dragon Patriarch, win the 9th Prince's favor, and become an immortal realm divine guard. Xiao Lang, go all out and start a new journey for us brothers. Long Chen was full of fighting spirit. In response to him, Xiao Lang also gave a high-spirited howl. The desolate and powerful voice instantly penetrated the entire Yuanling City. The aura of the earth-rank demonic beast made all the beasts in Yuanling City tremble. In an extremely flashy manner, Long Chen and Xiao Lang stopped outside the gate of Yuanling City. Your Highness, 9th Prince, I am here to fight. Long Chen raised his head and shouted to the people in the city tower. Very good. The 9th Prince smiled faintly. He looked at Long Chen with an appreciative expression, as if he was surprised that a place like Yuanling City could produce someone like Long Chen. After getting the 9th Prince's response, Long Chen jumped down from Xiao Lang's back. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and intense killing intent. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the city tower and shouted, Patriarch Blue Dragon, Patriarch Xuanwu, get your ass down here. Get your ass down here. The shout contained Long Chen's late heavenly core true energy. In an instant, the entire city wall started shaking, and the rumbling sound made all the onlookers feel dizzy. They had thought Long Chen was too young to have much combat strength, but from the shout, they could tell that Long Chen was not an ordinary young man. However, Long Chen was being too rude. In front of so many people, he actually told the 2 patriarchs to get the hell out of here. What a courageous man. At least, there weren't many people here who could tell Patriarch Blue Dragon to get the hell out of here and still survive. Bastard, you're courting death. When their father was humiliated by Long Chen, Dongfang Xianfeng and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Just as they were about to rush down the city tower, Patriarch Blue Dragon gently stopped them and said, This is a battle of life and death, there's no need to care about these irrelevant words. The more he humiliated me, the more pain I'll give him. Yes, father. Dongfang Xianfeng admired his father from the bottom of his heart. Patriarch Blue Dragon and Patriarch Xuanwu looked at each other, then they told the 9th Prince what to do. After that, they jumped down from the city tower and stood 30 meters away from Long Chen, facing Long Chen. Kid, if you don't have anything else to say, then die. Patriarch Blue Dragon said with a gloomy expression. Of course. Long Chen smiled faintly and said loudly, First of all, I need to make it clear that today's battle is mainly to end all the grudges between us. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, it has nothing to do with each other. My family, relatives, and friends will not seek revenge from the Lingwu family, and the Lingwu family will not attack my family either. Even if they try to suppress us secretly, it won't work. I don't know if you dare to agree to this. For Patriarch Blue Dragon, this was not important. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose to Long Chen, nor did he think that Long Chen's family would bring trouble to the Lingwu family. Patriarch Blue Dragon knew that Long Chen was worried that the Lingwu family would not let his family go after him after he killed him. To be honest, the only person Patriarch Blue Dragon wanted to kill was Long Chen. It had nothing to do with his useless family members. I agree to this. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, there will be no grudges between our two families. However, this battle is not about life and death. If I die, I will not blame anyone. The family members of the deceased will not be allowed to avenge me, Patriarch Blue Dragon said. Since you have agreed to this, Your Highness, please be a witness for us. Halfway through his sentence, Long Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the tower. At this moment, the ninth prince's indifferent voice resounded, I've already noted this matter down. If anyone secretly breaks the promise, I'll personally kill them. You can rest assured. With the ninth prince's words and countless witnesses, Long Chen was relieved. Xiao Lang, be careful. Don't underestimate that big guy. Of course, the Nine Serenities demonic ancestral flame is your trump card. Don't show it easily and make others jealous. Xiao Lang understood what Long Chen said, so he nodded. Long Chen raised his head and said to the Patriarch Blue Dragon, since we have agreed, let's start the battle. Blue Dragon, you old dog, follow me. Then, he left Xiao Lang and walked to the left, leaving enough space for the battle between the two sides. The words, Blue Dragon, you old dog, enraged the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Without hesitation, he chased after Long Chen. The people on the city tower gasped in admiration at the speed of the heavenly river Tyr. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu Patriarch had his eyes on Mo Xiaolang. Your demonic beast is similar to the moon-devouring demonic wolf, but it is much stronger. I have seen a lot of things, but I have never seen a demonic beast like you. Of course, the Xuanwu Patriarch didn't know that the moon-devouring demonic wolf had gone extinct a long time ago. Back then, Mo Xiaolang had been particularly interested in wolf-type demonic beasts, so he had found information about the moon-devouring demonic wolf from an ancient book. Even the ninth prince didn't know about the moon-devouring demonic wolf. He now believed that it was just a mutated moon-devouring demonic wolf. Xiao Lang couldn't speak. He could only stare at his opponent with a gloomy expression. He lowered his head and roared. Then, his whole body turned into a black whirlwind and rushed towards the Xuanwu Patriarch. You are indeed a legendary Earth-rank demonic beast. However, without human intelligence, how can you fight with others? The Xuanwu Patriarch laughed heartily. He held the Xuanwu divine axe and slashed at Xiao Lang. In fact, the Xuanwu Patriarch was more powerful than the Blue Dragon Patriarch. However, even if the two of them were more powerful, they were not the main characters today. The main characters today were Long Chen and the Blue Dragon Patriarch. When the Xuanwu Patriarch and Xiao Lang started fighting, Long Chen had already used the Dragon Soul transformation in the process of rushing forward. The nature of his true energy soared. In terms of true energy alone, Long Chen had reached the heavenly river Tyr. However, without the power of stars, his true energy was still inferior to that of the Blue Dragon Patriarch. The Blue Dragon Halberd was the weapon that the Blue Dragon Patriarch had used for more than 10 years, but now it was in the hands of Long Chen. It was a bit ironic. Therefore, when he saw Long Chen using the Blue Dragon Halberd to fight against him, the eyes of the Blue Dragon Patriarch were completely covered with a layer of blood. The halberd in his hand was only an advanced profound level combat skill. As the most powerful person in the Lingwu family, it was really a bit shameful for him to use an advanced profound level halberd. I heard that Long Chen has also mastered the earth level combat skill, Dragon Battle Star Field. However, compared to my ultimate combat skill, Dragon Battle Star Field is nothing, the Blue Dragon Patriarch thought to himself. In fact, judging from the true energy that erupted during Long Chen's attack, the Blue Dragon Patriarch could feel that he seemed to have true energy that was close to the Heavenly River state. Moreover, the blood-red scales on his body also looked a bit hideous and terrifying. No wonder this guy can surpass Yan Danqing and become the strongest of the younger generation. Under the sunlight, the blood-red Long Chen, holding the blue dragon halberd covered with cyan dragon scales, suddenly charged at the Blue Dragon Patriarch. At that moment, the Blue Dragon Patriarch was in a trance. He seemed to see a blood-red divine dragon that could destroy heaven and earth. Impossible. I'm hallucinating. Dragons only existed in myths. The Blue Dragon Patriarch shook his head to get rid of this inexplicable thought and then dealt with Long Chen's attack. The sunlight today was so strong that it even blurred people's vision. Long Chen's back was facing the sun, and the Blue Dragon Patriarch was facing the light of the sun. He couldn't open his eyes. Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. As he rushed forward, two dazzling sword chi slashed at the Blue Dragon Patriarch. When he used the sword chi, Long Chen suddenly swung the Blue Dragon halberd in a big circle, turned around and slashed. Suddenly, a whistling blue dragon shadow rushed at the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Blue Dragon Combat Technique, break the underworld, shatter the green netherworld. Under the cover of the demonic spirit sword finger, the Blue Dragon halberd was the main attack. In an instant, the Blue Dragon Patriarch was faced with such a powerful attack. Seeing such a scene, the people on the city wall went into an uproar. Previously, they had only thought of Long Chen as an audacious junior. However, from this battle, they could tell that Long Chen seemed to be surging forward. Are you the only one who knows the Blue Dragon combat technique? The Blue Dragon Patriarch sneered. Chapter 270. When Long Chen used the Blue Dragon combat technique to attack the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon, the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon also waved his combat technique crazily. The genuine chi that belonged to the Heavenly River state suddenly burst out. Suddenly, a huge wave that belonged to the Star River swept towards Long Chen, almost throwing Long Chen off. Oh no, I still underestimated the power of the Heavenly River state. This majestic power seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth, sharp and vast. Just the impact made Long Chen a little unstable, and the attack in his hand was also affected. As expected, the gap between the great realms was much greater than that between the small realms. It could be said that Long Chen had caught up with the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon in terms of genuine chi, but there was still a big gap in the realm. Blue Dragon Combat Technique, break the underworld, break the green hell, break. At this time, the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon also waved the Blue Dragon halberd crazily. The power of the stars was constantly instilled into the halberd in his hand. Then, he let out a roar and attacked towards Long Chen's attack. Go to hell. Rumble. The weapons of the two collided, making a series of explosions. Suddenly, the yellow sand outside Yuanling City was flying. The people on the city wall stretched their necks to see, and there were curses everywhere. The city wall was so small that only a few people could see clearly. How is it? Did anyone die? Did Long Chen get killed? You are the one who got killed. Fuck, who stole my Qinquan bag? What? Long Chen has been killed? So fast. The noise and excitement on the city wall were much more intense than those below the city wall. At this time, Long Chen was dealing with the storm-like attacks of the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon. He had to admit that the great ancestor of the Blue Dragon was indeed a very difficult opponent. Long Chen used the Blue Dragon combat technique, but not only did he not defeat the great ancestor, but he was also suppressed and forced to retreat. How can this guy understand the power of the Heavenly River State? In the city tower, many people sneered, and Dongfang Xianfeng was also full of joy. Of course, this was also within his expectation. However, even though Long Chen was being suppressed, he was not afraid. This was only the beginning. The true dragon 9 flashes beneath Long Chen's feet frantically moved. In reality, Long Chen had used the true dragon 9 flashes twice in a row. He had already changed 18 positions. To be able to use the true dragon 9 flashes to such an extent was a testament to his exceptional talent. With a final flash, Long Chen deflected the Blue Dragon Patriarch's attack and rushed to the Blue Dragon Patriarch's side. The Blue Dragon battle halberd suddenly spun and attacked the enemy again. Insignificant skill. The Patriarch of the Blue Dragon sneered. Although the combat technique in his hand was ordinary, it was infused with the power of the Heavenly River Tear, and it was even more powerful than the Blue Dragon's halberd. Every time their weapons collided, the Blue Dragon's halberd was almost knocked away. The outcome is still uncertain. Stop boasting in front of me, you old bastard. Long Chen bellowed and waved his battle skill crazily. At the same time, he kept using the true dragon's 9 flash to change his figure. Even the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon had to take such unpredictable attacks seriously. Time passed gradually. The battle that everyone thought could be decided in an instant actually lasted for a long time, which shocked everyone more and more. After all, Long Chen was less than 20 years old. He was only 17 years old today, but he could survive for so long in front of the Patriarch of the Blue Dragon realm, and even fight back. From this, it could be seen how monstrous Long Chen was. Although Yan Danqing was known as a genius, he was probably not even qualified to carry shoes for Long Chen. This Long Chen is really nature-defying. It's been a long time since there was such a peerless genius in Yuanling City. From today on, Long Chen's name would spread throughout the entire Yuanling County. He would replace Yan Danqing as the #1 genius and be remembered by everyone. However, everyone wondered if Long Chen would truly defeat the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm, just like the Black Wolf under him. At this moment, even though the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm wielded the divine axe of Xuanwu, he was still in danger under the attack of the Black Wolf. And this was because Mo Shaolang was deliberately controlling it. He did not even use the mysterious 9 darkness demonic ancestral fire. He only used his demon qi and the battle skills of the sun-devouring demonic wolf to wear down the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm. In terms of demon qi, he was a level higher than the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm, so he could obviously suppress him. On the other hand, Long Chen's battle was much more intense. Dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. Earth-class battle skills danced wildly in Long Chen's hands as he attacked the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm. In an instant, the tip of the halberd turned into thousands of dragon shadows that enveloped the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm. Dragon battle in the Star Wilderness, I've used it for more than 10 years. How dare you show it off in front of me? The old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm laughed aloud. His actions were exactly the same as Long Chen's. He also used the dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. Everyone could tell that the dragon battle in the Star Wilderness of the Blue Dragon realm seemed to be more offensive and destructive. Clang clang clang. A series of weapons collided, creating an ear-piercing sound. The sharp sound made everyone cover their ears unconsciously as they watched the battle between Long Chen and the old ancestor with furrowed brows. Long Chen is going to lose. When they saw that Long Chen was sent flying, someone screamed. Suddenly, there was an uproar on the city wall. Hearing the tide-like praise, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm smiled. He raised his battle skills and charged towards Long Chen. He said gloomily, "Brat, it's time to decide the winner. Die." At this time, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm unleashed all his true energy. Suddenly, he looked like a huge glowing body. He turned into a phantom and rushed towards Long Chen. The halberd in his hand was dragged on the ground, creating clusters of sparks. The true energy of the heavenly river realm was surging in the battle skills. "I'll let you see the strongest move I've comprehended from the Blue Dragon halberd. This is the strongest move of the previous family heads." After saying that, his true energy frantically surged towards the halberd in his hand. A dragon's roar exploded out of nowhere. At this time, the battle skills in his hand suddenly rose, and a huge green dragon soul suddenly rose, sweeping towards Long Chen. Blue Dragon battle skills, dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. Long Chen was very familiar with this move. He had used it before. However, the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven used by the Blue Dragon realm ancestor was at least several times stronger than his, just like his dragon battle star field was not as good as the opponent's dragon battle star field. This was purely a difference in cultivation level. When the vast attack, dragon soaring to the 9th heaven, was performed, everyone made a noise and let out bursts of pity. They knew that under the ultimate move of the Blue Dragon realm ancestor, Long Chen basically had no chance of surviving. The horror of the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven made everyone's scalp go numb, even if they were not there. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven can also be regarded as a ultimate move. Long Chen smiled coldly. He knew that the Blue Dragon battle skills still had one last move. Although he did not know how to use it, he knew that it was the strongest attack of the Blue Dragon battle skills. However, was the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven really going to destroy Long Chen? When the Blue Dragon ancestor used this move, those who had been to the Burning Sky secret realm knew that Long Chen also knew this move. They thought that Long Chen would clash head-on with the Blue Dragon ancestor, but this time, Long Chen chose to retreat. He knew that even if he used the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven, he would more or less be sent flying with blood spurting out. Therefore, Long Chen did not hesitate. At this time, when the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven shrouded him, he actually put down the Blue Dragon halberd. Long Chen is committing suicide. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Although there was no way to resist, he should at least fight for the last time. An even louder uproar swept across the city wall. Even the 9th prince sat up on his recliner, looking at the scene with some doubt. When he saw the passionate eyes of Long Chen, the 9th prince knew that he definitely had a move. Just when everyone thought that Long Chen was courting death, Long Chen actually moved. He stretched out his hands and slowly drew a circle in front of his chest. At first, his movement was very slow, but then it kept accelerating until his hands turned into a phantom. Vigorous true qi kept gushing out of his hands. Under the control of his hands, it kept rotating and gradually turned into a vortex of true qi. 9 spirals fire shield, first rotation. The corner of Long Chen's mouth gently spat out these words. Then, his eyes lit up, because at this time, the entire vortex of true qi had already been completely formed. Then, his true qi erupted and transformed into a raging flame shield with a diameter of more than 2 meters. It blocked in front of Long Chen. Second rotation. The 9 spirals fire shield crazily rotated, its speed was getting faster and faster. Every time it completed a rotation, the color of the flame deepened a lot. Before the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven arrived, Long Chen clenched his teeth and finally reached his limit. 9 spirals fire shield, 6th rotation. In these 10 days of cultivation, Long Chen had cultivated the 9 spiral flame shield to the 6th spiral realm. However, the 9 spiral flame shield was a mid-earth class battle skill, and it was extremely superior. Long Chen was confident that he could deal with the mid-earth class dragon soars to the 9th heaven. However, his 9 spirals fire shield had startled the 9th prince to the point that he stood up. After seeing that it really was the 9 spirals fire shield, his eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, Yan Danqing, who was watching the battle, was also startled. He looked in the direction of the 9th prince, but he saw that the 9th prince was completely ignoring him, so he could only give up. At this time, he had already reattached his broken arm, but the scar in his heart could never be healed. How can Long Chen have the 9 spirals fire shield? This was the biggest question in the hearts of the 9th prince and Yan Danqing. Among them, Yan Danqing thought about it more deeply. When he thought about this point, his eyes became bloodshot. The 9th prince said that if Long Chen can defeat the ancestor of the blue dragon, he will give the immortal realm divine guard to him. It seems that the 9th prince is really protecting him. He even took my 9 spirals fire shield and gave it to Long Chen. Isn't this clearly showing that he doesn't want me to be an immortal realm divine guard? The inheritance is obviously mine. Why did that dog Long Chen benefit from it? At this moment, Yan Danqing's heart was filled with hatred and anger. The grievance in his heart had already made him on the verge of collapse. When he thought about how the fruit of his hard work was actually given to someone else, he wanted to kill everyone. However, there was no other way. The 9th prince was the 9th prince. His status and strength were there for all to see. What could Yan Danqing do? He could only blame all his hatred on Long Chen. And at this moment, an even louder noise was heard. Chapter 271. The clamor was because the dragon soars to the 9th heaven and the 9 revolutions fire shield finally had a head-on collision. Everyone originally thought that Long Chen would definitely die, but when Long Chen used the 9 revolutions fire shield, they all knew that Long Chen still had hope. The vast dragon soars to the 9th heaven, that almost real dragon shadow, with a loud bang collided with Long Chen's 9 revolutions fire shield. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the yellow ground was shaken into a huge pit. Sand and dust filled the sky, flying everywhere, blocking everyone's line of sight. The yellow sand danced wildly. One could vaguely see that the 9 revolving fire shield was rotating crazily. It was like a grinder, completely dispersing the power of the 9 heavens. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The berserk power directly smashed into the surrounding ground, forming huge pits, causing even more dust to explode. At this time, Long Chen was facing a huge pressure. He held the 9 revolutions fire shield, as if he was using his hands to support a mountain. Although it was heavy, but Long Chen was happy, because he discovered that the pure defense of the 9 revolutions fire shield was completely able to block the power of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven. The essence of the 9 revolutions fire shield was the word revolve. It was not a direct confrontation, but through the rotation, it poured out the power of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven. How is this possible? Feeling that his attack had completely hit the air, there was no need to mention how shocked the blue dragon ancestor was. His eyes became blood red, and he madly roared, "Long Chen, do you think you can block me like this? Go to hell." After saying that, he added the output of true qi, almost using all the true qi in his body to drive the attack. The violent energy directly shook Long Chen a few steps back. Die. Long Chen clenched his teeth, firmly blocking. From the beginning to the end, he did not let the opponent take a step forward. When he felt that it was about time, at that time, he actually let go of one of his hands, sucking up the blue dragon halberd from the ground, controlling it in his own hands. Old ghost, at this point, you still don't understand who the person who died is? Long Chen roared. When the 9 revolving fire shield blocked the opponent's attack, Long Chen knew that hope was right in front of him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a sneer. That strange blood-red whirlpool appeared on his fine scales. A swallowing ability was formed out of thin air. Devouring blood world. At this moment, Long Chen used the mystique bestowed upon him by the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. The blood-red mist permeated the small area and instantly enveloped the blue dragon patriarch. This time, Long Chen controlled the area of the devouring blood world to deal with only the blue dragon patriarch. Therefore, the pressure of the blue dragon patriarch's blood was greater than anyone else's. What is this thing? When the blue dragon patriarch, who was using his ultimate technique with all his might, saw the surrounding blood-red mist, he immediately turned pale with fright. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the blood in his entire body was boiling. The blood that originally belonged to him did not seem to belong to him at this moment as it stirred crazily in his body. The internal body was the weakest part of a person. How could the blue dragon patriarch execute his attack in such a situation? Moreover, the turbulence of the blood had already caused the blue dragon patriarch to suffer a backlash, injuring his internal organs. How could this happen? Long Chen, what kind of monster are you? The blue dragon patriarch, who was originally calm, suddenly let out a horrified cry. This made the onlookers' scalps go numb. Surrounded by the blood-red mist, they could only vaguely see the position of the blue dragon patriarch. Old ghost, I won't say any more. From the moment you put my precious Lingxi into a deep sleep, I've already decided to kill you. And the time is now. Long Chen snorted coldly. At this moment, he withdrew the 9 revolutions fire shield and directly used his body to resist the remaining attack of the blue dragon patriarch. Then, he suddenly burst out with the blue dragon halberd in his hand. Another dragon soul suddenly burst out and rushed towards the blue dragon patriarch. I'll let you die by the move you're most proud of. Blue dragon combat technique, dragon soars to the 9th heaven. Die. At this moment, the blue dragon patriarch had exhausted his true chi and his entire body was almost confined by the devouring blood world. When he saw the cyan dragon's shadow below him, he completely collapsed. Impossible. How could I die by your hands? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Ah! The crazed cry of despair of the blue dragon patriarch before his death sent chills down everyone's spines. They could only watch as the cyan dragon's shadow directly swallowed the blue dragon patriarch and sent him flying up into the sky. Then, he fell down and smashed into the ground. Under the impact of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven, all the bones in the blue dragon patriarch's body were shattered, his meridians were broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were smashed. When he fell to the ground, smoke and dust filled the sky. He couldn't be more dead. As for Long Chen, he put away the blue dragon halberd and the dragon soul transformation. He stood in front of the blue dragon patriarch and looked at him indifferently. This scene caused the scene to remain silent for a few breaths of time. Then, all kinds of noise and discussions broke out. The minds of the people on the city wall went blank. Seeing the birth of this miracle with their own eyes, they couldn't come back to their senses. They looked at each other, and even their voices were trembling. Everyone, did I see it wrong? Dragon. Long Chen killed the blue dragon patriarch, a peerless expert. It should be right. I didn't see it wrong. I saw it too. Don't be silly. It's the truth. Long Chen is really the peerless genius of our Yuanling city. He is less than 20 years old, but he killed a warrior in the Heavenly River realm. What does this mean? Genius, that's the only word that can describe him. On this day, Long Chen was officially promoted to the super overlord level of Yuanling city. On the city wall, some were happy, and some were sad. The Morning Light Business League was the only force that was happy about Long Chen's victory. Their opponents were all weakened, and they were the only ones that didn't matter, which was also something to be happy about. The Beast Soul Palace, on the other hand, was likely to lose the position of the Celestial Realm Divine Guards and the City Lord's Mansion. As for the Lingwu family, they were angry and resentful. At this time, all the members of the Lingwu family saw the Blue Dragon Patriarch die in the hands of Long Chen. They felt like they were struck by lightning and couldn't believe it, but the truth was right there. Although the Azure Dragon Old Ancestor and Long Chen had agreed that this duel was to resolve their grudges, regardless of whether they would live or die, most of them threw the matter to the back of their minds when the Azure Dragon Old Ancestor died and rushed down the city tower. Lingwu family, do you want to be annihilated? The butler in black blocked their way and said coldly. The word annihilation made the members of the Lingwu family shiver from their toes to their heads. This cold word stopped them in their tracks and forced them to suppress the anger in their hearts. Don't forget the agreement between you and Long Chen. As the number one family of Yuanling City, you can't even keep this basic promise. The voice of the ninth prince sounded in their ears. All the members of the Lingwu family felt chills down their spines. At this time, although there was anger and resentment in their hearts, they had no choice but to suppress it. The death of the Blue Dragon Patriarch was definitely a huge blow to the Lingwu family. They still couldn't believe this fact. Even those who weren't related to it found it hard to accept this, let alone them. Just when the members of the Lingwu family were blocked by the ninth prince, there was another commotion below. The people on the city wall looked over and saw the black wolf howling at the sky. Beneath him was the mutilated corpse of the Xuanwu Patriarch. A black ray of light flew towards the Beitang family's ancestral tomb. It was the Xuanwu divine axe. Fourth brother is dead too. This was a bolt out of the blue. The members of the Lingwu family lost their souls. Most of them were pale and had to be supported by the people next to them. The Lingwu family had lost two patriarchs. The glory of the number one family of Yuanling City was completely gone. Everyone knew that it was Long Chen, a nobody, who caused the decline of this powerful family. Shock could no longer describe everyone's feelings. They felt that everything that happened today was a dream. In their dream, they witnessed the birth of a miracle. This young man named Long Chen. His name would shake the entire Yuanling County from today onwards. No one had ever been able to shake the superpower of Yuanling City with their own strength, but Long Chen did it. Your Highness, us siblings will bring our eldest brother and fourth brother home. The White Tiger Patriarch's hoarse voice sounded a little old. Go. The ninth prince said indifferently. The Lingwu family had been completely defeated today. It was time for them to leave. If they stayed here, they would only lose more face. Everyone was looking at the members of the Lingwu family quietly cleaning up the bodies of the Blue Dragon Patriarch and the Xuanwu Patriarch. The dead should be respected. Long Chen and Xiao Lang retreated to the side. Conflict had nothing to do with right or wrong. Long Chen and the Lingwu family had reached a point where it was either you die or I live. Today's ending was within his expectations. If it wasn't for Long Chen's efforts, he would be the one being cleaned up. Therefore, he didn't feel pity. In this world, the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. This was a very normal thing. From the beginning to the end, the members of the Lingwu family didn't look at Long Chen. They were already afraid of this young man's brilliance. Yin Mengyao was hiding among the endless crowd. She had been watching this battle from the beginning to the end. She was still tightly holding a letter in her hand. That was the letter that Long Chen had left for her, telling her that Mo Xiaolang was still alive. Yin Mengyao read the letter first and then heard that Mo Xiaolang was dead. Therefore, she didn't experience the sorrow. Today, she mainly came to see Long Chen and even wanted to find a chance to ask about Mo Xiaolang's whereabouts. However, she realized that she couldn't get close to this young man because his brilliance was too dazzling. Is this Long Chen, the Long Chen who participated in the selection battle with me a few months ago? Yin Mengyao felt like she was dreaming. At this moment, Yin Mengyao saw the sun-devouring demonic wolf beside Long Chen. How can the eyes of this demonic beast be so pure? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Yin Mengyao was shocked. Chapter 272. Yin Mengyao could see Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't see Yin Mengyao. After defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch and killing him, the most important thing now was the matter of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards. The departure of the Lingwu family represented the decline of a super force that had dominated Yuanling City for many years, and Long Chen was the rising star of Yuanling City. Of course, Long Chen would not stay in Yuanling City. This place was no longer enough for him to grow. As long as he went to a wider sky, he could soar to his heart's content. Baiyang Imperial City should be such a place. The surrounding countries were about the same size as the Zhangyan Kingdom, far from the scale of the 10 great holy dynasties, and the 10 great holy dynasties were an unreachable existence for the current Long Chen. There was no relatively powerful demonic beast mountain range near the Zhangyan Kingdom. Only Baiyang Imperial City and Niyang's Immortal Realm were the most suitable places for Long Chen. Even if he didn't become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard, Long Chen would still return to Baiyang Imperial City. The Immortal Realm Divine Guard only gave Long Chen a legal identity. At this time, the shock brought to everyone by Long Chen's defeat of the Blue Dragon Patriarch was still not over. Everyone was looking at this calm-looking young man and exclaiming in admiration. In the history of Yuanling City, no one had ever reached the level of Long Chen. As soon as the Lingwu family left, the most flustered one was the Beast Soul Hall. At this time, Emperor Yuan led the people of the Beast Soul Hall to the side of the 9th Prince and looked at the 9th Prince with sparkling eyes. They knew that it was time for the 9th Prince to make a decision. Among them, the most nervous person was Yan Danqing. In his opinion, the Immortal Realm Divine Guard was something he had painstakingly obtained by himself. Now, he might even have to give it to Long Chen. How could he be willing? How could the meat in their hands be snatched away and given to Long Chen? At the crucial moment, Long Chen raised his head and looked at the 9th Prince, who was standing on the city gate tower. He opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, I've already defeated Patriarch Azure Dragon. According to the agreement, I should be the Immortal Realm Divine Guard, right?" Before the 9th Prince could speak, Yan Danqing was the first to panic. His face was gloomy as he said, "Bullshit, the one who obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Secret Realm is me. Who do you think you are? Of course I'm nothing, but you were defeated by me. Who do you think you are? Defeated by me, what qualifications do you have to be an Immortal Realm Divine Guard? Aren't you afraid of going to Baiyang Imperial City and humiliating the people of Yuanling City? Everyone, am I right?" Long Chen faintly smiled and then raised his voice to ask everyone. After defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch, Long Chen gained unprecedented popularity. At this time, when he said this, in Yuanling City, as long as there were spectators, most of them jeered, "Yes. Let Long Chen be an Immortal Realm Divine Guard." Long Chen's current strength far exceeded Yan Danqing's. If he went to Baiyang Imperial City, he would also be able to shine even more brilliantly. As for Yan Danqing, he might lose the face of the people of Yuanling City. This earth-shattering jeering made Yan Danqing's face pale to the extreme. His whole body trembled. Even Emperor Yuan, who was next to him, had an ugly expression. "Your Highness, since the rules have been set, I hope Your Highness will not break them. According to the rules, the person who obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor is Yan Danqing." Emperor Yuan said to the 9th Prince sternly. "Who said that only Yan Danqing obtained the inheritance?" The 9th Prince interrupted Emperor Yuan and suddenly laughed. Then, he turned his head, looked at Long Chen appreciatively, and said in a clear voice, "Just now, Long Chen used the 9-spinning fire shield, which is the famous combat skill of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. In other words, Long Chen also obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor, and Long Chen is stronger than Yan Danqing. Therefore, I have decided that the Immortal Realm Divine Guard will be Long Chen." As soon as the ninth prince said this, the people of Yuanling City suddenly cheered loudly. The Beast Soul Palace and the Lingwu family were the super forces of Yuanling City, and they usually oppressed these commoners. But Long Chen's status was much closer to theirs, so they naturally supported Long Chen. Finally becoming an immortal realm divine guard, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, the fact that the ninth prince said that he obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor made him a little worried. He didn't know what the ninth prince meant by this. Nonsense, Long Chen didn't obtain the 9 spinning fire shield at all, Yan Danqing said anxiously. Then tell me, where did he get the 9 spinning fire shield? The ninth prince asked in reply. You. Yan Danqing originally wanted to say that you gave it to him, but he had already made an agreement with the ninth prince that the 9 spinning fire shield and other things were in the hands of the ninth prince. Emperor Yuan obviously knew that his grandson was indignant. He quickly pulled him back, frowned, and said to the ninth prince, Your Highness, isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? Yan Jibai, it seems that you don't want the position of the city lord's mansion anymore, right? The ninth prince said faintly and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked at Long Chen with a smile and said, Come up, what are you doing standing here? The ninth prince's words made Emperor Yuan completely shut his mouth. He knew that since the ninth prince even said those words, the matter of the immortal realm divine guards was already beyond discussion. However, fortunately, there was still the position of the city lord's mansion. Only then did he feel some comfort in his heart. Emperor Yuan had lived for so many years, he naturally knew when to lower his head. However, Yan Danqing didn't understand. When he heard with his own ears that the matter of the immortal realm divine guards was completely blown up, his breathing gradually became heavy and his eyes turned red. If it weren't for Emperor Yuan stopping him, he would have lost his mind. Danqing, let's go back. After saying this, Emperor Yuan cupped his hands towards the ninth prince and said, Your Highness, since the matter is over, we will take our leave first. The ninth prince didn't even look at him and just nodded. In the eyes of the ninth prince, Emperor Yuan's value wasn't even 1/10 of Long Chen's. Emperor Yuan's expression was calm as he left with the people of Beast Soul Palace. When he turned around, a trace of hostility and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Today was the most aggrieved he had ever been in his life, and the person who caused this was Long Chen. After walking down from the city tower, Yan Danqing and Emperor Yuan finally recovered a little from their anger. Emperor Yuan said with some emotion, Danqing, this time, Grandpa is useless, I didn't manage to protect your honor. Grandpa, I'm fine. Yan Danqing said faintly. No one knew how much anger was hidden under his calm expression. It's good that you're fine. I hope you can withstand this blow. At least, we have the right to manage Yuanling City. From now on, our Beast Soul Palace will flourish. At that time, you will be able to get more resources. Surpassing that Long Chen won't be a dream anymore, Emperor Yuan said affirmatively. I know, Grandpa. I want to go out alone to relax and calm down. You guys can go back first, Yan Danqing said. Looking at his proudest grandson being so disappointed at this time, Emperor Yuan also felt very uncomfortable. He nodded and said, Go, remember to come back early. From today onwards, I will personally guide you on the path forward. I have already prepared enough Tianhe pills to help you break through to the Heavenly River realm. Just like that, Yan Danqing left alone. He really wanted to find a place to be quiet so that he could have the mood to welcome the upcoming cultivation. In fact, in Yuanling City, there weren't many people who had seen Yan Danqing's true appearance, so for a while, no one recognized him. If they did, they would definitely point at him and talk about him. Suddenly, Yan Danqing saw a dainty figure in the crowd. Before entering the Burning Sky Mystic Realm, I have carefully checked the information of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Isn't this woman their adopted sister, Yin Mengyao from the outer clan of the Lingwu family, the Yin clan? Seeing that this woman was actually alone, the hatred in Yan Danqing's heart began to boil bit by bit again. The jade fire crystal that Grandpa gave me, I didn't use it last time in the burning sky mystic realm. This time, it's time to use it. Long Chen, you are ruthless to me, so don't blame me for being ruthless to you. After the Beast Soul Palace left, the people of the Morning Light Business League all knew that it was inappropriate for them to stay here, so they took their leave first. The onlookers on the city wall saw that the matter had ended, so they also left one after another. However, they couldn't calm down for a long time. On the way home, tens of thousands of people were discussing Long Chen's great achievements today. The battle that happened outside Yuanling City today was sweeping the entire Yuanling City at lightning speed, and then spread to other places through the mouths of the merchants who came and went. At this moment, Long Chen was standing in front of the Ninth Prince with Xiao Lang. It could be seen that the Ninth Prince, not only was his identity, strength, and even his intelligence were extremely high. Long Chen admitted that he was not his opponent. He was in awe of the Ninth Prince, but it didn't mean that he was afraid or submissive. This Ninth Prince obviously values my potential to make me an immortal realm divine guard. However, a place like the palace is the gathering place of the world's conspiracies. People who grow up in such an environment are more or less difficult to understand. Fortunately, this Ninth Prince doesn't have any hostility towards me. Long Chen thought in his heart. Long Chen, let me ask you a question first. Where did you get the 9 spinning fire shield? The Ninth Prince went straight to the point. Seeing that there was no one around, he asked this question as soon as they met. I found this battle technique on the wall of the Burning Heaven Demon Emperor's tomb. It's in the Sea of Fire outside the tomb. Long Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying it. Regarding this point, Long Chen had already thought it through before he used the 9 spinning fire shield. He insisted that it was like this. It was impossible for the Ninth Prince to search his cosmos sac. So that's how it is. The Ninth Prince smiled, as if he believed him. He looked Long Chen up and down, and said, "Not bad in all aspects, your talent in cultivating battle techniques is also not bad, and your weapon is also not bad. You also have an Earth-tier demonic beast as a pet. It's just that your true energy tier is still a little low. If you can reach the Heavenly River tier, it would be not bad." Long Chen secretly remembered this. This was the Ninth Prince's evaluation of him. To tell you the truth, I didn't make you an immortal realm divine guard without a purpose. I valued your potential. The immortal realm divine guards belong to the entire imperial family, and belong to my father. However, don't you think that it's wonderful to have a few confidants among the immortal realm divine guards who can report some small news to me? The Ninth Prince said with a faint smile. Chapter 273. When the Ninth Prince spoke, he stated his objective very vaguely. However, Long Chen wasn't an idiot, and he understood immediately. In reality, the Ninth Prince merely wanted to recruit Long Chen and make him his loyal subordinate. Long Chen was naturally arrogant and unruly, so how could he possibly submit to others? Even if this Ninth Prince was extremely powerful, Long Chen wouldn't submit to him. However, why wouldn't he accept the benefits that the Ninth Prince had given him? Fine, I'll bluff him today. When I'm stronger in the future, I'll still ignore you, Long Chen thought. Long Chen thought in his heart. When the Ninth Prince finished speaking, he hurriedly said respectfully, Long Chen is willing to serve your highness. In order to repay your highness's kindness, I am willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Very good, very good. The Ninth Prince was delighted to see that Long Chen was tactful. Without another word, he took out a universe sack and handed it to Long Chen. He said, "Since you're willing to work for me, I naturally have to give you a greeting gift. There are 100 Heaven River pills in this universe sack, enough for you to break through to the heavenly river tier. Additionally, there's also a high-level earth tier battle technique, Divine Fire Clone, that you can cultivate. This time, Long Chen couldn't help but feel flattered. It looked like this ninth prince was very skilled at subduing subordinates. He was extremely generous. If Long Chen hadn't been smart, he would probably have shed tears of gratitude. It had to be known that even an ordinary cultivator at the second level of the Heavenly River tier wouldn't have such wealth. As for the Divine Fire Clone, it was even more valuable. However, to Long Chen, who had 2,000 Heaven River pills and a complete Divine Fire Clone, these things were useless. If you want to move me, you'll have to take out at least half of your wealth. Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart, but he pretended to be grateful on the outside. Looking at the situation, he almost said something like he would go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. This Divine Fire Clone is an extremely wondrous battle skill. There are a total of 2 layers. Train well and try to condense 5 clones as soon as possible. At that time, your battle prowess will greatly increase. The ninth prince was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance and smiled faintly. "Thank you, Your Highness," Long Chen said gratefully. Long Chen reckoned that the ninth prince must have obtained 3 Godfire clones, but only gave him 2. Looks like this guy looks generous, but it's actually just a trick. He won't give me the truly important things. However, if he knew that I have 4 Godfire clones, what expression would he have? Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart. Originally, Long Chen was worried that he wouldn't know how to explain when he used the Godfire clone in the future. Now, not only could he explain the Heaven River pill, but he could also explain the Godfire clone. He could cultivate to his heart's content in the future without any fear. "There's no need to thank me. Since you've agreed to serve me, it's only right that I give you some benefits. If you satisfy me in the future, then the benefits will naturally be inexhaustible. But all of this is in the future. Long Chen, I'll be leaving Origin Spirit City 3 days from now and returning to Baiyang Imperial City. Prepare well in these 3 days and bid farewell to your family and friends." 3 days later? So soon? All right. Long Chen nodded and said, "Does your highness have any other instructions? If not, I will leave first. I will definitely go to Jade Emperor Palace in 3 days. If so, you can go first." The ninth prince nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Long Chen leave. After Long Chen left, the butler in black who had been silent said, "Your Highness, I feel that Long Chen is a bit strange." "Strange in what way?" The ninth prince was startled. He got the 9-spiral fire shield but didn't say anything. He only showed it today. "I feel that if he wanted to compete for the Celestial State Divine Guards, he should have shown it earlier." "Old Yen, you mean that Long Chen might have had other adventures in Fentian's secret land but didn't say anything?" The ninth prince smiled. "Just a guess." The butler in black said. "That's enough. Don't let your thoughts run wild. On the map that I obtained, that old ghost Fentian doesn't have anything else. Furthermore, Long Chen is bound to me from now on. If he had anything else, he would be able to escape my eyes." "Your Highness is right." The butler in black smiled. Coming out from the city wall, Long Chen had to walk in some alleys. Otherwise, if he was recognized, he would definitely be surrounded. "I will leave in 3 days. Who should I say goodbye to?" Long Chen was reluctant to leave this place where he had lived for so long. "I need to go back to Baiyang Town. I also need to go back to Qingyang Hall. I also need to see Sister Mengyao. That's about it." Thinking about it carefully, there were only a few people who were close to him. As for Xiao Lang, there was only Yin Mengyao. Long Chen was thinking about how to not attract attention. He suddenly remembered that a long time ago, when he attended an auction with Lu Lan, there was a cloak. Long Chen took it out and put it on his head. Then, he stuffed Mo Xiaolang into it. Only then did he dare to walk on the street with peace of mind. "Let's go see Sister Mengyao first," Long Chen said to Xiaolang. Wearing a cloak, as expected, not many people could recognize Long Chen. Long Chen said proudly, "This time, no one can recognize me." Just as he was feeling proud, a child suddenly ran in front of him. He blinked his eyes and asked, "Are you big brother Long Chen?" Long Chen was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He quickly shook his head and said, "I am not." The child didn't care. Instead, he stuffed a piece of paper into Long Chen's hand and said, "Big brother, someone asked me to give this to you." After saying that, the child immediately ran away. Long Chen furrowed his brows. His intuition told him that something must have happened. He hurriedly opened the slip of paper and was surprised to see such a line of words, as well as a simple map. "Long Chen, if you want Yin Mengyao's life, then come to this place." The simple map clearly marked the location. Long Chen guessed that this should be a relatively remote abandoned street in the northern spiritual region. As long as he followed the map, he could easily find the location. But, Long Chen clenched his fist tightly. His eyes instantly filled with a ruthless killing intent. In fact, what Long Chen hated the most were those who were weaker than him, and then threatened the people he valued to take his life. Since Long Chen's rise to power until now, he had encountered this kind of situation many times. Quite a few people around him had been threatened like this before. This was what Long Chen hated the most. He didn't expect that someone would find trouble with him just as he was about to leave Yuanling City. This time, the person who was kidnapped was Yin Mengyao. No matter what, Yin Mengyao was still Long Chen and Xiaolang's adopted sister. Not only did Long Chen value her, but Mo Xiaolang also treated her as his own sister. But now, the other party had directly angered both of them. Looking at the paper, Xiaolang's pure black eyes started to become bloodshot. Long Chen could feel that Xiaolang's body was gradually becoming cold. This should be the effect of the 9 serene demon ancestral fire. "Xiaolang, kill your way over," Long Chen said faintly. In Yuanling City, there were only 2 forces that dared to provoke Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to see whether it was the Lingwu family or the Beast Soul Palace. Xiaolang's speed was relatively fast, especially for such a long-distance raid. Therefore, when Xiaolang transformed into his battle form on the street, Long Chen sat on his back. Then, a black shadow that was hard to be seen by the naked eye ran between the roofs. From the city gate, it madly headed towards the northern spiritual region. With this kind of speed, one could only feel a whirlwind rushing past, but nothing could be seen. Moreover, the wolf cub was directly running on the roof, not bumping into anyone. In this way, its speed was much faster. The location on the map was already remembered by Mo Xiaolang. No matter if it is the Lingwu family or the Beast Soul Palace, as long as they have a bit of rationality, they will not touch me. Therefore, this matter must be done by someone who has lost their rationality. There are many people in the Lingwu family who have lost their rationality towards me, but there is only Yan Danqing in the Beast Soul Palace. Thinking about Yan Danqing, Long Chen felt that he was 80% sure that it was him. When he saw Yan Danqing's eyes revealing hatred and gloom as he left, Long Chen knew it was him. At this moment, Long Chen and Xiaolang's hearts were filled with hatred. No matter who it was, it would be a dead end for them. With Xiaolang's abnormal speed, Long Chen arrived at the northern spiritual region in half an hour. Then, he found the location on the map from the northern spiritual region. After another half an hour, he arrived at the quiet abandoned street. Long Chen was shocked to see Yin Mengyao tied to a stone chair. Fortunately, she was not injured. Perhaps, not much time had passed since Long Chen and the 9th prince conversed in the city tower. Therefore, the thief should not have made it in time. At this moment, seeing Long Chen's arrival, Yin Mengyao did not rejoice. Instead, she was extremely flustered. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth and she could not make a sound. She could only signal Long Chen with her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was so anxious that her tears came out. Long Chen knew that Yin Mengyao wanted him to leave quickly. However, was this possible? Long Chen quickly saw the reason why Yin Mengyao was so anxious. At this moment, there was a fist-sized green crystal on Yin Mengyao's thigh. This crystal was translucent, and he could see that there was a raging flame inside the crystal. You must not know what this is, right? Yan Danqing grinned and walked out from 20 meters behind Yin Mengyao. His expression was ferocious, and he looked like he had gone mad. He said hysterically, "Let me tell you, you are a jade fire crystal." In his hand, there was another thumb-sized green crystal. It was practically a miniature version of the crystal on Yin Mengyao's thigh. Jade fire crystal. As long as the child crystal explodes, the mother crystal will also explode. If this mother crystal explodes, no one below the heavenly river tier can withstand it. The only ending is death. Long Chen, tell me, how much pain will you feel if I crush this child crystal right now? Chapter 274. To be able to use the jade fire crystal, it meant that Yan Danqing had lost most of his rationality. At this moment, he was a madman. He would rather disregard his own life and death to make Long Chen pay the price. Holding the jade fire crystal, Yan Danqing smiled sinisterly. He used his thumb and index finger to pinch the jade fire crystal and placed it in front of him. As long as he exerted a bit of force, he could completely crush the jade fire crystal. At the same time, the mother crystal on Yin Mengyao's knee would also explode. It was fine for the jade fire crystal to explode, but if the mother crystal exploded, Yin Mengyao would definitely die. At this critical moment, Long Chen and Xiao Lang didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards Yin Mengyao. This was exactly what Yan Danqing wanted. Yan Danqing wanted Long Chen to die and Yin Mengyao to fall. How could Long Chen not die if he wanted to save Yin Mengyao? Looking at Yin Mengyao's panicked expression, Long Chen's heart was already stretched to the extreme. At this moment, his heart was filled with monstrous anger. According to the current situation, he simply couldn't save Yin Mengyao. However, at this moment, Xiao Lang, who was faster than him, let out a wolf howl. Long Chen could feel a strange aura coming from Xiao Lang's body. This feeling was clearly the same as when Xiao Lang was devouring the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame while Long Chen was beside him. Xiao Lang is using the sun-devouring demonic wolf's devouring skill. Long Chen was startled at first, but he immediately reacted and revealed a joyful expression. This jade fire crystal was clearly a fire attribute item, and this type of item could only be the sun-devouring demonic wolf's food. Thinking of this, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, the anger in his eyes didn't lessen. If it wasn't for Xiao Lang's divine ability, Yin Mengyao would have died today, causing eternal regret for both Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Yan Danqing. Long Chen took out his blue dragon halberd. While Xiao Lang was rescuing Yin Mengyao, he slashed at Yan Danqing and pointed the blue dragon halberd at Yan Danqing's head. You want to kill me? Go to hell. At this moment, Yan Danqing laughed maniacally. Then, he crushed the crystal in his hand. Instantly, a wave of energy was transferred to the mother crystal. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. When Yan Danqing crushed the crystal, the mother crystal had already left Yin Mengyao's thigh and was heading towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. What made Long Chen truly relieved was that the mother crystal didn't explode. Instead, it was directly swallowed by Xiao Lang. This showed how powerful the sun-devouring demonic wolf's flame-devouring ability was. Yan Danqing, you've crossed my bottom line this time. Long Chen, who was infuriated, simply couldn't stop himself. He waved the azure dragon battle halberd and flicked it upwards. Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang out as an azure dragon shadow pounced towards Yan Danqing. Blue dragon halberd, dragon soars to the 9 heavens. Using this move to deal with Yan Danqing showed how furious Long Chen was. Yan Danqing was looking forward to seeing Yin Mengyao and Long Chen being smashed into pieces. But what he saw was the mother crystal being swallowed by Xiao Lang. For him, this was simply impossible. Hence, when Long Chen used such a move on him, he was still in a daze. When the sharp halberd energy was already in front of him, he finally reacted. But it was already too late. His strength was originally inferior to Long Chen. Under Long Chen's dragon soars to the 9 heavens, he could only let out a desperate roar before he was lifted into the sky by Long Chen. When he fell to the ground, his eyes were wide open. He had completely lost his breath. He died cleanly. After killing Yan Danqing in one move, Long Chen finally vented his hatred. But when he remembered that Emperor Yuan was behind Yan Danqing and the warning that Emperor Yuan had given him, he was a little worried. Despite his worry, he didn't regret killing Yan Danqing. He actually kidnapped Yin Mengyao and offended both Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Even if Long Chen didn't kill him, Xiao Lang would. Long Chen was about to reunite with Yin Mengyao when a white light suddenly appeared from Yan Danqing's corpse and flew in the direction of Emperor Yuan's city. Not good. Xiao Lang had just untied Yin Mengyao with his claws and freed her. Yin Mengyao had just escaped when she saw the white light and hurriedly said anxiously, "That's the soul jade token. After Yan Danqing died, it will fly back to its owner and record the location, people, and other information here. I think Emperor Yuan will know soon, you guys run." He didn't even have time to say a few words to Yin Mengyao before an even greater crisis loomed in front of him. Long Chen estimated that Emperor Yuan wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him because he was an immortal realm divine guard. But Long Chen wasn't sure if Emperor Yuan would be able to hold back his anger when his 2 grandsons were killed. "Sister Mengyao, hurry back to the Lingwu family by yourself. I am now an immortal realm divine guard. I will head in the direction of the Jade Emperor Palace. There's no time to lose. Once I'm free, I will go to the Lingwu family to look for you." Long Chen put away the blue dragon halberd and hurriedly instructed. "Okay, you guys be careful." Yin Mengyao knew the seriousness of the matter, so she didn't delay. They split into 2 groups and began to act. On Xiao Lang's broad back, Long Chen thought carefully, Emperor Yuan's strength is at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and he also has the beast soul transformation of the primordial extreme beast. I'm definitely not his match. Xiao Lang is currently controlling the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and isn't particularly familiar with it. His only trump card is the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. If we really fight, the 2 of us might not be Emperor Yuan's match. Emperor Yuan seems to be more difficult to deal with than the Blue Dragon Patriarch, both in terms of willpower and strength. This time, will he take the risk to kill me? At this time, Long Chen and Xiao Lang still hadn't left the northern spiritual region. The location of the Jade Emperor Palace was in the center of the 4 major regions, relatively close to the eastern spiritual region. So, there was a long distance from here. As long as they returned to the Jade Emperor Palace, everything would be fine. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the west. "Long Chen, don't even think about leaving." This hoarse and old voice was clearly Emperor Yuan's. He didn't expect the other party to really catch up. Long Chen's heart instantly tightened to the extreme. He turned his head and saw a great aura erupting from Emperor Yuan's body. It was clear that he was going to attack Long Chen. "Xiao Lang, be careful." In the process of speaking, Long Chen had no choice but to complete the dragon soul transformation and display his most powerful side. Now that they were about to leave Yuan Ling City, if he still died in the hands of Emperor Yuan, then everything would be too wasteful. Why is Emperor Yuan looking for me? Long Chen asked coldly. In terms of a long journey, Emperor Yuan's speed was definitely not faster than a smile. But now that they were in a short period of pursuit, even if it was Xiao Lang, it would be difficult to get rid of him. Why? Long Chen, you killed 2 of my grandsons, Yan Qixue and Yan Danqing. Today, regardless of whether you are an immortal realm divine guard or not, I will seek justice from you. Emperor Yuan's figure instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. With his personal strength, he was about to catch up to the state of the 4 old ancestors of the Lingwu family wielding earth-rank divine weapons. From this, it could be seen how strong Emperor Yuan was. Even Xiao Lang, who had just occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, couldn't do this. Aren't you afraid that the 9th prince will take your life? Long Chen asked curiously. Life? So what? Long Chen, I have already warned you not to underestimate the means of an old man, but you still killed my grandson. With such a deep hatred, if I live with my tail between my legs, how am I going to face all the disciples of the Beast Soul Palace in the future? What the 9th prince values is your potential, not your strength. There are many talented people like you in Baiyang Imperial City. You actually naively think that if I kill you, the 9th prince will destroy the Beast Soul Palace as a warning to others? Let me tell you, dream on. Long Chen frowned deeply. He could see that Emperor Yuan had really gone berserk this time. Just by looking at his heavy breathing in his bulging veins, he could tell that something was wrong. Long Chen, a commoner without any foundation, had actually snatched his grandson's position as an immortal realm divine guard, and in the end, he even killed Yan Danqing. How could Emperor Yuan not go crazy? At such a young age, he had reached the advanced heavenly core realm, and it was very likely that he would reach the heavenly river realm in a few years. In the future, he might even surpass Emperor Yuan himself. Such a Sun Zian Danqing could be said to be a good seedling that Emperor Yuan had cultivated for many years, but today, he was completely destroyed by Long Chen. This time, even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill Long Chen. As long as Long Chen was dead, he could deal with the pressure from the 9th prince. Emperor Yuan still didn't know how much the 9th prince valued Long Chen. He also didn't know that the 9th prince had directly given Long Chen a lot of heavenly river pills and the first 2 levels of the divine fire clone. At this time, there was only anger and killing intent in Emperor Yuan's heart. Long Chen knew that this battle was inevitable. He originally thought that the battle with the Blue Dragon Patriarch would be his last battle in Yuanling City. He didn't expect that it would be Emperor Yuan, the strongest person in Yuanling City. And the one Long Chen was facing was the existence that he once looked up to. However, he was still no match for Emperor Yuan. It seemed that this time, he could only rely on Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, be careful, I will support you from the side. There was already a true brotherhood between Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Long Chen killing Yan Danqing. And now that he was about to fight the legendary strongest person in Yuanling City, his heart was also filled with excitement. A second-grade Earth-rank monster beast, humph. Emperor Yuan snorted coldly. Beast Soul Transformation, Yuji Beast. At this time, Emperor Yuan was rapidly completing the Beast Soul Transformation, turning into a half-human, half-white ape appearance similar to Yan Danqing's. However, this white ape was 4 meters tall, and its arms alone were thicker and longer than Long Chen's entire body. Sharp teeth, sharp claws, and bulging muscles with white hair all over his body made Emperor Yuan look visually stunning. His robust appearance was completely different from the old and frail appearance he had before. At the same time, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Chapter 275. This was the first time that Long Chen and Xiao Lang fought side by side. Emperor Yuan was also the first opponent that was strong enough to require them to fight side by side. At this time, Emperor Yuan's eyes were cold. He no longer said anything. His toes moved on the ground, and his 4-meter-tall body turned into a mountain. The mountain moved at high speed, charging towards Long Chen and Xiao Lang. The huge pressure made Long Chen's expression change right from the start. Long Chen knew his own limits. He knew that he was no match for the other party. Hence, the one fighting Emperor Yuan was mainly Xiao Lang, while Long Chen only played the role of support and harassment. So, he dodged to the side. At this time, Xiao Lang, whose body was even bigger than Emperor Yuan's, had completely collided with the other party. The body of a monster beast had a very strong advantage. Compared to martial artists who cultivated body-tempering combat techniques, their bodies were much stronger, especially a monster beast like the sun-devouring demonic wolf that had perfect growth. And as a beast warrior, Emperor Yuan was at best only half a monster beast. In terms of size and strength, he was inferior to Xiao Lang. Hence, in the first clash, he lost to Xiao Lang and was forced to retreat. Devouring Blood World. At this time, Long Chen immediately used his most powerful support skill. The Devouring Blood World was not an indiscriminate attack, but a targeted attack. Although Xiao Lang was within the range of the Devouring Blood World, the Devouring Blood World wouldn't affect his combat power in the slightest. But it was different for Emperor Yuan. The huge suction force acted on his blood, making it boil. Is this the strange magical power that sent the soul of the Blue Dragon Patriarch to the afterlife? Emperor Yuan was secretly surprised. The true qi that Long Chen used to cast the Devouring Blood World wasn't strong, so the effect of the Devouring Blood World on Emperor Yuan could only be said to be average. However, this feeling of having a knife sticking to his chest at any time during the battle made Emperor Yuan very unhappy. At this time, Xiao Lang had already taken advantage of the opportunity. Without saying a word, he roared and pounced towards Emperor Yuan. At this time, a cold air current swept around. Xiao Lang opened his mouth and suddenly, a black flame rushed towards Emperor Yuan. This black flame condensed into the shape of a wolf. It was like a wildly running fire wolf that instantly appeared in front of Emperor Yuan. What is it? Emperor Yuan was taken aback. From the flames, he felt a creepy aura. Under the restriction of Long Chen's Devouring Blood World, it was very difficult for him to even use his movement technique to dodge. So at this time, he could only use his combat skills. Clear Water Shield. Under Emperor Yuan's control, a shield that seemed to be made of real water blocked in front of him. The water on it flowed according to its inherent rules, and faint symbols appeared on the clear water shield. When he cast the clear water shield, Emperor Yuan directly threw it out and then retreated. In the process of his retreat, the clear water shield suddenly exploded, and the remaining flames directly pounced on the ground. Crackle. A series of sounds rang out, and a lot of ice formed on the ground. At this time, Emperor Yuan landed on the black ice and found that the ice easily turned into powder. The soil and debris on the ground had completely disappeared. What kind of flame is this? Emperor Yuan was taken aback. He was very glad that he made such a correct choice just now. He believed that if he clashed head-on with Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire, the current him would probably be a pile of powder. Long Chen's Devouring Blood World and Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire were both showing how extraordinary they were. If they were allowed to grow, Emperor Yuan believed that they would definitely grow into peerless existences. And now that Emperor Yuan had become enemies with them, he naturally couldn't let them live. Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire with the help of Long Chen's Devouring Blood World actually failed to kill Emperor Yuan. This made their hearts even tighter. Even the first time they used the netherworld demon ancestral fire, Emperor Yuan managed to dodge it. It seemed that it would be difficult to use this killer move against him in the future. Long Chen knew that although the netherworld demon ancestral fire was devoured by Xiao Lang, it wasn't directly digested into demonic power like the jade fire crystal. Instead, it was hidden in Xiao Lang's body. Xiao Lang could only control a very small part of it now, but as his demonic power increased, it wouldn't be difficult for him to completely control the true body of the netherworld demon ancestral fire. After the netherworld demon ancestral fire was displayed, Emperor Yuan became even more determined to take the risk to kill Long Chen. Long Chen was a very monstrous talent. If he had a monstrous pet beast, one day, he would be able to easily kill Emperor Yuan. 9 elements space shattering. At this moment, Emperor Yuan let out an explosive roar. A simple and direct punch blasted towards Xiao Lang. His body directly inserted between Long Chen and Xiao Lang, and then he focused on attacking Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang had no choice but to focus on dealing with an expert at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. The netherworld demon ancestral fire just now didn't have any effect. The netherworld demon ancestral fire wasn't endless, so Xiao Lang could only use it sparingly. Of course, the combat skills of the sun-devouring demonic wolf alone weren't bad. At least, it was completely possible for Xiao Lang to block Emperor Yuan and ensure that he wouldn't be injured. The 9-element space-shattering punch collided with Xiao Lang's claws. Both of them were sent flying backwards. Suddenly, Xiao Lang's eyes widened because he discovered Emperor Yuan's true intention. Just now, Emperor Yuan inserted himself between the two of them and successfully separated them. But now, in the process of being sent flying backwards, Emperor Yuan suddenly turned around and charged towards Long Chen at lightning speed. His real target was Long Chen. Long Chen didn't discover his purpose at first. He ignored Emperor Yuan's hatred for him. Although Long Chen wasn't as strong as Xiao Lang, he was the one in charge. As long as Long Chen died, Emperor Yuan felt that he didn't need to care about Xiao Lang at all. "Brat, you didn't expect my real target to be you, did you? Let's see how you can escape from my claws." Emperor Yuan grinned smugly. This time, his attack was even more powerful than the last time. It was the strongest move that Yan Danqing had once displayed. Die, Extreme Strangulation Fist. This Earth-grade combat skill had a super strong killing ability. It was like an electric drill as it pressed towards Long Chen. Emperor Yuan separated him from Xiao Lang previously, and Long Chen couldn't resist. In fact, he had already expected that Emperor Yuan would specifically deal with him. So when the Extreme Strangulation Fist attacked him, he had already used the 9 spins fire shield. Before the Extreme Strangulation Fist arrived, the 9 spins fire shield had already completed its 6th spin. It should be able to barely block Emperor Yuan's attack. But at this moment, Long Chen discovered a serious problem. He had just defeated the Blue Dragon Patriarch and then killed Yan Danqing. The true qi he consumed for the day was already extraordinary. When he used this mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill again, he found that he didn't have much true qi left. He definitely couldn't stop the crazy Emperor Yuan. "Xiao Lang, save me." At this moment, the 9 spins fire shield was completely smashed under the attack of a second-tier Heavenly River tier powerhouse. To deal with this 9 spins fire shield, Emperor Yuan used 2 moves of the Extreme Strangulation Fist. After breaking the 9 spins fire shield, Long Chen appeared in front of him. "This time, you are still not dead yet." Emperor Yuan let out a cold and wild laugh. His huge claws stabbed towards Long Chen crazily. His tall body and strong muscles could almost completely cut open Long Chen's stomach. Heaven-shaking divine power palm. At this moment, the claws turned into a palm and slapped towards Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt as if the sky was covered, and a huge pressure directly squeezed him until he almost knelt down. The move that Emperor Yuan used with all his strength at this time should undoubtedly be a mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill. Even the Blue Dragon Patriarch had a mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill, so Emperor Yuan must also have one. This should be Emperor Yuan's most powerful move. Not good. At this time, Long Chen also realized the danger, but experience told him that the more dangerous it was, the calmer he should be. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already killed his way behind Emperor Yuan. Because Long Chen was in front of Emperor Yuan, Xiaolang didn't dare to use the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Blue Dragon Combat Technique, Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. At this moment, Long Chen once again erupted with his most powerful move. This was a move that was enough to kill the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Although it was still a little weaker than Emperor Yuan's strongest move in terms of true qi, it was not weak at all. Rumble. One above and one below, the two forces collided with a loud bang, erupting waves of powerful fluctuations. Emperor Yuan laughed wildly, but Long Chen felt as if a huge mountain was pressing straight on top of his head. The webbing between his thumb and index finger directly bled from the impact. The blue dragon halberd flew out and no one knew where it went. As for Long Chen himself, he was shaken by the huge force until his legs were directly inserted into the ground. For Long Chen, it should have been a long time since he suffered such a serious injury. However, to his horror, he discovered that Emperor Yuan's attack did not stop. When Xiaolang's attack had completely hit Emperor Yuan's back, Emperor Yuan still gritted his teeth and sent Long Chen flying with one last palm strike. At the same time, Emperor Yuan was also sent flying by Xiaolang. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On his back, there were several claw marks that were so deep that bones could be seen. Blood was dripping from them. At this time, if Long Chen had true qi to maintain the devouring blood world, he would definitely be able to suck out all of Emperor Yuan's blood. But unfortunately, Long Chen was also in a seriously injured state. Seeing Long Chen injured and sent flying, Xiaolang let out an angry howl. When he injured Emperor Yuan, he did not directly attack again. Instead, he was worried about Long Chen's safety. When Long Chen fell to the ground, he caught him firmly and carried him to the ground. At this time, Long Chen's situation was much worse than he imagined. At this time, he finally understood what Emperor Yuan meant when he said not to underestimate the old man's means. He endured the attack from Xiaolang in exchange for Long Chen's serious injury, all for the sake of crippling Long Chen, not to kill Long Chen. Chapter 276. The attack that Wolf Cub used in a moment of desperation could only be regarded as a serious flesh wound to Emperor Yuan. This kind of injury might seem terrifying, but as long as there were enough elixirs to nourish him, he could easily recover from it. But Long Chen was different. Emperor Yuan's last palm directly hit his abdomen, or rather, his dantian. This palm did not cause the slightest damage to Long Chen's body, but the sharp Milky Way true qi contained in the palm was like a sword, directly piercing into Long Chen's dim heavenly core. Emperor Yuan wanted to directly pierce through Long Chen's heavenly core, making Long Chen lose all his true qi, thus becoming a cripple. From this, one could see how ruthless he was. He had never thought of killing Long Chen at all. Wouldn't the 9th prince value Long Chen's talent? When Long Chen became a cripple, he would still want him. Seeing Long Chen's miserable state and Xiaolang's helplessness, Emperor Yuan, who already had time to heal himself, laughed crazily. As the strongest person in Yuan Emperor City, he had a lot of spirit herbs and treasures in his hands. The spirit fruit he was eating at this time was probably an earth-grade medicine. Only earth-grade medicine could rapidly recover the injuries of a heavenly river tier powerhouse. To be honest, Long Chen was really panicking. He could only watch helplessly as the heavenly river qi pierced into his heavenly elixir. He could only watch helplessly as the formed heavenly elixir began to crumble. The qi that he had painstakingly cultivated began to dissipate towards his limbs and bones. If this continued, he would definitely become a cripple in less than a quarter of an hour. Emperor Yuan's savage laughter aroused endless anger in him. Old ghost, you're actually so ruthless. I underestimated you and others. Now that my heavenly core is broken, my cultivation will be crippled sooner or later. What should I do? Xiao Lang was next to him. Sensing his condition, he was also extremely anxious. If it weren't for Long Chen, he would have already killed the already injured Emperor Yuan. Otherwise, when Emperor Yuan recovered, it would be very difficult to deal with him. At this critical moment, Long Chen's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration. From the divine core realm to the heavenly river realm, I have to go through a process, shattering my core into a river, opening up a galaxy in my body, and widening my star veins. Although my late heavenly core realm isn't strong enough to break through to the heavenly river realm, my advantage is that I have enough heavenly river pills. Furthermore, right now, this is the only way for me to preserve my strength. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen's eyes lit up. He struggled to his feet, gritted his teeth, and said softly, I want to take this chance to break through to the heavenly river tier. You go and restrain him. Xiao Lang's eyes lit up as well. He immediately realized that this was the only way to solve the problem. After hearing Long Chen's order, without saying a word, he charged towards Emperor Yuan, who was healing his injuries. After some delay, Emperor Yuan's injuries had recovered a little. At this moment, when he saw the sun-devouring demonic wolf crazily attacking him, he secretly laughed. Seeing that there's no hope for Long Chen, you've gone crazy and want to deal with me? But, a beast will always be a beast. This is Yuanling City, my territory. What makes you think you can fight me? Although he thought so in his heart, Emperor Yuan absolutely didn't dare to be careless when facing the wolf cub. Emperor Yuan absolutely believed that as long as he was hit by the flame that the wolf cub spat out just now, he would definitely die. In the sun-devouring demonic wolf's memory, it had honed many combat techniques that were inferior to combat techniques. At this time, with the threat of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, it was able to fight Emperor Yuan to a draw. Long Chen took this opportunity to sit on the ground and began manipulating the shattered true qi to open up a galaxy in his body. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Emperor Yuan immediately laughed, what a naive guy. Breaking through to the heavenly river realm is an extremely dangerous and difficult task, and it requires 18 heavenly river pills. You've just stepped into the heavenly core realm, what qualifications do you have to break through to the heavenly river realm? If Long Chen directly shattered his heavenly core, his true qi would only drain faster. However, this was his only hope. At this critical juncture, Long Chen calmed himself down, gritted his teeth, and increased the speed at which his heavenly core nucleus shattered. Under his control, the heavenly core nucleus suddenly shattered, and a huge amount of blood-red true qi immediately erupted, rushing towards his limbs and bones. It flowed through his completely connected dragon veins, as well as the countless small meridians in his 8 extraordinary meridians. However, the true qi of a heavenly core warrior was too much for Long Chen's current body. Countless tiny airflows were leaking out from his skin, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, turning his entire body into a blood-red color. He was covered in a blood-red mist. Long Chen felt really uncomfortable. He realized that if it wasn't for his 3rd-level Thunder Flame combat physique, he might have already been destroyed by the huge amount of true qi, and the danger of his heavenly core shattering into a river was right here. Next, I need to guide all the true qi and gather all the tiny meridians together, forming 18 star veins. These 18 star veins are the embryonic form of a galaxy. Then, I'll absorb the energy of the stars and fuse it with my dragon soul true qi, turning it into liquid form, then break through the star veins and form a galaxy in the middle of the star veins. That is the 1st level of the heavenly river realm. There were 18 star veins in his body, and they corresponded to 18 heavenly rivers. Among the 18 heavenly rivers, 9 appeared during the day, and 9 appeared during the night. Each yang heavenly river and yin heavenly river formed a pair of yin and yang heavenly rivers. Only when the yin and yang heavenly rivers were formed could the first level of the heavenly river realm be considered complete. Right now, it was daytime. If Long Chen could form a heavenly river, it would be a yang heavenly river. Right now, the raging blood-red true qi was raging within his body. While controlling the true qi, Long Chen was sensing the energy of the heavenly river. Because it was daytime, the heavenly river wasn't easy to notice. However, Long Chen had already memorized the location of the first heavenly river. Deity Galaxy. The name of the first heavenly river was Deity. It was divided into yin and yang heavenly rivers, which extended parallel to each other in the sky without intersecting. At this moment, Long Chen was going to absorb the energy of the Deity Galaxy after creating a galaxy in his body. He would then fuse it with his dragon soul true qi and form a yang heavenly river in the parallel star veins in his body. The method to open up a starry sky in one's body was called star-gathering art. After Long Chen obtained the Milky Way pill, he knew that one day, he would reach the Milky Way tier, so he found an opportunity to look at the star-gathering art. This thing wasn't rare, but there weren't many people who really needed it. With the star-gathering art, Long Chen could use the true qi in his body to open up a starry sky in his body. The star-gathering art was very common, but using it required a very important thing, and that was the Milky Way pill. The creation of a total of 18 star veins required 18 heavenly river pills, and this was the standard for ordinary people. Long Chen had even heard that some genius martial artists with special physiques would use up to 100 heavenly river pills when creating a galaxy in their body. The heavenly river pill wasn't cheap. Ordinary people at the first level of the heavenly river tier would only have less than 10 heavenly river pills. The reason why Long Chen had more than 2,000 heavenly river pills was purely because he was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. At this moment, Long Chen was using the star-gathering technique. What surprised him was that everything was developing very well. The only problem was that his true qi had enough quality, but it was still lacking in quantity. He couldn't care less about the creation of 18 star veins at the same time. With the help of the star-gathering technique, Long Chen had already planted seeds in his body. A total of 18 star vein seeds ran through his whole body. The process was very smooth. Next, he needed to take the heavenly river pill to create star veins from the star vein seeds. When planting the star vein seeds, Long Chen sensed something. He was currently in the dragon soul transformation, and all the characteristics related to the divine dragon were displayed. His current body was already somewhat different from ordinary people. Long Chen had a vague premonition that it would be difficult to create a galaxy in this dragon's body. In fact, it might even be very difficult. However, in order not to become useless, I'll do it. At this thought, a cold light burst out of Long Chen's eyes. In his eyes, there was already a vague power of the stars. Without hesitation, he took out 18 heavenly river pills and placed them on his palm. The star-gathering technique was ready, and Long Chen's true qi had been directed to the Deity star vein seeds. Right at this moment, Long Chen took one of the heavenly river pills. The energy of the heavenly river pill was a gentle energy that had been refined. Therefore, after taking the pill, Long Chen didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt a cool and invisible energy that was filled with energy. It was like a liquid that penetrated into his body and merged with Long Chen's dragon soul true qi. Let the creation begin. Using the power of the heavenly river pill and his true energy, with the heavenly river pill as the lead and his true energy as the attack, Long Chen started looking in the direction he had set and started opening his star meridian. Although the dragon soul true energy from the late heavenly core realm wasn't much, it was of great quality. Long Chen was delighted to see that opening his star meridian wasn't a difficult task. But soon, he suffered. During the process of creating a star vein, he didn't consume much of his true qi, but the heavenly river pill seemed to have encountered a strong resistance, and it was being consumed very quickly. In just a short period of time, the energy of the heavenly river pill had been completely consumed. Theoretically, the energy of a heavenly river pill was enough to create a star vein, but Long Chen hadn't even opened a tenth of a star vein yet. Left with no other choice, he quickly took another heavenly river pill. Luckily, he had enough heavenly river pills, or else he would be in deep trouble. If he was interrupted during the process of creating a star vein, his body would explode and he would die. This is a good thing, it means I have great talent. With the support of the heavenly river pills, Long Chen quickly opened his star vein. When he finally opened his first star vein, he counted the number of heavenly river pills he had consumed. He had used up more than 10 heavenly river pills, and only a few of them were left. Could it be that I need to consume almost 200 heavenly river pills to open 18 heavenly river meridians? Long Chen felt really depressed about this. Chapter 277. 200 Heavenly River Pills. Why am I burning money like this? At this critical juncture, Long Chen was actually feeling depressed about this matter. He only had a little over 2,000 heavenly river pills in total, and he had already spent 200 just to open up the starry sky in his body. In the future, when he cultivated in the heavenly river tier, 2,000 heavenly river pills would probably not be enough at all. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, he could only take out 200 heavenly river pills and condense 18 star veins. At this time, 18 dark blue star veins ran through Long Chen's body, from his chest to his arms, from his head to his tailbone, and from his hips to his legs. There were thick star veins everywhere. From the outside, one could see these faintly discernible star veins. When these star veins were combined together, it looked like a real starry sky from afar. However, this starry sky was empty, and what was missing was a star. There were two key steps to breaking through to the heavenly river tier. These two steps could be completed together, but they could also be separated. Only by completing these two steps could one truly reach the first level of the heavenly river tier. Long Chen had already opened up a starry sky in his body, and could be considered to have completed the first step. The second step was to draw on the star power of the heavenly pivot galaxy and fuse it with his star veins. Then, he would fuse it with his dragon soul true qi so that his true qi would completely transform into a liquid galaxy. It was currently daytime, so Long Chen could only complete the yang heavenly river of the heavenly pivot galaxy. As for the other heavenly river, he would have to wait until night time to complete it. Now, Long Chen was preparing to condense the first heavenly river of the star veins in his body, the heavenly pivot galaxy. The star gathering art was used to open up a heavenly river, and the star attraction art was used to draw on the power of the heavenly river. This power was invisible, and as long as one could see a heavenly river, one could use the star attraction art to obtain the power of the heavenly river stars. Long Chen was currently using the star attraction art. This is, with a boom, Long Chen found himself in an endless void. In front of him was a glorious river of stars. Long Chen was deeply shocked. This scene appeared too suddenly. Long Chen vaguely felt that this entire river of stars was calling out to him. Hence, Long Chen's spirit connected with it. Only then could he hear the voice of this river of stars. Very quickly, Long Chen discovered that he had returned to his original position. The only difference was that he could feel a mysterious, formless energy within his body. This energy had a violent attribute, and at this moment, it was like a type of adhesive. At this moment, it was pouring into Long Chen's first star vein, the Deity star vein. This was the true power of formation. When the formed power was channeled into the Deity star vein, Long Chen also guided his true qi into the Deity star vein. When the dragon soul true qi met the power of the stars, it gradually fused. Long Chen could see that within the blood-red true qi, a large amount of formless starlight had fused into it. The true qi had turned into a liquid state, like a sparkling river of blood flowing within the Deity star vein. If his true qi was magnified countless times, it would be a sparkling blood-red river of stars. Compared to an ordinary light blue river of stars, his blood-red river of stars was even more magnificent. When all the dragon soul true qi was completely transformed, a beautiful blood-red river of stars appeared in Long Chen's star vein. This was one of the Deity star veins. Long Chen could only be considered to have completed half of the first layer of the heavenly river tier. However, just this alone, his strength had once again soared several times. He opened his eyes. In an instant, a blood-red starlight pierced towards the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. And at this time, Long Chen suddenly stood up. At this time, he was still in his dragon soul transformation, but he had a different temperament. After successfully reaching the heavenly river tier, his temperament had changed a lot, and his whole body was filled with a mysterious aura. Long Chen was able to come back from the dead and gain a blessing in disguise. For Xiao Lang, this was a great surprise. For Emperor Yuan, this was a nightmare. When Long Chen opened up the starry sky in his body, he had a hunch that Long Chen would succeed. At that time, he attacked desperately, wanting to get rid of Xiao Lang and give Long Chen a fatal blow. However, the anxious him was even less of a match for Xiao Lang. When Long Chen stood up, he was already covered in wounds. If he insisted on not escaping, it was very likely that he would die in the hands of Long Chen. And when Long Chen successfully reached the heavenly river tier and stood up, seeing the blood-red starlight in his eyes, Emperor Yuan was so scared that his face turned pale. Long Chen was already able to kill the Blue Dragon Grand Elder, who was at the first layer of the heavenly river tier, before reaching the heavenly river tier. He already couldn't deal with Xiao Lang, let alone the current Long Chen. In the face of dignity and survival, Emperor Yuan gritted his teeth and chose to survive. All of his previous arrogance was thrown out the window when Long Chen reached the heavenly river tier. At this time, he actually felt a sense of despair. For that child to be able to come back from death's door in such an adversity, he is most definitely a person with great luck. For me to fight against him was purely bringing about my own destruction. Unfortunately, I only understood this principle today. Emperor Yuan's heart was filled with horror. At this time, he was injured all over, but he still fled at his fastest speed. Long Chen was someone who had to leave Yuan's spirit city after all. As long as Long Chen couldn't catch up to him, he would be safe and sound in the future. However, how could Long Chen possibly allow the person who had nearly killed him to escape? With half of the strength of the first layer of the heavenly river tier, coupled with the dragon soul transformation, Long Chen burst out with a speed comparable to the second layer of the heavenly river tier. And because Emperor Yuan was injured, his speed increased slightly. Under Long Chen's pursuit, the distance between the two gradually closed. At the same time, Xiao Lang was also chasing from the other side, leaving Emperor Yuan with nowhere to escape. Blood-devouring realm. Suddenly, a blood-red mist directly swallowed Emperor Yuan. The power of Long Chen's blood-devouring realm directly affected him. At this time, the power of the blood-devouring realm increased a lot because of Long Chen's advancement. Emperor Yuan, who could still resist before, was now greatly restrained. Especially when he was covered in wounds all over. At this time, the huge amount of blood was about to escape his control and fly towards Long Chen. No! The heart-wrenching pain made Emperor Yuan let out a scream. Under the power of the blood-devouring realm, he couldn't move an inch. He hurriedly turned his head and tried his best to control his blood with his true qi, not letting it be swallowed by Long Chen, this monster. Long Chen, what kind of monster are you? When he said this last sentence, Emperor Yuan felt the light of a blade flash in front of his eyes. Before he could say the last word, he suddenly felt the world spinning, and he was confused. In his last glance, he saw a tall young man standing in front of him with a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. After that, he didn't know anything anymore. After Emperor Yuan died, Longchen removed the blood-devouring realm. Emperor Yuan was only one level higher than him, his blood wouldn't be of much use to Longchen. Moreover, with such a big commotion here, sooner or later, it would spread to the ninth prince. Longchen didn't want the ninth prince to know that he actually had the ability to devour the blood of others to enhance his true qi. With a bang, Emperor Yuan's headless corpse fell to the ground. Emperor Yuan's head was lying at Longchen's feet at this time. Just now, when Emperor Yuan turned his head, Longchen's blue dragon battle halberd directly swept across his neck, directly beheading this old ghost. After dealing with Emperor Yuan, Longchen felt relieved. However, this battle had been very thrilling from the beginning until now. Longchen even made a move in front of the gates of hell. After everything was over, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Looking back at Xiao Lang, at this time, Xiao Lang had already walked to Longchen's side. Xiao Lang was very happy that Longchen could survive and gain greater strength. The current Longchen just needed to complete another Dubhe galaxy, and his combat power would be almost the same as Xiao Lang's. After Xiao Lang became a sun-devouring monster wolf, Longchen's strength once again approached and even surpassed him. Looking at Emperor Yuan's corpse, Xiao Lang also felt a little emotional. This was the strongest person in Yuan's spirit city. He didn't expect that he would die at the feet of Longchen and Mo Xiaolang today. Let's go, Xiaolang, everything is over. Before we go to Baiyang Imperial City, let's say goodbye to everyone. Let's go to Sister Mengyao's place first and report to her that we are safe. Xiaolang nodded. As for Emperor Yuan's corpse, Longchen believed that someone would come to clean it up soon. In fact, many people had already gathered around this place. The news of Longchen killing Emperor Yuan would soon spread throughout the entire Yuan spirit city. This wasn't a very secluded place, so there was no reason for such a big commotion to happen without anyone knowing about it. Could it be that the ninth prince already knows that Emperor Yuan is chasing after me, but he didn't come to rescue me? Longchen secretly thought about this problem. Logically speaking, Jade Emperor Palace should have received the news soon. If the ninth prince wanted to save Longchen, he would have already done so. It was impossible that he hadn't come yet. Or, he came to the side and saw that I was breaking through to the Heavenly River realm, so he didn't make a move. Longchen thought to himself. They soon left the scene. Not long after they left, there were already many onlookers around, but still no one dared to go forward and look at the number one elite of Yuan Spirit City. In the corner, the ninth prince finished watching everything. At this time, he turned around in confusion and said, "Elder Yen, did you see that?" He took nearly 200 Heavenly River pills in total, and the mystical power he used actually had the ability to devour blood. Your Highness only gave him 100 Heavenly River pills in total, which means that he had another fortuitous encounter. It's very likely that he obtained something else in the Burning Sky Mystery Realm. Moreover, 200 Heavenly River pills means that his physique is far superior to ordinary people. In the entire Zhangyang nation, I have never heard of such a physique. The black-robed butler, Elder Yen, sighed with a gloomy gaze. However, 200 pills doesn't necessarily mean that he has an excellent physique. There was once someone who used more than 100 Heavenly River pills to open up the galaxy when he reached the Heavenly River realm. After that, his achievements were similar to that of a good-for-nothing. He used so many Heavenly River pills only because his physique was inferior enough that it was difficult to transform. The strangest thing is that mystical power he used to devour blood. I feel that he should have an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Could there be something on him that shocked me? The ninth prince said indifferently. Your Highness is going to make a move. No, haste makes waste. When we return to Jade Emperor City, I will slowly think of a plan to avoid alerting the enemy. The ninth prince smiled. Chapter 278. Not wanting to cause any commotion, Long Chen directly sneaked into the Lingwu family's Yin clan. At this time, Yin Mengyao was in the courtyard where she lived with a worried look on her face. Long Chen took Xiao Lang and jumped in from outside the courtyard. Sister Mengyao. Long Chen put Xiao Lang down and called out softly. Hearing Long Chen's voice, Yin Mengyao quickly looked up. When she saw Long Chen, her face was suddenly full of joy. She said, Long Chen, Emperor Yuan didn't chase after you? Yes, but we killed him. Long Chen smiled proudly. You only know how to brag in front of me. Come and sit here, this place should be safe enough. Emperor Yuan won't chase after you here. Yin Mengyao was like a real sister. She pulled Long Chen to sit on the stone chair in the pavilion and then laid out some fruits and pastries. Xiao Lang let out a cry and scurried to the stone table. He lay on his stomach and stared at Yin Mengyao blankly. Long Chen, did you get this powerful Xiao Lang from the burning sky mystic realm? Yin Mengyao looked at Mo Xiao Lang curiously. There was a doting look in her eyes. Yeah, you can touch him and see, he definitely won't resist. Speaking of Xiao Lang, Long Chen still felt a little guilty. Logically speaking, Xiao Lang was his younger brother and should have been protected by him. But now, he was reduced to such a state. Really? Yin Mengyao was eager to try. She observed Xiao Lang for a while. She only dared to stretch out her hand but didn't dare to touch him. In the end, Xiao Lang directly stood up, stuck out his pink tongue, and licked the back of Yin Mengyao's white hand. Then, Xiao Lang went to eat the pastries on the stone table. He's really cute, but he also eats pastries. This pine flower cake is Xiao Lang's favorite food. By the way, Long Chen, I want to ask you about Xiao Lang. Is he really dead, or has he left this place and embarked on his path of revenge? Yin Mengyao looked at Long Chen expectantly. Long Chen was a little hesitant. Yin Mengyao even knew about revenge. It seemed that Xiao Lang really valued her. Long Chen wanted to tell her that the person in front of him was Mo Xiao Lang, but just as he was about to speak, Xiao Lang stopped him with a look. He told me that he went to take revenge, but he will definitely come back to see you. Long Chen changed the topic. He felt a little bitter in his heart. Xiao Lang didn't want Yin Mengyao to see him like this, so he stopped Long Chen. He had always been a more reassuring and well-behaved child. All right. Yin Mengyao was a little helpless. She stared at Xiao Lang, who was eating the pine flower cake. By the way, Long Chen, now that you have become an immortal realm divine guard, when are you going to leave? Yin Mengyao asked. 3 days later. Today, I came to say goodbye to you. Long Chen said. 3 days. Yin Mengyao pursed her lips and sighed with emotion. You and Xiao Lang are so outstanding. As your sister, my strength is so low that it is shameful. However, to have you two younger brothers is the proudest thing in my life. You are the biggest heroes in my heart. Of course, but we still benefited from Sister Mengyao's light. You see, the two great geniuses have become your younger brothers. This is definitely not a coincidence. It was personally caused by you. Long Chen said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense with me. Yin Mengyao was embarrassed by his words. 3 days later, you will also be leaving. Sai, let's not talk about other things. As your adopted sister, I wish you to quickly become the most powerful person in the world. Then, marry a beautiful sister-in-law for me and come back for me to see. Sister Mengyao, you really have no spirit. Long Chen smiled, for something like a sister-in-law, the more the better. In the future, I will bring back a sister-in-law from the army for you to see. You fickle big radish, sooner or later, sooner or later. Yin Mengyao was so angry that her face turned red. In this conversation that was filled with sorrow, time passed bit by bit. Fortunately, Long Chen kept joking, and the atmosphere was not deathly silent. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. Long Chen did not hesitate, and directly said goodbye. He climbed over the wall and left. Xiao Lang also followed Long Chen over the wall, but after Long Chen climbed over, he fell back and jumped into Yin Mengyao's arms. When his bright black eyes looked at Yin Mengyao, they were already shining with tears. Yin Mengyao was so scared that she could not speak. She knew that this little guy killed the old ancestor of Xuanwu. How powerful was he? Long Chen, while Yin Mengyao was shouting in a daze, Xiao Lang quickly licked her forehead, then jumped out of her arms and quickly disappeared into the dusk, leaving Yin Mengyao to stand there in a daze, looking in the direction they left in a daze. This black Xiao Lang, why does it give me a familiar feeling? Its eyes, why do I feel like I have seen it countless times? This question, Yin Mengyao was stunned for a long time, but did not have an answer. When night was about to fall, someone suddenly knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard. Only then did Yin Mengyao wake up and open the door. The one who knocked on the door was a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth. At this time, she jumped in and said happily, "Sister Mengyao, I will tell you a big news." "What is it?" "Accompany me out to play tonight, and I will tell you." The little girl said mischievously. Good, what a headache, girl." Really? Don't act shamelessly." "When did Sister Mengyao act shamelessly?" "That's true." The little girl tilted her head and said excitedly, "I just found out. It seems that the big-headed Emperor Yuan of Emperor Yuan City was defeated and killed by my idol big brother Long Chen, and his head was even chopped off. Yay. The little girl jumped excitedly in the courtyard. Yin Mengyao's smile froze. She remembered what Long Chen said to him when he first came here. At that time, he casually said that Emperor Yuan was killed by him. Yin Mengyao thought he was joking, but she didn't expect it to be true. Long Chen, has he already grown to such an extent? Night gradually fell. Long Chen returned to the Yang family in Baiyang town. It seemed that he hadn't been back for a long time. The Yang family was quite excited. Yang Lingqing was now with Li Xuanji, and no one knew where they went. As for Long Chen, the most terrifying genius of the Yang family, he was still in Yuanling City. At the banquet, Long Chen talked about his recent deeds and then talked about his future plans. After the Yang family heard it, they were all stunned, and the chopsticks in their hands did not move for a long time. "Grandfather, uncle, mother, I am going to pursue something deeper and higher. If there is a chance in the future, I will search for Ling Qing's footsteps. As for you guys, I will make other arrangements. I will never let my enemies affect the development and inheritance of the Yang family," Long Chen said. After a long silence, the old ancestor of the Yang family said a few words. It could be seen that although everyone was a little reluctant to see Long Chen leave, they were very proud to have such a genius in the family. Yang Xueqing's eyes were full of tears. In her imagination, one day, Long Chen would become successful as Long Qinglan had predicted. She didn't expect that day to come so soon. Because of the problem of growing up, she and Long Chen were a little distant. But in her heart, the only hope in life was Long Chen. Before leaving, Long Chen left many things for the Yang family. With these things, it was very easy for the Yang family to rise. After the banquet, when the Yang family was asleep, Long Chen left Baiyang town and came to the endless wilderness. At this time, the night sky was filled with formations. 9 heaven rivers flowed across the sky. Long Chen easily found the location of the Yin Dubhe galaxy. During the day, he condensed the Yang Heaven River, and at night, it was time to condense the Yin Heaven River. The Yin Yang Heaven River could usually be condensed in a very short period of time. After Long Chen completed the Yang Heaven River, it was much easier to condense the Yin Heaven River. But from now on, in addition to using the star guiding technique to condense violent power, he also needed to use the gentle power of the Heaven River Pill to produce more true qi. The process of cultivation continued until dawn. There were still 2 hours, so Longchen decided to gather with his family for a while. After all, even if he didn't die in a foreign land, he didn't know when he would be able to return. During the day, Longchen accompanied his family, especially his mother, Yang Xueqing. Although the two didn't speak much, they had some tacit understanding. At night, Longchen condensed the Dubhe galaxy. Finally, after another night, Longchen finally completed the cultivation of the first level of the Heavenly River Tier and officially stepped into the first level of the Heavenly River Tier. In his body, the Yin and Yang heaven rivers flowed side by side, and the Dubhe galaxy continued to condense stars. One day before departure, Longchen left the Yang family under the farewell of everyone. The Yang family had long expected such a day, so they were all proud of Longchen. Looking at the current situation in Yuanling City, the Lingwu family only has the Vermilion Bird Grand Master and the White Tiger Grand Master. Without Emperor Yuan, the Beast Soul Palace will definitely plummet and won't be able to assume the position of the City Lord's mansion. Only the cunning Morning Light Business League still retains its strength. This time, I will look for the Morning Light Business League. The reason why he went to the Morning Light Business League was because the Morning Light Business League and Longchen didn't have a deep grudge, unlike the other two forces. This time, Longchen wanted the Morning Light Business League to do something for him. Of course, there would be a reward. When he arrived at the headquarters of the Morning Light Business League, Longchen had just stood there when a large group of people rushed in to report his arrival. After a while, the plump figure of Li Wudi, the leader of the Morning Light Business League, appeared at the door, accompanied by Li Xiling, who was already the chief guest of the first level of the Heavenly River Tier of the Morning Light Business League. He was an old man with an aquiline nose and very sharp eyes. People in the Morning Light Business League called him Old Ing. So it's Brother Longchen. Quick, please come in, Li Wudi said with a smile on his face. The news that Longchen had reached the Heavenly River Tier and killed Emperor Yuan had spread throughout the entire Yuanling city. For everyone, this news was much more shocking than Longchen defeating the Blue Dragon Grand Master. Therefore, when Longchen visited the Morning Light Business League, the only complete force, Li Wudi was also frightened. After all, the current Longchen, be it in identity or status, was not someone he could afford to offend. Chapter 279. Li Xiling looked at the indifferent young man, and felt as if she were dreaming. The first time they had met was back in the Lightning Flame Mountain Range. Back then, Longchen had taken advantage of the fact that she had used up all of her true energy suppressing the Thunderflame Crystal Soul to attack her. It had been a very shameless act, but he hadn't been very strong. Now, Longchen was like her grandfather, someone she could only look up to. The gap in her heart was too big. Li Xiling had always been proud of her beauty and strength. She thought that there were very few people in the world who could match up to her. But at this time, in front of Longchen, he did not even look at her. She felt a sense of grievance, and her confidence suffered a serious blow. Bastard, you think you're so great just because you've become stronger? Li Xiling had an impulse to skin him alive, but she did not dare to do so, or she would definitely be the one to die. Now in Yuanling City, because of the existence of the heaven-defying guy, Longchen, the two biggest forces were destroyed by him. The Morning Light Business League was celebrating, and it was time for them to rise. At this time, the god of plague, Longchen, actually came to them. How could they not serve him well? In the magnificent reception hall of the Morning Light Business League, Longchen was placed at the top. Li Xiling was a little dissatisfied with this position, but when she thought of Longchen's current strength and status, she could only shut her mouth and obediently stand behind Longchen. After Longchen sat down, he went straight to the point and said, "Alliance Master Li, I don't have any other intentions today. I just want to talk about a deal with you." A deal? Li Wudi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a deal. If Long Chen opened his mouth and asked for other things, it would be very difficult. I wonder what kind of deal Long Chen wants. Alliance Master Li asked with a face full of smiles. This is my payment to you. Long Chen took out a cosmos sack and placed it on the table. Li Xiling rolled her eyes at the Qianquan bag. In her opinion, Long Chen was just a poor guy from a small place. He definitely wouldn't have anything good, so she didn't care at all. This is? Guild Master Li asked curiously. 20 Heaven River pills are enough for your Morning Light Business League to produce a Heaven River tier cultivator in the future. As he spoke, Long Chen looked at Li Xiling. If he was right, the 20 Milky Way pills would definitely be used on Li Xiling. What? Li Wudi and the other two were shocked. The one who was shocked the most was Li Xiling. She had already broken through to the late Heavenly Core realm, and in a few years' time, she might have the chance to break through to the Heavenly River realm and become one of the strongest warriors in Yuanling City. However, she was still lacking Heavenly River pills. If she really had 20 Heavenly River pills, her problem would be solved. She looked at Long Chen with shock and gratitude. There really are 20 Milky Way pills here. Li Wudi couldn't believe it. In his opinion, although Long Chen had become an immortal realm divine guard, it would still be difficult for him to take out so many Milky Way pills. Guild Master Li, you can open it and have a look. Long Chen said. Li Wudi took the cosmos sack and opened it. Sure enough, there were 20 Milky Way pills inside. When he looked at this young man who had risen to fame recently, he felt a little dazed. Unknowingly, this young man's cultivation and wealth had surpassed the entire Morning Light Business League. Indeed, there are 20 Milky Way pills. May I know what young friend Long Chen wants from us? Guild Master Li asked in a serious tone. 20 Milky Way pills. It seemed like what Long Chen wanted from the Morning Light Business League was not something simple. Li Xiling looked at Long Chen with a doubtful expression. Actually, it's very simple. I'm going to Baiyang Imperial City soon, and I have many enemies in Yuanling City. But, my family in Baiyang Town doesn't have the power to resist them. Therefore, I hope that the Morning Light Business League can send at least 2 Heavenly Core warriors to guard Baiyang Town. If any Milky Way warriors attack my family, both of you will have to help as well. How about it, Guild Master Li? You don't have to worry. Since Emperor Yuan is dead, the Beast Soul Palace won't have any Milky Way warriors left. As for the Lingwu family, they are bound by the agreement, and with the supervision of the 9th Prince, they won't stoop so low as to attack my family. Therefore, you only need to send 2 Heavenly Core warriors to guard Baiyang Town, and these 20 Milky Way pills will belong to the Morning Light Business League. Not only did the Morning Light Business League make a profit from the deal Long Chen mentioned, it was a huge profit. With Long Chen's current reputation, after Long Chen left for Baiyang Imperial City, no one would attack Baiyang Town. What the Morning Light Business League needed to do was to send 2 Heavenly Core warriors to have some fun. In short, as long as you can guarantee the safety of my family members in Baiyang Town, these 20 Milky Way pills will belong to you. Long Chen repeated. Li Wudi and Olding looked at each other. They could understand Long Chen. Long Chen was a mighty warrior now, but even a mighty warrior would be burdened by his family. Long Chen was about to leave for a long journey, and if some small fries targeted his family members, it would be a huge problem. That was why Long Chen came to the Morning Light Business League. First, Long Chen was doing this out of filial piety, there was no other reason for him to do this. Secondly, it was actually an easy task for the Morning Light Business League, and it could be done by anyone. Thirdly, it would be a great reward. Fourthly, they could also make friends with Long Chen, a genius who would become a stronger warrior in the future. This was a great opportunity that came knocking on their door, and the Morning Light Business League had no reason to reject it. Therefore, Li Wudi immediately smiled and said, I understand. My young friend Long Chen, I'll definitely handle this matter beautifully, so that you won't have to worry about anything when you leave for a long journey. He paused for a moment and thought for a while, then he said, we'll send 3 late Heavenly Core warriors, 10 early Heavenly Core warriors, and some Earth Core and Mortal Core warriors to Baiyang Town. We'll protect the town, and the Yang family will be treated as our honored guests. If there are any stronger enemies, Olding and I will fight them as well. Thank you, Alliance Master Li. Long Chen was satisfied with Li Wudi's arrangement. Finally, he had solved the problem of Baiyang Town, and Long Chen had nothing to worry about. What he needed to do next was to bring Xiao Lang to Baiyang Imperial City, and bring Lingxi to Niyang Celestial Realm to look for the 9 Heaven Celestial Fruit. I wonder when little she will wake up. When she wakes up, she'll be able to use the profound Heavenly Jade Lotus. At that time, thinking about how if Lingxi had a physical body, she would definitely be a beauty like Li Xuanji, and with the relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi, it would be normal for him to take advantage of her. Thinking about Lingxi, Long Chen left the Morning Light Business League under the escort of Li Wudi and the others. The sky was getting dark, and Long Chen was going to follow the 9th prince to Baiyang Imperial City. Everything has been arranged. Let's go, Xiao Lang, to the Jade Emperor Palace, Long Chen said lightly. Xiao Lang let out a low roar. He was now in the state of a little beast, and when he roared, his voice was babbling, and his row of white teeth looked very cute. This would be Long Chen's last night in Yuanling City. Starting tomorrow, he would go to the center of Cangyang Kingdom, Baiyang Imperial City. There was the royal family that ruled the world, the mysterious and rich Niyang Celestial Realm, Xiao Lang's enemies, and the hope of Lingxi's recovery. Of course, it was also the gathering place of the experts of the entire Cangyang Kingdom, and Long Chen would be a stepping stone towards greater strength. After arriving at the Jade Emperor Palace, a maid serving the 9th prince said to Long Chen, His Highness has ordered me to take you to rest when you return. We will set off tomorrow morning for Baiyang Imperial City. Long Chen nodded. Under the guidance of the beautiful maidservant, he came to a luxurious wing room. My lord, His Highness said that I am a gift for you. After sending Long Chen in, the beautiful maid took off her clothes, and soon her snow-white skin was revealed. Get out. Long Chen was about to leave. To be honest, he was a little annoyed. Yes. The beautiful maid was relieved and left respectfully. Long Chen lay on the big round bed, buried his head in the soft pink quilt, and stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind was completely immersed in his memories. I didn't know that Chen is so obedient. A clear voice suddenly rang in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen remembered that this beautiful voice belonged to Lingxi even in his dreams. I'm hallucinating. Long Chen was a little depressed. He changed his position, but he was still annoyed because he found that he seemed to miss Lingxi. He didn't know how that silly girl was doing now. Chen, let Lingxi out. Long Chen, who was lost in thought, heard this voice again. This time, he was so shocked that he jumped up from the bed. Xiao Lang, who was lying under the bed, was also shocked. Little she, you're awake. To Long Chen, this was news that was enough to make his blood boil. He didn't care if it was an illusion or not, and immediately opened the cosmos sack. Instantly, a black sword light flew out. Long Chen rubbed his eyes hard, and to his astonishment, he saw Ling Xi's tiny body, which was not even 2 centimeters tall, standing on top of the Ling Xi sword. Xiao Lang also looked at this little person in surprise. Although he hadn't heard Long Chen talk about it, Xiao Lang knew that Long Chen had always had a girl who looked even more important than him by his side, Chen. When she saw Long Chen, tears welled up in Lingxi's eyes. Both of them had thought that they wouldn't be able to survive that upheaval in the Star Demon prison. Lingxi had died for him, but Long Chen had followed in Lingxi's footsteps and jumped into the abyss of the Star Demon prison without hesitation, risking certain death. Only they knew how rare it was for them to meet each other today. Long Chen could tell that Lingxi had matured a lot after experiencing so many things. She was no longer the girl with a weird temper and the temper of a little princess. Long Chen gradually saw serenity and calmness in her body and in her eyes, as well as responsibility and tenacity. Little she. Long Chen realized that his voice was choking up as he looked at this silly girl. He thought of many things he wanted to say to Lingxi, but right now, it was like there was a rock stuck in his throat. He couldn't make a sound. Parting in life and death, looking at each other without words, only 1,000 lines of tears. Chapter 280. For Long Chen, the fact that Lingxi could wake up at this time was a great surprise. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. So much time had passed since the upheaval of the Star Demon prison, and Long Chen had become much stronger. Fortunately, Xiao Lang had appeared during this time without Lingxi. Otherwise, he would have been very lonely. However, when Lingxi had appeared, Long Chen had already cast Xiao Lang far away. As the saying went, valuing a lover over a friend was displayed to the fullest. It could be seen that Lingxi really wanted to know about Long Chen's experiences during this period. She wanted to know why he had jumped into the abyss with them, but hadn't died. She wanted to know why they had appeared here. Moreover, Lingxi could also tell that Long Chen had reached the heavenly river tier. However, Long Chen wasn't in the mood to talk to her about these things. The only thing he wanted to tell Lingxi now was the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus. Long Chen had already recovered from his excitement. He held Lingxi in his hands, and said mysteriously, "Little she, I will tell you what you want to know later. I have a gift for you now. It's a secret. I will show it to you now." As Long Chen spoke, he took out the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus from his universe sack. Lingxi was very knowledgeable, so she definitely knew what this was. Mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus. One could see that Lingxi was shocked. She immediately became excited, and asked somewhat incoherently, "Chen, how did you manage to obtain something like the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus? Logically speaking, it should be impossible for the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus to exist in this place. I will tell you how the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus came about later." "Hee, little she, do you know anything about the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus? I heard that it can temporarily give you a body." Long Chen was a little nervous when he asked this question. "That's right. In the place where I come from, profound heavenly jade lotuses are relatively common. If an ordinary expert soul isn't completely destroyed after being killed, they can use the profound heavenly jade lotus to become immortal. If they can find a rare 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit, they'll be able to reconstruct their fleshly body." Lingxi was extremely excited as she looked at the profound heavenly jade lotus. She was choking up as she spoke. She knew that this was the result of Long Chen's hard work. Even when she was unconscious, Long Chen was still working hard for her. It was an extremely beautiful feeling. "I heard that living on the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus is equivalent to having the body of a mortal. You can feel everything about a mortal, eat, drink, poop, and sleep. However, you can't cultivate and can only be immortal. Little she, what do you think?" Long Chen asked. Becoming immortal meant that there would be a lot of trouble. In fact, Long Chen would even need to prepare enough food and clothes to take care of Lingxi in the future. "I don't want it anymore." Lingxi looked at the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus with a bitter expression. "Why?" Long Chen thought that she would be very happy when she saw the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus and would be full of anticipation to use it. He didn't expect that Lingxi would just struggle for a while and directly reject it. "Big brother Chen, don't you know how much of a burden a mortal without any combat strength would be by your side? I'll be a burden to you, I'll slow down your growth, and I might even cause you to lose your life. Lingxi's voice was filled with sadness towards the end of her sentence. It was obvious that she really wanted to experience the feeling of being a living person again. However, if she ended up harming Long Chen because of this, she would definitely choose to give up on it. Although her heart was indeed moved and pleasantly surprised when she saw the mysterious heaven jade lotus. Thank you for your gift, but Lingxi really can't accept it. Lingxi lowered her head and said with some disappointment. Idiot, you think that I'm too incompetent. If I can't even protect a woman, how can I be called Long Chen? I'll just be called Dog Chen, Pig Chen. Long Chen said with a bit of anger. He could already see that Lingxi actually yearned for this thing very much. He didn't care about anything else and directly handed the mysterious heaven jade lotus to her eyes. He scolded, use it immediately. Don't blame me for saying harsh words. If you don't use it, I'll drive you away and not let you follow me. Chen. Lingxi knew that Long Chen was deliberately saying harsh words. His goal was ultimately for her own good. This made her feel very moved. Be obedient and trust me. I will protect you. Long Chen said sincerely. But, it will really bring you a lot of trouble. Lingxi was still a bit conflicted. Yes, there will be trouble, but it's not a big deal. However, there are also many benefits. Look, if my Lingxi has a body, won't she be able to reward me? As Long Chen spoke, he stared at Lingxi lecherously. Scoundrel, even if I use the mysterious heaven jade lotus, you're not allowed to touch me. Lingxi understood what Long Chen meant and immediately blushed. Saying this indirectly meant that she agreed. I promise you. There's no time to lose. Use it now. Little Shi, I'm looking forward to it. The soul that had always been by his side could one day have a real body and appear by his side and receive his protection. Long Chen was actually very excited in his heart. Thinking that such a devastatingly beautiful little beauty would stay by his side and listen to his orders, this feeling was really wonderful. In particular, after experiencing so many things, Lingxi's personality had become a lot more obedient, making her even more lovable. Alright. Although Lingxi was still worried about Long Chen's strong request, she could only put it aside. As the saying goes, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Everything will be fine. Just as Lingxi was about to use the mysterious heaven jade lotus, Long Chen finally saw Xiao Lang looking at them from under the bed. Lingxi also noticed Xiao Lang at this time. She immediately exclaimed, how can there be a human soul in this demonic beast's body? Little Shi, he is Mo Xiaolang. However, because of an accident, he abandoned his original body and entered this demonic beast's body. As for the details, I'll tell you slowly. Long Chen explained. As expected, Lingxi wasn't simple. With a single glance, she could tell that there was a human soul in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. I can communicate with him spiritually, although it's a little strenuous. Lingxi suddenly said. What? Long Chen and Xiao Lang's eyes lit up. After Xiao Lang became like this, Long Chen's communication with him had become very difficult. Based on Lingxi's words, if she could communicate with Mo Xiaolang, then Long Chen would be able to understand Xiao Lang's intentions in the future. Let me try first. Lingxi put the matter of the mysterious sky jade lotus aside and focused on Xiao Lang's eyes. After a while, she said happily, he just said, hello, I'm Mo Xiaolang. You saw me in the Star Devil prison. I helped you trap the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Wonderful. Long Chen sighed. Although this communication was slow and strenuous, it was better than nothing. That's good news. Little Shi, you can use the mysterious sky jade lotus next. Long Chen smiled. With Lingxi and Xiao Lang, Long Chen felt that the road ahead would be very interesting. In fact, Lingxi had been trapped in the sword for so long. The mysterious sky jade lotus was something she had longed for a long time. Now that her dream had finally come true, she was very excited. Being able to recover her body was her greatest dream. Xiao Lang howled and stood up. He opened the door, walked out, and closed the door behind him. He said to keep watch outside in case anyone comes near, Lingxi explained. With Xiao Lang watching from outside, it would be much safer for Lingxi to use the mysterious sky jade lotus. Long Chen also relaxed. He placed the mysterious sky jade lotus on the ground, and Lingxi's tiny body was dancing in the air above the mysterious sky jade lotus. It has begun, the process will be very quick. Lingxi's voice, which was as sweet and pleasant as an oriole's, concealed the excitement in her heart. Long Chen watched without blinking. To put it bluntly, the mysterious sky jade lotus was a pure white lotus root that was only as thick as an arm. At this moment, Lingxi's tiny spirit body emitted a faint white light and gradually integrated into the mysterious sky jade lotus. Soon, Lingxi's body disappeared, and the mysterious sky jade lotus was already floating in the air. Its entire body was like the highest quality white jade, emitting a pure white light that filled the room. The fragrance of the lotus wafted towards Long Chen. It's almost done. Thinking that Lingxi would appear in front of him in the flesh and not in the form of a spirit, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. Under Long Chen's expectant gaze, the round white light emitted by the mysterious sky jade lotus grew brighter and brighter. Soon, the entire room was illuminated. Long Chen bathed in the white light and breathed in the fragrance, feeling his entire body go limp. At this moment, the mysterious sky jade lotus gradually grew larger and took shape. Under Long Chen's eyes, it gradually transformed into a beautiful woman that could turn all living things upside down. Long Chen was completely stunned. Long Chen was completely stunned. The girl in front of him was so beautiful that it almost took his breath away. Her skin was fine and moist like warm jade, soft and glossy, delicate and fair to the point where one would have the urge to take a bite. Her cherry-like lips were red even without lipstick, tender and beautiful. Her delicate eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her cherry-like lips were smeared with honey. 2 strands of hair by the side of her cheeks blew gently in the wind, adding to her alluring charm. Her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, and her nimble eyes were intelligent and intelligent. There was a hint of naughtiness and mischievousness in them, and her entire body exuded an otherworldly aura like that of a fairy. Beneath the fairy's face was a demon that made Long Chen restless. The body that the mysterious sky jade lotus had just transformed was naturally not clothed. This was something that Long Chen and Lingxi hadn't expected at the start. At this moment, in front of Long Chen was a fairy-like girl bathed in white light. Long Chen looked at her sluggishly, sizing her up, round and smooth pearl shoulders, graceful and exquisite twin peaks that were like the most beautiful mountain peaks in the world, slender and delicate waist that couldn't be grasped, slender and fair arms that were like tender lotuses, 2 white and dazzlingly beautiful legs, perfectly round and graceful ankles, and of course, that mysterious region that made Long Chen intoxicated. Little she. Long Chen wished that time would stay at this moment forever. Chapter 281. A quarter of an hour later, Long Chen was standing in front of the bed, and Lingxi was wearing Long Chen's clothes. She was wrapped in a thick quilt, and her beautiful face was intoxicating red. Her 2 big eyes were filled with vigilance, and she looked at Long Chen pitifully. She was vigilant, but also flustered, shy, and other emotions. She, who had yet to experience the world, had appeared in front of Long Chen completely naked. Furthermore, she had done so for nearly 7 minutes. This made Lingxi want to find a hole to bury herself in. At this moment, countless waves were surging in her heart. Her heart was like a little deer, all she could see was the figure of the man in front of her. Long Chen was very thick-skinned. At this moment, he was looking at Lingxi with a smile that wasn't a smile. His eyes were hot, and it made Lingxi feel scared and shy. She was very flustered. She didn't expect that after such a long time, when she had a human form again, she would immediately experience so many feelings. "Chen, what do you want to do to me?" Lingxi's hands tightly pulled on the pink quilt, and she looked at Long Chen in panic. She didn't have any strength now, and it seemed that she couldn't resist whatever Long Chen wanted to do. Kaka, I want to eat you. Who told you to be so tender?" Saying this, Long Chen revealed an anxious light. No, my mother said that I'm not an adult yet, and I'm not allowed to." "Chen, I beg you, please don't, okay?" Lingxi said timidly. Long Chen was purely joking with her. She had just gained a human form, and he was already bullying her. If it left a shadow in her heart, it wouldn't be good. "I'm just joking. Little Shi, how do you feel now?" Long Chen sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the little girl with a doting gaze. When she appeared in front of Long Chen with her real human body and peerless beauty, Long Chen was in a trance. Feeling that Long Chen's hot gaze had disappeared and was now replaced with a gentle gaze, Lingxi's timidity gradually dissipated. Remembering that Long Chen had just found clothes for her, and that he hadn't violated her for a quarter of an hour, Lingxi relaxed and said, "I feel like I'm in a dream. I don't have any strength in my body, just like when I was born. If I cultivated with this mysterious sky jade lotus body, it would definitely cause my body to collapse. It's good now, it feels good to be human." Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, these senses reappeared. Lingxi carefully experienced them. These were all things she had dreamed of in the past, but because of Long Chen, they appeared in front of her. Although she was a little shy toward Long Chen, she was more grateful. "But, Chen, I'm so cold." It was still spring, and Lingxi's body was a little cold. Even though she was wrapped in a thick blanket, she was still shivering from the cold. "Here's my chance." Long Chen thought wretchedly. Without another word, he directly lifted the blanket and jumped in. Lingxi let out a cry, but she didn't expect that Long Chen didn't do anything. He just lay down beside her, looked at her, and said, "If you trust me, then use me to keep warm." "Really?" Lingxi's eyes lit up. She hesitated for a moment, then moved to Long Chen's side. Her eyes shyly looked at Long Chen. Her cheeks were a little rosy, and it was obvious that her heart was beating faster. Seeing that she was being so sentimental, Long Chen stretched out an arm, hugged her, and pulled her to his side, letting her head lie on the crook of his arm. Lingxi was so scared that she let out a cry. Like a little shrimp, she curled up in Long Chen's arms. The burning heat from his body, the strong crook of his arm, and the rich masculine smell made her little heart beat faster. Her cheeks were red, her eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes kept fluttering. Lingxi's body had an intoxicating lotus fragrance. The softness on her shoulders and back made Long Chen's heart run wild. However, towards this silly girl, Lingxi, he loved her even more. Even though he had just seen her extremely tempting body, he still restrained himself. To be more precise, a hasty person wouldn't get to eat hot tofu. Long Chen was casting a long line to catch a big fish. If he didn't wait until Lingxi was willing and the two of them were in love, it would definitely leave an indelible shadow in her young heart. Pulling the pink blanket, he completely wrapped Lingxi up. Only then did Long Chen lower his head and rest his chin on the soft and fragrant hair on the top of her head. This body contact made Lingxi's body tremble like a little shrimp, and her breathing quickened again. "Hold me. Don't think too much. Chen isn't a bad guy." Long Chen whispered in her ear. After becoming an ordinary person, Lingxi's body became especially sensitive. The hot breath from his mouth poured into her ear, instantly making Lingxi's whole body hot. Her tense body softly leaned against Long Chen's body. When she touched him, Lingxi became even more confused. Because she was wearing Long Chen's clothes, there was no dudu or underpants. When Long Chen lowered his head, he could see the sudden spring scenery. This amazing softness, at this moment, pressed against his arm. Being a normal man, Long Chen's whole body naturally became hot. The little Long Chen under his crotch had already gradually begun to erect. No, I can't leave a shadow in her heart. Moreover, she's still young. Long Chen restrained himself. In fact, after experiencing life and death, to be able to hug her like this, protect her, and use his own heat to warm her, Long Chen's heart was already very satisfied. Little she, don't be afraid. Tomorrow, we still have to set off for Baiyang Imperial City. Chen said that he won't touch you, so he absolutely won't. Long Chen guaranteed. Really? Lingxi opened her big eyes and looked at Long Chen with blinking eyes. Long Chen's firm and righteous gaze made Lingxi completely moved. Tears began to form in her eyes, and her voice also became somewhat choked. Chen, you're so good to me. Seeing the silly girl's face moved, Long Chen knew how wise his decision just now was. Today's tolerance was only for a lasting outbreak in the future. Long Chen knew that he was absolutely not a gentleman. Good girl, sleep well. From tomorrow onwards, we will start to travel. Long Chen used his palm to stroke her head and said lightly. I don't want to sleep, I want to talk to you, Chen. Tomorrow, I want to go to Baiyang Imperial City. What are we going to do there? Lingxi comfortably nestled in Long Chen's arms. With Long Chen's sudden growth, she gradually let go of her courage. This comfortable embrace made her reluctant to leave. I once heard that in Baiyang Imperial City's Yang Immortal Realm, there is a 9-heaven celestial fruit. Now that I have become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard of Baiyang Imperial City, I can enter Yang Immortal Realm. So, tomorrow, we will set off. Long Chen smiled and said. Ah. This news, for Lingxi, was an absolute surprise. Although the profound sky jade lotus was magical, it was absolutely not comparable to the 9-heaven celestial fruit. With the 9-heaven celestial fruit, Lingxi could recover her strength, and truly have a human body. That was the true rebirth. Now, she just had a place to live. Waking up from an endless sleep, what she heard was that Long Chen was still fighting for her. Lingxi immediately shed tears of gratitude. Her voice was choked, and she pouted while looking at Long Chen. She began to sob, and the more she cried, the more ferocious she became. Very soon, Long Chen's sleeves were wet. Why are you crying, silly girl? You should be happy. Long Chen patted her white tender face and said. Lingxi still did not stop. If you cry again, I don't want you anymore. Long Chen pretended to be angry. Don't. Lingxi made a threatening gesture. She stretched out her white tender arms, and firmly hugged Long Chen's strong waist. The soft twin peaks of her chest were tightly pressed against Long Chen's waist. The feeling of ecstasy made Long Chen's head instantly flush with blood. Be good, I definitely want you. Long Chen panted heavily, and moved Lingxi's arms away. If they were to be so tightly pressed against each other, it would not be long before he really turned into a beast. Oh. Lingxi also realized that her movements were too violent. She blushed and buried her head on Long Chen's arm. After a moment, Lingxi suddenly asked, Chen, what is our relationship? This was a question that she had been struggling with all this time. Without a doubt, from the first time they met, to the many times they had gone through life and death together. In fact, during that time in the Star Demon prison, Lingxi had sacrificed her life for him, and Long Chen had resolutely jumped down after her. Even Xiao Lang could see their relationship. He silently went out to keep watch, but the two of them had not confessed before. Long Chen had wanted to say it a long time ago, it was just that he never had the chance to do so. At this moment, He held Ling Xi's face in his arms and looked at this young girl who could turn the world upside down. With lightning speed, he planted a light kiss on her tender lips. Ling Xi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, and she stared at him in a daze. Long Chen had only kissed her, but her entire body had tensed up. After a moment, their lips parted. Long Chen patted Ling Xi's dazed face, and his blazing eyes stared at Ling Xi. In a low voice, he enunciated each word clearly, "Ling Xi, I will protect you. No one can hurt you, no one can steal you from my side. You will wonder why I am so good to you, then I will tell you. Because you are my woman, for this lifetime, for all eternity. Ling Xi is Long Chen's woman." Such passionate words caused Ling Xi's heart to twitch. Long Chen's blazing eyes and his impactful words had completely melted her heart. This man's mark had been deeply engraved in her soul at this time, and it would be impossible to erase even in eternity. Sweetness, warmth, happiness, these were all things that filled her heart, making her forget everything else. At this moment, they didn't think about how many hardships they would have to face in the future under the oath of undying love, and how many times they would be separated by life and death before they could be together forever. When two people who shouldn't have met in the first place met and wanted to be together, the resistance they had to face was countless times higher than that of ordinary people. However, was there anything in this world that Long Chen was afraid of? He didn't think too much about it. He just hugged Ling Xi's body tightly in his arms. He looked at the starry sky outside the window and began to tell Ling Xi about what had happened during this period of time. From when he woke up in the abyss of the Star Demon prison to when he killed Emperor Yuan and became the most powerful existence in Yuan Emperor City. Chapter 282. From the Star Demon prison until now, Long Chen's accomplishments today were partly due to luck, but the uniqueness of being a dragon martial artist was a bigger part of it. His own tenacity and intelligence were also a part of it. After listening to Long Chen narrate his experiences during this period of time, Ling Xi had a soul-stirring feeling. She had said that she wouldn't sleep, but what could she do about a mortal's body? If she didn't have a good rest, it would be impossible. Therefore, in Long Chen's story, she fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn the next day, Long Chen ran to the servant girls' rooms in the Jade Palace and gathered a full set of women's clothing. He didn't care if Ling Xi needed it or not. He took a large pile and came back for Ling Xi to choose for herself. There was no girl who wouldn't be interested in the matching equipment of these girls. Finally, not having to wear Long Chen's baggy men's clothing, Ling Xi was very excited. She gathered her courage and kissed Long Chen's face lightly. Long Chen and Xiao Lang waited outside the door. After a while, the door opened gently. Ling Xi, who had changed into neat clothes, caused Long Chen's eyes to light up. These clothes were for a servant girl and were not luxurious, but when worn by Ling Xi, it was different. Ling Xi wore a long brocade dress that was moon-white and light pink. The skirt and sleeves were embroidered with silver threads, and the sleeves were thin with light yellow patterns. The skirt was embroidered with large purple young flowers and looked very beautiful. A pink and white belt was tied around her waist, accentuating her well-proportioned figure. Strange patterns were densely distributed on the belt. She wore a pair of shoes embroidered with lilies, with soft fox fur sewn around the edges. There were jade ornaments on the sides, small and exquisite. Her jade-like white wrists wore 2 silver bracelets, which gave off a pleasant sound when she raised her hands. She wore tassel earrings, and her silky black hair casually fell to her waist. She wore only a few stars of milky white pearl necklaces that contrasted with the black luster of the clouds. Long Chen felt that she was a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. He was even more dazzled and admired her. Chen. It was the first time that she had dressed up in front of Long Chen, so Ling Xi did not have much confidence. At this time, she walked in front of Long Chen and looked at Long Chen charmingly. She asked, "Do I look good?" "As beautiful as a fairy," Long Chen said subconsciously. "Really?" Lingxi was as happy as a little butterfly. She twirled her body, causing her skirt to dance. "This is the sunlight." She raised her head and squinted at the sky. "Don't be silly. These belong to you. Let's go see the 9th prince now." Long Chen smiled. He held Lingxi's white fingers and walked toward the 9th prince's temporary imperial residence. At this time, Lingxi looked around. Under Long Chen's protection, she was like a little princess. Xiao Lang followed behind them bitterly. From today onwards, he would be officially ignored. Lingxi noticed the little fellow following behind. After listening to Long Chen's description, she knew that the sun-devouring dire wolf was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, the soul of the sun-devouring dire wolf was actually that Mo Xiaolang's soul. Back in Baiyang town, Lingxi knew Mo Xiaolang. Moreover, she heard that Mo Xiaolang had been going through fire and water with Long Chen. In Lingxi's heart, she also treated Xiaolang as her little brother. "Chen, he calls me sister-in-law." Lingxi giggled, her face slightly red. Long Chen looked at Lingxi and Xiaolang. After Yang Lingqing left with Li Xuanji, the two of them were the most important people to him. Long Chen swore in his heart that he would protect them for the rest of his life. Of course, Xiaolang had the sun-devouring direwolf's fortuitous encounter. His future growth might not be any worse than Long Chen's. 2 people and 1 wolf. In the eyes of outsiders, there were only 2 people. Mo Xiaolang had now become Long Chen's pet, accompanying Long Chen by his side. They would probably be fighting for a long time. When he was halfway there, the 9th prince had already sent someone to receive him. The guard saw Lingxi next to Long Chen and was shocked. Lingxi was like a fairy from the legends, pure and noble. She made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and couldn't have any thoughts of profanity. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Jade Emperor Hall. In front of the Jade Emperor Hall, Long Chen saw the 9th prince's mount, the wind-splitting dragon falcon. This profound grade 9 demonic beast quickly took a few steps back after smelling Mo Xiaolang's eerie and terrifying aura. It whimpered to show its submission. Normally, when a demonic beast became a tamed beast, the ferocity in their bones had been worn down. In front of a peerless demonic beast like the sun-devouring dire wolf, the wind-splitting dragon falcon didn't dare to be rash. In the Jade Emperor Hall, the 9th prince was already waiting. For this trip to Yuanling City, all the manpower and resources of the Jade Imperial Palace were provided by the 3 factions. Now, only the 9th prince and Old Yen would be leaving Yuanling City. After Long Chen arrived, the 9th prince was about to say that they would depart. However, when he saw that there was a beautiful little beauty next to Long Chen, the 9th prince was completely stunned. His eyes stared at Lingxi. "This is my wife, Lingxi. It should be fine for her to follow me to Baiyang Imperial City," Long Chen said. Lingxi was too beautiful. Even the 9th prince's gaze was a bit off, so Long Chen had to say this. "Peerless beauty, devastatingly beautiful. You really have good fortune. I was rude just now." Interrupted by Long Chen, the 9th prince looked away and smiled at Long Chen. After being interrupted by Long Chen, the 9th prince shifted his gaze and looked at Long Chen with a smile. "Peerless beauty, devastatingly beautiful. You really have good fortune. I was rude just now." The 9th prince's gaze made Lingxi uncomfortable. She held on to Long Chen's arm and hid behind Long Chen. "From now on, you will settle down in Baiyang Imperial City. Of course, you have to bring her along. There's no time to lose, let's depart now." The 9th prince nodded and no longer looked at Long Chen and Lingxi. He walked straight ahead. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and followed him onto the broad back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. From here to Baiyang Imperial City, there were many high mountains and deep valleys. The wind-splitting dragon falcon could fly, so these high mountains and deep valleys had no effect on it. However, they had a huge effect on Xiao Lang. So even though Xiao Lang's speed was faster than the wind-splitting dragon falcon, he had no choice but to follow Long Chen and step on the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The wind-splitting dragon falcon was afraid of Xiao Lang and was trembling. Old Yen comforted it for a moment. Only then did the demonic beast realize that the sun-devouring demonic wolf would not harm it. Only then did it dare to open its huge wings and prepare to hurry on. A huge wind rose, and Long Chen instantly followed them to the sky above Yuanling City. Because Lingxi was afraid of the cold, Long Chen had to take out the bedding from his Qiankuan bag and wrap it tightly around Lingxi. Then, he used his body to block the wind and held Lingxi in his arms. This way, Lingxi felt a little better. Bear with it, we will reach Baiyang Imperial City soon. Long Chen lowered his head and said in her ear. It's okay, Chen. With you hugging me, I feel very warm. Lingxi said with a smile. In terms of heat, Xiao Lang's body was incomparable. So, Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed him into Lingxi's arms to warm Lingxi. Of course, there was a thick quilt between them. The pitiful Mo Xiao Lang could only look innocently at Long Chen. His gaze made Lingxi giggle. While the wind-splitting dragon falcon was moving forward, the ninth prince turned his head back and saw this scene. Then, he silently turned back and looked ahead with calm and cold eyes. Your Highness. Old Yen seemed to understand his thoughts. There's no hurry. If it's mine, it will be mine. No one can take it away, the ninth prince said vaguely. Time slowly passed. Lingxi was weak, but with Long Chen's meticulous care, she didn't fall sick. The heat on Xiao Lang's body was very useful. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was of the fire attribute. If Xiao Lang didn't release the nine-hell demonic ancestral flame, his body would be burning. The rays of the sun were constantly gathering towards the wolf cub. Chen, I always feel that this trip to Baiyang Imperial City will be very dangerous. The nine-heaven celestial fruit in Ni Yang's wonderland will probably be very difficult to get, Lingxi said with some worry. There were many experts in Baiyang Imperial City. Long Chen would be nothing there. Of course, it would be dangerous. Don't worry. With pressure comes growth. When I first went to Yuanling City, my strength hadn't taken shape yet. But in Baiyang Imperial City, other than being weaker than others in terms of cultivation, I'm not worse than others, Long Chen said firmly. Indeed, in terms of earth rank, he already had the Thunder Flame battle body at the 3rd level, the Blue Dragon battle technique at the middle level, the 9-spinning fire shield at the middle level, and the Divine Fire clone at the high level. Moreover, the blood-refining chi and other abilities that belonged to dragon warriors were as abnormal as before. Even the soul-devouring demonic pupil that he got from Li Xuanji started to play a role. Moreover, Long Chen now had the peerless demonic beast, Xiao Lang, as a helper. No matter how deep the water in Baiyang Imperial City is, the three of us have to go and explore it. While we're still young, let's do it hard, Long Chen said with a smile. In Baiyang Imperial City, there were some super-powerful forces. Long Chen could see a corner of this Baiyang Imperial City from the 9th prince. Long Chen estimated that even if he and Xiao Lang joined forces, they would still be far from being a match for the 9th prince. At this time, Lingxi suddenly raised her head and said nervously, Chen, just now Xiao Lang told me that he felt that the 9th prince's gaze was somewhat malicious. She also knew that the current 9th prince, Long Chen, still couldn't resist, so she was a little flustered. Actually, Long Chen knew about this. A simple look could betray a person's thoughts. The relationship between the 9th prince, Lin Cangtian, and him was more of a business transaction and exploitation. It was impossible for them to be brothers of life and death. Don't worry, I have a plan. Long Chen rubbed the back of her head and said. Time gradually passed. The ninth prince once said that with the speed of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, it would take a total of 5 days to travel from Yuanling City to Baiyang Imperial City. Very soon, 5 days had almost passed. At this time, the wind-splitting dragon falcon had already begun to slow down and gradually flew at a lower altitude. Long Chen could now clearly see the scene below. It was a lush green forest, and in the forest, there were some crisscrossing rivers and mirror-like lakes. We're almost there. The ninth prince said. At this time, a black light suddenly rushed into the sky from the side and attacked the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Chapter 283. The attack of the black light was out of everyone's expectations. Feeling the shocking aura, Long Chen held Lingxi's slender waist with one hand and stood up, firmly fixing his legs on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. At this moment, the black light had already stopped in front of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. It was a small but extremely ferocious black eagle. This black eagle was not as big as the wind-splitting divine roc, and it could only carry one person. However, Long Chen was sure that this black eagle was definitely an earth-rank demonic beast, and it was even stronger than the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Ninth Prince, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find you by chance. On the black eagle stood a man in black tight-fitting clothes. He stared at Lin Sangtian with his vulture-like eyes, and as soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the wind-splitting dragon falcon. It's the people from the Heavenly Devil Palace. Old Yen, protect them. The ninth prince's face darkened, and without saying a word, he started fighting with the other party. The people from the Heavenly Devil Palace were unexpectedly strong. Before Long Chen could see their moves clearly, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. The wind-splitting dragon falcon flying in the sky had its internal organs shattered by a punch from the people from the Heavenly Devil Palace, and it was already dead. Meanwhile, Long Chen and the others fell from the sky. Old Yen saw that it was too late to rescue them, so he was concerned about the safety of the ninth prince, so he ignored Long Chen and the others who were falling from the sky and rushed towards the ninth prince. Long Chen didn't know how the ninth prince and Old Yen managed to escape from the sky. When the wind-splitting dragon falcon died, he held Lingxi in his arms and fell from the sky. The surrounding was filled with the sound of the wind, and the falling speed was getting faster and faster. Long Chen felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. If he was already in such a state, then as a mortal, Lingxi must be in even more pain. In a moment of desperation, he hugged Lingxi tightly in his arms. The wind-splitting dragon falcon's corpse fell together with Long Chen, but because of the different forces, they fell in different directions. Fortunately, the wind-splitting dragon falcon's flying altitude and speed had decreased because they were close to Baiyang Imperial City. After rapidly descending for a while, Long Chen was able to see the ground. His and Lingxi's bodies carried a huge impact force. If Long Chen fell by himself, he was confident that he could absorb the impact force. However, he was carrying Lingxi, who was incomparably fragile. It was very likely that an extremely low impact force would cause Lingxi's entire body to fall apart. What should we do? Long Chen was a little flustered. He had just given Lingxi the feeling of having a body. Was it going to be gone just like that? At this moment, Xiao Lang's body suddenly enlarged, and his landing speed increased. Before Long Chen landed, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's huge body had already smashed into the ground. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's body was much stronger than Long Chen's. After Xiao Lang fell from the sky, he was actually unharmed. Without a word, he leapt towards Long Chen. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. He used his true energy to firmly place Lingxi on Xiao Lang's body. The impact force from Lingxi's body had gradually dissipated as Xiao Lang fell. Long Chen himself took out the blue dragon halberd. When he landed, he suddenly slammed the blue dragon halberd into the ground. Immediately, a rebounding force sent him flying into the sky before he landed steadily on the ground. Not far away, the corpse of the wind-splitting dragon falcon crashed into the ground, causing dust to fill the air. After Long Chen landed, Xiao Lang carried Lingxi and landed on the ground. Long Chen hurriedly rushed over. When he discovered that Lingxi had successfully escaped the disaster and was only frightened, her face pale, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief and hugged Lingxi tightly. She had just obtained a body, and before she even reached Baiyang Imperial City, she had already suffered such a disaster. Lingxi was really unlucky, but fortunately, she was fine in the end. The people of Sky Demon Palace are obviously chasing after the 9th prince. We are now on the 9th prince's side. If we land on the ground, they will definitely see us, so we should leave this place quickly. Long Chen looked at the sky and discovered that the 9th prince and the people of Sky Demon Palace were fighting somewhere. He made a prompt decision and left with Lingxi and Xiao Lang. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and used the blue dragon halberd to open a path. In order to avoid attention, Xiao Lang shrunk his body again and quickly followed behind Long Chen. The direction of Baiyang Imperial City is over there. The 9th prince has been attacked and can't take care of us. It should be impossible for him to go back to find us. We can go to Baiyang Imperial City by ourselves. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer hesitated. In this lush and fresh forest, he rushed in the direction of Baiyang Imperial City. This forest was very beautiful. There were crisscrossing rivers everywhere, and there were also large and small lakes. On the way, Long Chen stopped and hunted a few wild rabbits. He made a fire and roasted them into a delicacy. Lingxi had been eating dry rations these days and was already hungry. Seeing the golden and oily delicacies, she was already drooling. After feeding the little girl, 2 people and 1 wolf continued on their way. Of course, Lingxi couldn't keep up with Long Chen's speed, so along the way, Long Chen carried her on his back. Feeling the warmth from her soft body, as well as the slippery feeling on his back, Long Chen felt a little restless. Lingxi also blushed a little when she smelled his scent. The little wolf bitterly followed behind, pretending that it didn't see anything. Even though he'd saved Lingxi earlier, he was still like a superfluous existence between them. A vast lake appeared ahead. The water was calm, and they were faintly able to see a small island on the opposite side. The island was suffused with smoke, and there ought to be a family there. It's getting late. We'll rest on this island for a night and continue on our journey tomorrow. I believe it won't be long before we'll be able to arrive at Baiyang Imperial City, instructed Long Chen. Xiao Lang said he knows this island. He came here when he was young, and it's called Goldfish Island. Seeing Xiao Lang stare at each other for a long time, Lingxi finally understood what Xiao Lang wanted to say. Goldfish Island. Since you're familiar with it, Xiao Lang, then it couldn't be any better. Xiao Lang spent his childhood in Baiyang Imperial City. Long Chen carried Lingxi on his back as he walked on the surface of the lake. At the same time, he was also conversing with Xiao Lang through Lingxi's. You're saying that the few areas outside of Baiyang Imperial City were originally managed by the 4 great clans of the Imperial City. This Goldfish Island and the vast land around it originally belonged to the Mo clan, but because the Mo clan was exterminated, you don't know the current situation on this island. Xiao Lang nodded. As he looked at the island that was getting closer and closer, his eyes revealed a nostalgic look. When he was 6 years old, his entire clan was exterminated, and he had to escape alone while carrying a blood feud. The tragedy that Xiao Lang had encountered was hard for Long Chen to imagine. Just as he was about to comfort his brother, he and Xiao Lang faintly heard an urgent cry for help. Save me! You Woku people, go to hell! Amidst the cries for help, the man's laughter could be heard. Let's go and have a look. Naturally, Long Chen couldn't just watch them die. Following the direction of the sound, the two quickly arrived at their destination. In front of them was a small boat that was floating on the lake. Right now, there were two people arguing on the boat. It was a man and a woman. The man was roaring like a wild beast, pressing the woman down on his body and tearing her clothes in a frenzy. Without saying a word, Long Chen rushed over and kicked the man away, causing him to fall into the water. He didn't completely understand what was happening, so he didn't kick the man to death. This man was also an Earth Core warrior, so he wouldn't drown in the water. After that, Long Chen looked at the woman on the boat. When he saw her clearly, his heart surged with anger. The girl in front of him was thin and weak, and her face was young and tender. Her body had just started to develop, and she was only 12 or 13 years old. But just now, that big and burly man was obviously going to rape her. Bastard! When Lingxi saw this, she gritted her teeth and cursed. At this moment, the man who was kicked away had already floated up to the surface of the water. He was cursing in a language that Long Chen couldn't understand. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Long Chen fiercely. Soon, he jumped out of the water and unleashed the strength of an Earth Core warrior as he charged towards Long Chen. This man looked extremely ugly and wretched. He was short and stout, and his height didn't even reach Long Chen's chest. However, his eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. With just one look, one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Kid, how dare you touch our great Woku people? You're courting death." At this moment, the guy finally spoke in a language that Long Chen could understand. However, his accent was very strange, and it took Long Chen a lot of effort to understand what he was saying. "Woku people? Who do you think you are?" At this moment, how could Long Chen not understand that this guy was a beast? When he jumped out of the water and wanted to kill Long Chen immediately pierced his chest with his devil spirit sword. The short man's eyes were wide open as he fell into the water. He died with his eyes wide open. Blood crazily gushed out from his chest, and soon, the green lake water around him was dyed red. The girl had clearly seen how Long Chen killed the Woku people. At this moment, she stood up and tidied her clothes. Then, she politely said to Long Chen, "Little you, thank you big brother and big sister for saving me." This girl was very tough. Facing such a situation, she didn't even cry. "Is your name Little you? What happened?" Long Chen realized that she was from the island, so he started chatting with her. "That man just now was a Woku people. I thought they wouldn't come today, so I came out to play. I didn't expect to meet him. If Big Brother didn't save me, I would have died." Little Yu's face was filled with fear when she said this. "What's a Woku people?" Long Chen asked as he pulled Lingxi to sit on the boat. Chapter 284. At this moment, Xiaolang touched Long Chen's leg. Through Lingxi's, Long Chen understood what Xiaolang was trying to say. The Wu tribe was originally a human tribe to the east of Cangyang country. Later on, due to the harsh environment, the tribe moved to the vicinity of Baiyang Imperial City. The elites of the tribe formed the Yamato family in Baiyang Imperial City because they had some capabilities. They are now one of the three major families in the Imperial City and have the same strength as the Mo family. This was the information in Xiaolang's words. After hearing what they said, Long Chen realized that the people of the Wu tribe were not simple. Through Lingxi's, Xiaolang said, the Wu tribe usually lives around the Imperial City and has their own language. Their appearance is slightly different from the people of Cangyang country. They are generally ugly and short. They are violent, cruel, and barbaric. Both the men and women of the tribe are extremely promiscuous and inhumane. However, because the Yamato family supports the other Wu tribe in the Imperial City, they have always been doing well. Not many people dare to provoke them. Yes, they can't be called humans at all. They are a group of beasts in human skin. Speaking of the Wu tribe, Xiaoyu was filled with righteous indignation. Xiaoyu, tell me, why do you say that? Long Chen asked with concern. Although he wanted to rush to Baiyang Imperial City, it seemed that there was something here that needed his help. Moreover, Xiaolang seemed to have some feelings for the Golden Fish Island. If the people of the Golden Fish Island were in trouble, Long Chen thought that he might be able to help. That's because our Golden Fish Island is almost done for, Xiaoyu said with a gloomy expression. What happened? Long Chen asked. The land around the imperial city used to be under the jurisdiction of the 4 great clans. However, after the Mo clan disappeared, the land under the Mo clan's jurisdiction started to be fought over by other forces. Because our Goldfish Island is located in a remote area and we don't have any benefits, it has always been peaceful. Xiaoyu paused for a moment before continuing. But recently, the Wu tribe has been frantically gathering land nearby. They will soon arrive at Goldfish Island. Our island master said that the Wu tribe has a ferocious nature and that they are like wild beasts. Wherever they go, they will burn, rob, and kill. They will do anything, especially beautiful women. It is very difficult for them to escape from their evil claws. We originally wanted to move, but most of the people on the island are unwilling to leave. This is the land that our ancestors left for us. We cannot leave it to these beasts. The island lord said that we have at most 5 days left. Right now, all the cultivators on the island are frantically cultivating. As long as the Wu race arrives, we will definitely fight to the death with them. Even if we bleed to the last drop of blood, we will not hand over our ancestral land to others. We will not let a group of beasts step on our heads. Although Xiaoyu was young, she was very knowledgeable. At that moment, she explained everything in detail. She clenched her small fists tightly and her blood was boiling. Her eyes were filled with an unyielding gaze. This beast must be the spy of the Wu tribe. Now that the spy has died here, the Wu tribe will definitely speed up their attack if they find out. When that time comes, thinking of the Wu tribe's strength, Xiaoyu felt a little helpless. Although she was afraid, she did not surrender. Xiaolang wants to help them. He said that they are the people of the Mo clan and cannot be tainted by others, Lingxi said softly. Long Chen lowered his head and looked at Xiaolang's passionate gaze. He nodded. Xiaoyu will stay and help you. Long Chen said with a smile. Putting aside Xiaolang's relationship, Long Chen also didn't want this peaceful island to be destroyed by barbarism. Besides, when Xiaoyu said that, her spirit of facing death with equanimity touched Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this was the spirit of a tribe. Really? Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with surprise. She had clearly seen Long Chen's strength when he killed that Earth Core warrior just now. If Long Chen could help, the Goldfish Island might still have some hope. At the very least, with Long Chen's help, the Goldfish Island would have fewer casualties. As for the trip to the Baiyang Imperial City, it wouldn't matter if it was delayed for a while. Big bro, can you tell me your strength? Early Heavenly Core Realm, Late Heavenly Core Realm, or that frightening Heavenly River Realm warrior? Xiaoyu asked excitedly. She was now at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein Realm, and this place was close to the Imperial City, where martial arts were prevalent. Long Chen wasn't surprised that Xiaoyu had such knowledge. Heavenly River. Long Chen answered without hiding his strength. The Golden Fish Island needed help the most right now, and Long Chen wouldn't be stingy with his help. Really? Xiaoyu exclaimed once again. She looked at Long Chen from top to bottom, and when she realized Long Chen wouldn't lie to her, she immediately became excited and started jumping around on the boat. She was still a little kid after all. Big bro, beautiful big sister, I'll bring you back to the Golden Fish Island now, we'll meet our island chief. After saying that, Xiaoyu started paddling the boat. The boat sailed past the dead body of the Japanese man and headed towards the Golden Fish Island. Not long after, Long Chen and the others went ashore. The island wasn't big, it was even smaller than Baiyang town. The only special thing was that in the center of the island, there was a small mountain. Long Chen could sense a slight heat coming from the small mountain. There's actually a crater on such a small island? Long Chen felt it was strange. But after thinking about it, he realized that it must have been a crater in the past, and then the terrain changed, causing the crater to sink and become smaller. But the appearance was still there. Xiao Lang seemed to have noticed the strange thing about the place as well. He carefully sniffed the air and shook his head, as if he had some doubts. Xiao Lang said that he could sense the aura of a demon beast. Lingxi whispered into Long Chen's ears. Demon beast? I don't think so. If there were demon beasts, the Golden Fish Island would have been destroyed long ago. It wouldn't have existed for so long. Long Chen shook his head. Big bro, follow me. Xiaoyu walked in front and waved at Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen and Xiao Lang stop what they were doing and focus on walking with Xiaoyu. It could be seen that the Golden Fish Island was very peaceful. There weren't many islanders living here, and most of them made a living by fishing. The people were simple and honest, which made Long Chen feel very comfortable. However, what puzzled Long Chen was that along the way, they seemed to have passed by a few villages, but there weren't many strong men. There were only a few women doing housework and children playing carefreely. It was a peaceful and beautiful scene. The others have gone to the Island Master's place and are cultivating under the Island Master's guidance. They are working hard for the upcoming battle. We have already dug a cave in the back of the mountain. From tomorrow onwards, the old, the weak, the women, and the children will start moving into the cave, while the others will stay and fight. I'm 12 this year, but I'm already in the 8th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. However, the Island Master doesn't allow me to fight and wants me to protect the others. He said that this task is more important. Xiaoyu was very proud of herself. Long Chen, on the other hand, felt a little heavy. Xiaoyu said proudly. She was only 12 years old, and she had to face this kind of pressure. If she didn't handle it well, the only outcome would be death. Besides, from their description, Long Chen knew that their opponents were the Japanese tribesmen. They were brutal and violent, and they were no different from wild beasts. If they failed, the consequences would be disastrous. After we cross this bamboo forest, we will arrive at the Island Master's place. But I guess they must be at the training ground. Let me bring you there now. When the Island Master sees that I brought a heavenly river warrior, he will definitely praise me, hee. Xiaoyu said proudly. Xiaoyu, do you know the difference in strength between the two sides? How much combat strength does the Golden Fish Island have, and how much combat strength does the Japanese tribe have? Long Chen asked. Well, we have 2 heavenly river warriors, the Island Master, and his son. We also have quite a number of heavenly core warriors. As for the Japanese tribe, I only know that one of the Japanese tribes is attacking the Goldfish Island, but I don't know their exact strength. But judging from how nervous the Island Master is, they should be very strong. Long Chen nodded his head. Some bamboo houses appeared in front of them, one after another. They looked very elegant. After passing through these bamboo houses, the bamboo forest in front of them suddenly became spacious. From far away, Long Chen could already hear the noises coming from the training ground. Drink. Long Chen could clearly capture the sounds of explosive shouts and the collisions of weapons. In the blink of an eye, a group of 200 men appeared in front of them. Most of them were shirtless men, and they were sweating profusely as they fought fiercely. Some of them were even using divine jades and cultivating in the bamboo forest. Island Master, Island Master. Xiaoyu didn't dare to get close to them. She just shouted at them from the side. Everyone who was cultivating in the training ground turned their heads around. When they saw Xiaoyu, they didn't pay much attention to her. However, Long Chen and Lingxi attracted their attention. Long Chen was here because of his strength, and Lingxi was here because of her beauty. Continue cultivating. In the training ground, an old man with white hair and hawk-like eyes shouted. Then, he turned around and walked towards Long Chen and Xiaoyu. Island Master, Xiaoyu has found a great helper for our Golden Fish Island. Big Brother is a Heavenly River tier warrior. He has agreed to help us defeat the Wu clan, Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. Xiaoyu's words made everyone stop again. They all looked at Long Chen, their faces full of confusion. To them, Long Chen was too young. He was already a Heavenly River tier warrior at such a young age. Such a genius should be in Baiyang Imperial City, not a small place like Golden Fish Island. Everyone stopped cultivating and looked at each other. They were discussing Long Chen and, of course, the beautiful Lingxi. Heavenly River tier. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the island master was also shocked. He could tell at a glance that Long Chen was an incredible genius, but he didn't expect him to be at the Heavenly River tier. Even at his age, he was only at the first level of the Heavenly River tier. Young friend, is what Xiaoyu said true? The island master of Golden Fish Island asked seriously as he walked in front of Long Chen. Chapter 285. There were things a man should and shouldn't do. Saving the Golden Fish Island was something he should do. I am Long Chen. I heard from Miss Xiaoyu about the Golden Fish Island, and I have decided to offer my meager strength, Long Chen said with a nod. The Golden Fish Island master sized up Long Chen, and indeed discovered that he couldn't see through Long Chen. An expert like this was exactly what he needed right now. Young friend Long Chen, my name is Chen Feng. If you don't mind, you can just call me Elder Chen. I am truly grateful that you are willing to protect my Golden Fish Island. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. Come, this way, please. Chen Feng naturally welcomed Long Chen with open arms. He hurriedly led Long Chen into an elegant bamboo house and had the others serve tea. Then, he took out the snacks and pastries unique to the Golden Fish Island to take care of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't have much need for food, but Lingxi had become immortal, so she was very interested in these delicious pastries. Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony, either. He brought out the food for Lingxi to enjoy as he chatted with Chen Feng. Where are you from, young friend? Chen Feng guessed that Long Chen was from Baiyang Imperial City when he saw that he was already at the Heavenly River tier at such a young age. I'm not at liberty to tell you, Long Chen said apologetically as he shook his head with a smile. It was troublesome to talk about this, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. I was rude. I'm really sorry, Chen Feng apologized. Old Chen, I won't say anything else. When I passed by Goldfish Island, I saw a man attacking Xiaoyu, so I saved Xiaoyu and asked her about Goldfish Island. What the Wu tribe did really angered both humans and gods, so I decided to help. However, I don't know anything about the Wu tribe's strength, so I hope Old Chen can tell me, Long Chen said. So that's how it is. No wonder little Yu brought you here. Chen Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, this time, it is one of the clans of the Wu tribe that has set their sights on the Goldfish Island. This clan has always been active near the Goldfish Island, and their name strikes fear in people's hearts. In this clan, there is a husband and wife who are martial artists at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. They also have several martial artists at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, so, when he heard this news, Long Chen was shocked. There were only 2 first-level Heavenly River tier elites on the Goldfish Island. Island Lord, forgive me for being blunt, but the other party's strength obviously surpasses yours. You have no chance of winning at all. why don't you move your clan? Instead, you stay here and waste your lives for nothing, Long Chen said with a serious expression. I also plan to move my clan, but not many people agreed. How could we just give up the land left behind by our ancestors? My clansmen all said that no matter how strong the other party is, when we bleed to the last drop, we will definitely make them pay a heavy price. Although we will die, our souls will live forever. When he reached the end of his speech, Chen Feng was as excited as Xiaoyu. Seeing this old guy's face turn red with excitement, Long Chen's heart was also infected. He suddenly felt his blood boil. Previously, he had definitely been a helper because of Xiao Lang, but now, Long Chen was going to do his best no matter what. Young friend Long Chen, I will thank you no matter what for your decision. However, the chances of winning on the Goldfish Island are too small. You are still young, so you cannot waste your life for nothing. Don't worry, old Chen. Even if I am not a match for them, I will have no problem staying alive. When the time comes, I will definitely do my best to minimize the casualties on the Goldfish Island. Chen Feng told Long Chen about the battle prowess of the Wu tribe, but he was completely unafraid. This moved Chen Feng very much. You must be bragging. At this moment, a tall, middle-aged man walked into the bamboo house and looked coldly at Long Chen. The aura on this man was no weaker than Chen Feng's. He must be the other Heavenly River tier cultivator on the Goldfish Island. Nonsense, Chen Feng berated. Chen Feng chided. Then, he smiled at Long Chen, and said, "This is my son, Chen Lei. This is our young friend, Long Chen, who has agreed to help our Goldfish Island. You should have heard of him, right? At such a young age, he is already at the Heavenly River tier. He is much stronger than you." Chen Lei knew about this. He looked Long Chen up and down, feeling that he was a little unreliable. Thus, he said, "Brat, don't tell me you have some ulterior motive? I don't believe that there would be an idiot who would come to the Goldfish Island to die for no reason." Chen Lei, what nonsense are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. Chen Feng stood up from the bamboo chair and stared at Chen Lei with a cold glare. Okay. Chen Lei was angry when he saw his father actually flipping out at him. He said sarcastically, "Dad, I see that you, brat, don't look like a good person. You might even be a spy for the Wu tribe. Bastard, you blockhead, get out of here right now. Have you ever seen such a tall spy for the Wu tribe?" With Long Chen's age, his current strength, his tall appearance, and his tall figure, there was no way he could be a spy for the Wu tribe. Chen Lei didn't know how to refute when he thought about the height of the Wu tribe. In any case, he felt that there was something wrong with Long Chen, but he couldn't point it out. All he could do was leave. Chen Feng sat down again, and said apologetically, "Long Chen, please don't treat him like an outsider. This brat is quite cute. His wife of many years was killed by the Wu tribe, so he is a little sensitive." "It's okay, I understand," Long Chen said with a nod. Dongfang Xianxiao had said that the most terrifying thing in this world was a woman who didn't have the strength to protect herself. He could understand Chen Lei's experience. Long Chen stood up and pulled Lingxi, who was still eating pastries. "Old Chen, that's all for now. It's getting late, so I'll have to ask Old Chen to prepare a place for me. I'll stay on the island for the next few days and wait for the Wu tribe to come. I'll definitely do my best." Okay, this way please." "Oh right, little friend Long Chen, I've already asked someone to prepare a banquet." "No, Old Chen, this is an emergency. If there's food, just send it directly to my room. It's enough to fill my Lingxi's stomach." Long Chen pinched Lingxi's face and smiled. Lingxi used the mysterious sky jade lotus and turned into an ordinary person. Long Chen's cosmos sack now had some necessities. Chen Feng prepared an exquisite bamboo house for Long Chen before leaving. After 2 hours, someone had already sent dinner. After Long Chen and the others had dinner, Chen Feng left. In this small space, Xiao Lang whimpered and tactfully left. When he left, he didn't forget to close the door for Long Chen. "Chen, am I very troublesome?" Lingxi asked nervously as she grabbed the corner of her clothes. When a warrior started cultivating, they consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as food. They were less dependent on food. Long Chen would only eat when he wanted to taste delicacies. However, food was indeed the energy that kept Lingxi alive. Long Chen had to prepare food for her every day, which was why Lingxi had asked this question. "Silly girl, don't you think this is very blissful?" Long Chen smiled and patted her soft cheeks. Ever since the Star Demon prison, Lingxi's personality had begun to change. She seemed to be much more reserved. Long Chen could see traces of worry in her eyes. She was worried about the future. "Little Shi, there's something on your mind?" Long Chen asked. "How could there be?" "No." "Then why do you look so bitter?" "You're like a resentful woman," Long Chen said with a smile. "You're the little resentful woman, I'm not," said Ling Shi angrily. The night was as cold as water. "I can't sleep," Lingxi, who was in Long Chen's arms, suddenly said. "Really? Today, I keep feeling that the mountain in the center of Goldfish Island is a bit strange." Xiao Lang seems to have felt it too. "However, I don't feel at ease going there with you here. Since you can't sleep, I'll take you there," Long Chen said as he got up. After Lingxi put on thick clothes and tidied herself up, Long Chen took her out and called out to Xiao Lang, who was in the distance. 2 humans and 1 wolf headed toward the center of Goldfish Island. It's indeed the aura of a demonic beast. However, it seems to be in a deep sleep. As they approached the mountain, Long Chen had already sensed it. He believed that Chen Feng and the others must also know that there was a demonic beast hibernating on Goldfish Island. They climbed to the top of the mountain, where there was a small heavenly pond. The pond was filled with turquoise lake water. Long Chen reached his hand into the lake water and took it out again. He said, "The lake water is warm. This demonic beast must be of the fire attribute. The beast core of a fire attribute demonic beast will be of great use to you, Xiao Lang. Help me protect little Shi first. I'll enter the heavenly pond to take a look." Xiao Lang howled and nodded. Because Ling Shi didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, Long Chen had no choice but to carefully ensure her safety at all times. He sent Ling Shi to the side and gave her a few instructions before jumping into the warm heavenly lake. The jade-green lake water instantly submerged him. What surprised Long Chen was that although the heavenly pond wasn't big, it was very deep. It took him a long time to reach the bottom of the heavenly pond. The water temperature was very high, but there were still strange aquatic plants growing on it. Long Chen looked at the bottom of the pond over and over again. He could feel that the fiery energy was at the bottom of the heavenly pond. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was an entrance that he could enter directly. Of course, if he used brute force, he could directly break the bottom of the pond. However, that would definitely alarm the demonic beast of unknown strength. Therefore, Long Chen didn't dare to take the risk. After searching the bottom of the pond in a carpet fashion, Long Chen finally found a gap between 2 huge rocks in the corner of the wall. Long Chen didn't hesitate and went through the gap. He discovered that it was a small pond. The pond wasn't deep, so Long Chen easily floated up. Then, he arrived at a hole in the ground. This hole led downwards. It's very possible that this hole leads to the location of the demonic beast. Thinking of this, Long Chen couldn't help but be careful. He didn't make a sound as he went downwards. The lower he went, the higher the temperature. After about 50 meters, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding rocks had turned fiery red. The demonic beast is just ahead. Chapter 286. The deeper he went, the bigger the cave became. Soon, Long Chen saw a vast underground space. The rocks here were red hot, and the air was filled with a fiery aura. There used to be a lot of lava here, but now that the earth has changed, only the shell is left. Long Chen looked into the depths of the ground. There was a huge cave below. Thinking about it, it should have been filled with magma in the past, but now, there were only red stones and a small magma lake less than 50 meters in diameter. The lava lake wasn't the key point. The key point was that there was a monster that was several times larger than the sun-devouring demon wolf. It was a monster that looked like a flood dragon. It had sharp claws, teeth, and 4 thick limbs. Its skin was fiery red, just like a normal flood dragon. However, it was different from a flood dragon in that it didn't have horns. What was even more strange was that it didn't just have 1 pair of upper limbs, but 4. It had a total of 8 fiery red claws, like steel blades that were still being calcined. It was extremely terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Long Chen hadn't seen it before. Although this demonic beast was in a deep sleep, its aura was extremely thick, and it was even stronger than the sun-devouring demonic wolves. Long Chen did not dare to meddle. After memorizing the demonic beast's appearance, he returned the way he came, swam out of the heavenly lake, and arrived in front of Ling Shi. He described the appearance of the demon beast in front of Ling Shi, and when she heard about the 4 claws, Ling Shi didn't hesitate to say, "This is an Earth-step 3rd grade 8-clawed fire centipede. It lives in the magma, and it survives by absorbing the fire power of the magma. There isn't much magma left in this place, so it's sleeping to reduce its consumption. The 8-clawed fire centipede is quite lazy, so it'll probably wait until the magma here is used up before it moves. Earth class rank 3. Long Chen estimated. Compared to Xiao Lang, it was 1 rank higher. If the 2 brothers worked together, they might have a chance. However, before dealing with the Japanese, Long Chen didn't dare to act rashly. Forget it. We'll think about the 8-clawed fire centipede after we help the people of Goldfish Island survive this disaster, Long Chen decided. The 8-clawed fire centipede had 2 benefits. First, its Niden had absorbed many years of flame essence, which was a great supplement for Xiao Lang. Second, its rich bloodline was food for Long Chen. Long Chen carried Lingxi in his arms and went back the way they came. We went out for a walk. You should be able to sleep now, right? Long Chen whispered in Lingxi's ear. I want you to hug me, but you are not allowed to touch me. Lingxi's face was a little flushed. The weather was cold now, and with Long Chen hugging her, she felt exceptionally peaceful and warm. All right. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Delicious food was placed in front of him, and he was starving. The most he could do was take advantage of it. Every time Long Chen was attracted, his whole body was filled with anger, but he had no way to vent it. This kind of feeling was worse than death. Just as they were about to reach the place Chen Feng had arranged for them, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. It was Chen Lei, who was smiling coldly. Long Chen, I can tell that you are up to no good. Why are you sneaking around my Goldfish Island in the middle of the night? Chen Lei said coldly. His tall body pressed down on Long Chen. Long Chen, I see that you are up to no good. My legs are on my body. I can walk however I want. I promise to help Goldfish Island deal with the Japanese, but that doesn't mean I can't walk. Long Chen felt pity for Chen Lei at first, but if he kept provoking him, Long Chen didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Still trying to quibble? I can tell that you are a thief. What did you steal? Chen Lei said. Steal? What do you have here that's worth stealing? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. Chen Lei sized him up suspiciously for a while. Long Chen was right. On Goldfish Island, apart from Chen Lei and Chen Feng, there was nothing that caught Long Chen's attention. In Chen Lei's eyes, although Long Chen's whereabouts were suspicious, his cultivation level was indeed at the heavenly river tier. As for his actual combat ability, given Long Chen's age, how much training could he have gone through? In Chen Lei's eyes, Long Chen had to be a noble disciple of some force. He was only able to achieve his current accomplishments because of the protection and nurturing of his ancestors. This kind of greenhouse flower would be no match for him in a fight. Thus, it was unlikely that Long Chen had stolen anything. He looked behind Long Chen, and suddenly exclaimed, "You've been to the heavenly lake, Long Chen. Looks like you have designs on the 8-clawed fire serpent. You're really seeking death." The 8-clawed fire serpent is an Earth Grade 3 demonic beast. If you awaken it, you'll definitely die a horrible death. You might even implicate the entire Goldfish Island. You say you're here to save our Goldfish Island, but I think you're the scourge of our Goldfish Island. Chen Lei's veins bulged as he spoke. He had indeed guessed correctly this time. Long Chen was indeed interested in the 8-clawed fire serpent, but now was definitely not the time. Chen Lei, don't get too worked up. I'll be honest with you. I came here to help you, but when I arrived at the island, I found that the center of the lake was a bit strange. I went there in the middle of the night and found traces of demonic beasts. If it was as you said, would have already started fighting with the 8-clawed fire centipede. Why would I come back here? Long Chen didn't want to get tangled up with him, so he explained patiently. I came here to help you, but when I arrived at the island, I found that the heavenly lake in the center was a bit strange. I went there in the middle of the night and found traces of demonic beasts. If it was as you said, would have already started fighting with the 8-clawed fire serpent. Why would I come back here? Get out of my way. Since he couldn't explain it, Long Chen was too lazy to explain. Don't even think about it. Chen Lei roared. Long Chen had run out of patience. He was just about to hand Lingxi over to Xiao Lang to teach the idiot a lesson when Xiao Lang's body suddenly expanded and transformed into a sun-devouring fiend wolf. With its rank 2 Earth-class combat prowess, it didn't take long for the terrified Chen Lei to be trampled under its feet. The sun-devouring fiend wolf's heavy aura and burning eyes made Chen Lei's hair stand on end. He really didn't expect that Long Chen's pet, Xiao Lang, was actually an Earth-class demonic beast. Moreover, it was clearly more than just rank 1. Remember, I have my own patience. I'm here to help the Goldfish Island, not to be bullied by you. If you piss me off, I don't mind killing you. Long Chen walked to Chen Lei's side and said a few words before leaving with Lingxi. Xiao Lang used its thick claws to smack Chen Lei to the ground. A mouthful of black flames swept out of its mouth. The cold temperature of the black flames made Chen Lei's hair stand on end, and he almost suffocated. Fortunately, Xiao Lang had put away the 9 Serenity's demon ancestral flame. However, Xiao Lang's warning made Chen Lei freeze in place. After a full 15 minutes, he crawled up from the ground. His eyes were gloomy as he looked in the direction Long Chen had disappeared. Where did this Long Chen come from? He actually has such a terrifying demonic beast that is so loyal to him. After thinking for a long time, Chen Lei still couldn't figure it out. He then shook his head and said helplessly, "Sigh, no matter how hard I try, it seems that I can't compare to the descendants of these great forces. Their elders can just give me a random demonic beast and they can trample me under their feet. If Long Chen really wants to help, this demonic beast can really increase the hope of the Goldfish Island. It seems that I can't go against him anymore. Otherwise, Father will definitely give me a good scolding." After returning to the room, Xiao Lang went outside to play. As promised, Long Chen hugged Lingxi's warm and soft body, letting her sleep peacefully. The seductive body in his arms caused Long Chen to be filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to make a move, but he felt that Lingxi was simply too evil. "Chen, why are you poking my stomach?" Lingxi murmured in a daze. Long Chen was startled and hurriedly moved his buttocks away. "Your fingers are so big." Lingxi's hand had unknowingly reached down. Before Long Chen could react, she had grabbed it. Long Chen's face immediately turned red. Looking at the beautiful face of the woman in his arms, he let out a beast-like breath. "It's so hot." Lingxi moaned and let go of his hand. She turned sideways and continued to sleep. Long Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, and the heat in his body gradually dissipated. When will these bitter days end? Long Chen rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling helplessly. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Lingxi use the mysterious sky jade lotus and become an ordinary person. Not much. For now, Lingxi was happy, and that was enough. On Goldfish Island, Long Chen spent a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, he would occasionally look around Goldfish Island, watch the islanders cultivate, and help the old, weak, women and children move. On Goldfish Island, apart from Chen Lei, everyone was very fond of this immortal couple. The news that Long Chen was a Heavenly River tier cultivator had already spread through the entire Goldfish Island from Xiaoyu. When they found out that Long Chen was actually here to help deal with the Wu tribe, everyone was extremely grateful to him. They gave Long Chen many gifts, and Lingxi received many clothes, rare jewelry, and all kinds of delicious food. This made her smile exceptionally happily every day. As for the problem of the 8-clawed fire serpent, Long Chen had already discussed it with Chen Feng. He planned to look for an opportunity to deal with the 8-clawed fire serpent after the Wu tribe attacked. Chen Feng didn't have any objections to this. His mind was completely focused on dealing with the Wu tribe. To be honest, Chen Feng knew that Long Chen had an Earth-rank demonic beast that could easily defeat Chen Lei. However, there were a total of 2 experts at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier among the Wu tribe. In the face of death, the islanders of Goldfish Island weren't afraid. Their blood was boiling, and they had already sharpened their sharp weapons. They were waiting for the Wu tribe beasts to arrive so that they could start a battle of life and death. They were protecting the old, weak, women and children, as well as the land left behind by their ancestors. Therefore, they had no choice but to win or die. There was no other way out. While they were preparing, the Wu tribesmen finally arrived. Chapter 287. The tribesmen of the Golden Fish Island had set up many spies around the island. As long as there was movement from the Wu tribe not far away, they would immediately be notified. As early as a few days ago, the old, weak, women, and children of the Golden Fish Island had already been moved into the cave they had dug. Even if the Wu tribe combed the entire Golden Fish Island, it would still be difficult for them to find the entrance to the cave. Under the threat of death, no one dared to play around. As for the strong men of the tribe, they were all prepared for battle. Dozens of days of persistence and cultivation had filled every one of them with fighting spirit and courage. The Golden Fish Island wasn't big. When the spies rushed back and confirmed the direction of the Wu tribe's advance, the warriors on the island hurriedly rushed in that direction. They had set up a comprehensive defense on the island. No matter which direction they went, they had a huge advantage in terms of terrain. Long Chen also followed the crowd. Because he was worried about Lingxi, he let Lingxi tag along. He didn't let Lingxi follow the old, weak, women, and children of the island into the cave. To him, when it came to protecting Lingxi, he only trusted himself and Xiaolang. At this time, about 300 warriors of the Golden Fish Island were hiding in a kernel. In front of them was a lake. At this time, everyone could already see the Wu tribe's large ship heading towards the Golden Fish Island. In the humid air, the rough and violent laughter of the Wu tribe traveled over, causing everyone's heart to tighten slightly. Unlike the nervous warriors of the Golden Fish Island, Long Chen and Xiaolang stood in front. The island lord of the Golden Fish Island, Chen Feng, and his son, Chen Lei, were also here. Chen Lei had always disliked Long Chen. He felt that Chen Feng was too polite to him. However, Long Chen hadn't done anything before the Battle of the Golden Fish Island. This made Chen Lei, who had a lot of complaints about him, unable to say anything. Let's see who kills more enemies later. Do you really think you can compete with me, a Heavenly River tier cultivator with over 20 years of battle experience? Chen Lei said in annoyance as he looked at the calm Long Chen. Of course, brother Chen Lei has more. I'm just a greenhorn. How could I dare to compare with brother Chen Lei? Long Chen chuckled. He couldn't be bothered to compete with this stupid donkey. In his eyes, every Goldfish Island clansman's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and bravery. Even though they knew that the other party would be difficult to defeat, they did not show the slightest bit of fear. Long Chen finally saw what it meant to face death calmly. Everyone, there is no such thing as submission and patience in our dictionary. The Japanese are ruthless. If Goldfish Island is ruled by them, we and our descendants will live under their tyranny for generations to come. We will suffer from them and live like dogs. Chen Feng frowned deeply. He paused, then lowered his voice and said in a solemn tone, in order to prevent our children and our women from being humiliated, no one can back down from this battle. This land is the most precious gift our ancestors have given us. It is the Goldfish Island where we will live and thrive for generations to come. Today, it will suffer a great calamity. Whether or not we can survive this crisis will depend on whether or not everyone here is afraid of death. Remember, killing 1 is worth it. Killing 2 is worth it. Killing 10 is fucking worth it. Chen Feng, who was usually strict and serious, suddenly cursed, breaking the tense atmosphere. It could be seen that the fighting spirit on everyone's faces had become even more intense. This was a battle for the survival of their race. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Long Chen could see the bloodthirst in their eyes that even he admired. Old Chen, don't worry too much. Look, the height of the Japanese can't even reach our warriors' chests. How could a bunch of dwarves be a match for us? Long Chen smiled. The Japanese were generally short and looked wretched. Everyone on the Goldfish Island knew that. Long Chen, I really have to thank you this time. If we are defeated later, you should run away first. Take as many as you can with you as you can. Leave some bloodline for the Goldfish Island. If possible, help me take care of the old, weak, women, and children in the cave, Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng said indifferently. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was prepared to die in battle today. All right. Although he didn't think that they would be defeated, Long Chen still agreed to his request so that the old man would feel at ease. The big ship in the distance was gradually approaching. At that moment, the people in the valley could already see the group of Japanese on the deck, who were yelling wildly. In their opinion, they were purely there to take over the Goldfish Island. As for the small obstacles that they might encounter, they didn't care at all. When the hundreds of Japanese thought about the wealth and women of the Goldfish Island, the closer they got to the Goldfish Island, the more excited they became. Nominally, they were managing the Goldfish Island on behalf of the Yamato family. However, the truth was that they were a group of robbers who committed all sorts of crimes. Wherever they went, they would rape and pillage. Soon, they landed on the island. There were more than 100 of them. It was clear that they didn't think much of the Goldfish Island's combat strength and bravery. However, the combat strength of these 100 people was much higher than the overall strength of the people on the Goldfish Island. There were only about 30 Divine Core warriors on the Goldfish Island, but most of these Japanese were Divine Core warriors. This was the difference. After clearly seeing the strength of these people, Chen Feng's face turned pale, and he slowly clenched his fists. In Long Chen's ears, he could hear everyone's shocked and hurried breathing. Right at this moment, a middle-aged Japanese man took a few steps forward. His face was filled with a complacent smile, and his voice was filled with passion as he shouted out. Although this man had a short stature, and his appearance wasn't too shabby, his strength was pretty good. Just like Xiaofan, he was a first-level Heavenly River Realm warrior. Everyone on the Goldfish Island, I believe you have received the notice. From today onwards, this is the territory of the Yamato family, and the Goldfish Island will be managed by the Yamato family from now on. In order to express your joy, we will follow the old rules. Hurry up and deliver 3/4 of the island's wealth, and then offer up 100 young girls to receive our brothers from the Japanese tribe. This guy was at the Heavenly River Realm. With his throat and strength, it was easy for his voice to spread across the entire Goldfish Island. Even the people hiding in the caves could vaguely hear him. When the women saw the 100 young girls, they panicked. When they thought about the tragic situation of being violated by the Japanese tribe, they kept quiet out of fear. 100 young girls. Even if all the young girls and married women on the Goldfish Island were added together, it would only be about this number. According to the rules of the Japanese tribe, if one woman was missing, one man would have to die. Of course, married women are fine too. That's more appealing. The man who had spoken started to laugh wildly. At this moment, the hundreds of Japanese tribe members thought about how they could enjoy such benefits the moment they arrived on the island. Moreover, it was in the open. It wasn't like they had never done something like this before. Thus, at this moment, when they thought about the charm of the women on the Goldfish Island, their breathing became heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Long Chen counted, and discovered that there were a total of 4 at the first level of the Heavenly River tier. As for the 2 at the second level of the Heavenly River tier that Xiaofan had mentioned, there didn't seem to be any. Elder Chen, didn't you say that there were elites at the second level of the Heavenly River tier? Long Chen asked. There are indeed. However, could it be that they didn't come today? That's impossible. They are all moving together. Xiaofan was also a little confused. Father, don't worry about it. It's good that they didn't come. There are a total of 4 Heavenly River tier cultivators. The 3 of us, along with this demonic wolf, will be able to hold them off. As long as we get rid of these 4 Heavenly River tier cultivators, the rest will be much easier. Even if the other 2 at the second level of the Heavenly River tier come, we can still deal with them together, Chen Lei said decisively. Based on his understanding of the overall strength of both sides, ending the battle as soon as possible was the best solution. Chen Lei is right. Let's do it. Long Chen could tell from the words and expressions of these members of the Wu tribe that there wasn't a single good person among them. These vicious and evil people could only be punished with death. Let's do it, Xiaofan commanded. Wait. Everyone else, don't move. We'll move. Long Chen saw that Xiaofan was about to launch an all-out attack, and he hurriedly stopped him. Why? Xiaofan asked doubtfully. Elder Chen, a real battle is a clash of high-end forces. If we let them move, it will only increase the number of casualties. We can just use provocation to get them to come out. Won't that work? Long Chen smiled calmly. Easier said than done. Chen Lei pursed his lips, looking down on Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. At this time, after waiting for a long time, the members of the Wu tribe realized that the other side hadn't sent any beauties or riches. They looked at each other, then started laughing and speaking in a strange language. The only thing they could be sure of was that the crazed expressions on their faces were getting more intense. Then, let's slaughter them, one of the Heavenly River tier martial artists said. At this time, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from the front and quickly arrived in front of the members of the Wu tribe. The Wu tribe was shocked and they saw the 3 Heavenly River tier martial artists. However, when they remembered that they had more people on their side, they regained their confidence and said arrogantly, "You 3, are you here to deliver riches and beauties?" Hand over the riches. Where are the beauties? I'm sorry, but we're not here to deliver beauties. We're here to send you to hell. I wonder if the powerful Heavenly River tier martial artists of the Wu tribe have the guts to fight one-on-one with the Heavenly River tier martial artists of our Golden Fish Island, Long Chen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. So you're here to court death. The members of the Wu tribe understood his intentions and roared with laughter. Soon, 4 Heavenly River tier martial artists of the Wu tribe walked out. One of them said gloomily, "Looks like you're here to challenge us, brat. However, there are only 3 of you, and we have 4. How is that enough? Who said there were only 3 of us?" Long Chen threw Xiao Lang, who was in his arms, onto the ground. During this process, Xiao Lang's body gradually expanded, and the murderous aura around him gradually grew. Earth-grade demonic beast. The members of the Wu tribe were pleasantly surprised. They laughed and said, "Haha, with the carcass of this earth-grade demonic beast, we brothers can go and have fun for a few more days." From the looks of it, even if there was an earth-grade demonic beast, they wouldn't take Long Chen and the others seriously. Chapter 288. Stupid pigs like you want to challenge the dignity of the Daiwa family? It seems like there's something wrong with your brains. You actually risked the extinction of your entire family to oppose us. Let me tell you, there are many people who oppose us, but they never end up well. The Golden Fish Island is not the first, and it won't be the last. We should treat beasts the same way we treat beasts. The people of the Golden Fish Island are all good men. How could we bow down to a bunch of beasts? Long Chen's expression was gloomy as he spoke. Even Chen Lei, who disliked him, was impressed by his boldness. What? You dare call us beasts? You really have a death wish. Brothers, how about you leave this foul-mouthed brat to me? One of the younger-looking Sky River tier fish tribesmen said. This meant that they had accepted Long Chen's challenge. Be careful. Chen Feng instructed Long Chen. Then, he followed his opponent to the side, putting some distance between them. I haven't dealt with beasts in a long time. Let me handle this strange wolf, one of the Sky River tier fish tribesmen said. Long Chen couldn't help but mourn for him. Very quickly, only one person remained in front of Long Chen. Everyone watched as the battles in the 4 corners of the battlefield began. Although the number of elites on the Golden Fish Island was beyond the fish tribesmen's expectations, this was nothing to them. They were very confident in their own abilities. People like Long Chen wouldn't be able to shake their confidence. Long Chen gripped his blue dragon halberd as he watched his opponent, who was looking at him mockingly. What a tender young man. Do you know how many young men as handsome as you have died in my hands? Oh, no, under my crotch? How wonderful do you think it would be if I stripped you naked and took good care of your butt, the middle-aged fish tribesman said as he sized up Long Chen. I usually crack their buttocks and let them bleed to death. You actually dared to provoke the Daiwa family today. You deserve this kind of punishment. Long Chen's eyes darkened as he listened. Damn it, not only do these people rape and pillage, but they are also perverted. What they do is completely beastly. For a straight man like Long Chen, this kind of thing was really intolerable. After hearing what the man had to say, everyone knew that he was going to put on a good show with Long Chen in front of everyone, so they all started to make a ruckus. Long Chen already hated these bastards, but now he was even angrier. Without saying a word, he suddenly rushed forward, and without hesitation, the blue dragon halberd flew towards the man. Blue dragon combat technique, dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. As soon as he made his move, Long Chen used his strongest killing move. Of course, he didn't use his dragon soul transformation. However, his fighting strength wasn't just for show. A huge green dragon soul rushed towards the middle-aged martialist before he could even react. Such a terrifying attack. How is this possible? At first, he was still absent-minded. However, when he saw Long Chen use his blue dragon combat technique, he was completely stunned. At the critical moment, his stout body hurriedly punched out. Suddenly, a huge fist imprint turned into a tiger, and it collided with Long Chen's blue dragon combat technique. One was prepared and explosive, while the other was passively defending. Moreover, Long Chen's fighting strength was much higher than his opponent's. Even if he didn't use his dragon soul transformation, his true chi was still 4 times stronger. With such a huge gap between them, the crowd gasped in surprise. Long Chen used a simple move and directly sent the middle-aged man flying, leaving a big mouthful of blood in the air. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed up with an expressionless face. He waved his blue dragon halberd and cut off the neck of his seriously injured opponent. Suddenly, a head flew towards the gathering place of the Wu tribe. The headless corpse spouted blood and crashed to the ground. From the start of the battle until Long Chen killed his opponent, only a few breaths had passed. Whether it was the Wu tribe or the people of Golden Fish Island, who were still hiding in the mountains, they all looked at the young man holding the blue dragon halberd and were completely stunned. They knew that Long Chen was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. This was especially true for Chen Lei and Chen Feng. They were now in a battle of attrition with their opponent, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, Long Chen had killed his opponent before Xiao Lang could. Didn't this mean that Long Chen was slightly stronger than Xiao Lang? To Chen Lei, this was like a fantasy story. Just now, he had been mocking Long Chen for being a silver spear with a wax head. Now, it was obvious that the silver spear with a wax head was him. However, the shock that Long Chen brought to them was far more than that. The stunning killing of his opponent just now only showed how strong he was. Moreover, his ruthlessness and decisiveness were on full display at this moment. The people of Golden Fish Island hated these bastards from the Wu tribe to the core. After hearing about their atrocious deeds, Long Chen was infuriated by these heartless people. Therefore, he followed the head of the Heavenly River warrior and landed in the middle of the hundreds of Wu tribe warriors. Almost all of them were Heavenly Core warriors, and some of them had even reached the late Heavenly Core realm. However, for Long Chen, these people were like cabbages. Long Chen actually dared to kill an important man of the Wu tribe. This caused the eyes of the other Wu tribe warriors to turn red. Without any regard for the consequences, they all dashed towards Long Chen. Just in time, it saves me the trouble of chasing after them one by one. Right now, Long Chen's eyes had turned red. He waved the blue dragon halberd in his hand. He basically didn't use any true energy. Just the complete third-level Thunder Flame combat body was enough to give these bastards a hard time. Every time the blue dragon halberd waved, fresh blood would splash out, followed by desperate screams. Long Chen was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep, slaughtering to his heart's content. The people around him were getting lesser and lesser, but the number of corpses on the ground was increasing. Soon, the small piece of land on Golden Fish Island had turned into a river of blood. The bloodthirsty Long Chen didn't have any interest in the blood, because he thought it was dirty and smelly. From the very beginning, the Wu tribe warriors' eyes were filled with killing intent towards Long Chen. But when they saw the corpses all around them, they panicked and became terrified. Some of them started running away, but right at this moment, Long Chen rushed onto the ship. He waved the blue dragon halberd, and the ship that was covered with steel was instantly shattered into pieces. Many Wu tribe warriors who were hiding on the ship were also killed by Long Chen's combat skill. Bastards, don't even think about running away. Long Chen used the true dragon's 9 flash. None of the Wu tribe warriors who were running away were his match. When more than 100 Wu tribe warriors were turned into more than 100 corpses, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Chen Feng and Chen Lei killed their opponents with Xiao Lang's help. It could even be said that it was Xiao Lang who killed the 3 first-level Heavenly River tier martial artists. There were more than 100 Wu tribe warriors, but the people of Golden Fish Island didn't lose a single soldier. They were almost completely wiped out by Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Therefore, when they saw Long Chen standing beside the pile of corpses, as well as the ferocious black flame demon wolf next to him, everyone swallowed hard. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at each other. Chen Lei was especially shocked. He had always thought that Long Chen was good-looking but useless. But now, it seemed that he was the good-looking but useless one. This made his face burn, and he didn't dare to look directly at Long Chen. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Not to mention Chen Lei, even Chen Feng didn't think that the problem that he had been worrying about for a long time, and that almost caused his hair to turn white, would be solved so easily by Long Chen today. The warriors hiding in the call all stood up. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Long Chen. Previously, they had expressed their gratitude for Long Chen's kindness. Now, the image of Long Chen had been deeply engraved into their souls. His magnificent feat today would be passed down through their mouths, and their descendants would know that there was once such an elite who turned the tide and saved Golden Fish Island. Waves of shock rose in the hearts of the people of Golden Fish Island, but Long Chen didn't think much of it. The hundreds of corpses were an eyesore. Long Chen turned around, and said to Chen Feng, "Elder Chen, think of a way to dispose of these corpses first. It's best not to leave any traces. You said that there were 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators, but they haven't shown up yet. It's too early to celebrate." Chen Feng also realized that according to the rumors, there were 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators in one of the small clans under the Yamato clan. If they hadn't shown up, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to obtain victory so easily. "Okay, I'll instruct someone to dispose of these corpses." Chen Feng nodded, and immediately called out to the others. Long Chen finally came to Lingxi's side. He smiled, and said, "Little Shi, wasn't Chen very impressive just now? Of course, Chen is the best. However, when he's killing people, it's really a little scary." There was so much blood, and Lingxi's face was a little pale. "The Wu tribe are all beasts, not humans," Long Chen said with a smile. At this time, Chen Feng had already caught up, and said, "Looks like we can't relax. I'll continue to send scouts to investigate. If they discover those 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators, they'll definitely report it to me." In their eyes, there are 2 Heavenly River tier cultivators on the Golden Fish Island. If they send 4 people, it should be enough to destroy the Golden Fish Island. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities. First, they're still in the clan. Second, they're here, but they're busy with other matters, Long Chen thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Elder Chen, do you think they've set their sights on the 8-clawed fire centipede?" "It's possible." Chen Feng frowned. The only valuable thing on the Golden Fish Island was the 8-clawed fire centipede that was slumbering in the belly of the mountain. He had just finished speaking when the entire Golden Fish Island shook. Long Chen immediately raised his head, and saw that the mountain peak in the center of the small island suddenly exploded. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and a fiery red demonic beast suddenly crawled out from within. Chapter 289. The gigantic fiery red demonic beast that crawled out from the belly of the mountain was obviously the Earth Grade 3 demonic beast, the 8-clawed fire serpent. It was originally in a deep slumber, but now it let out a series of furious roars that shook the entire Goldfish Island. It was obvious that it was extremely angry. Vaguely, Long Chen could see 2 small figures attacking the 8-clawed fire serpent. These 2 must be the 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators from the Wu tribe. They actually have designs on the 8-clawed fire serpent. Two second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators actually dare to have designs on a third-level Earth-grade demonic beast. They really don't know what's good for them. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked in that direction. Long Chen, what should we do? Although the old, the weak, the women, and the children have already gone into hiding, if they fight like this, it's very likely that they will be affected. Moreover, it's very possible that the entire Goldfish Island will be destroyed by the eight-clawed fire serpent. Chen Feng was already sweating from anxiety. When Long Chen defeated so many Wu tribe cultivators with his powerful methods, Chen Feng had already regarded him as the backbone of the group. Long Chen, I'll do whatever you say. Chen Lei was completely convinced by him. Long Chen quickly looked at the two of them, and said, Chen Lei, I'll give you a mission. Then, I'll go there with Xiao Lang. I can guarantee that they won't harm anyone on the Goldfish Island or anyone else. What mission? Chen Lei hurriedly asked. Help me protect her. Long Chen pointed at Lingxi, and continued, there's not much time left. Just help me protect her. Although there's no danger, you can't relax in the slightest. As for the other matters, I'll help you deal with them. Xiao Lang, let's go. After saying this, Long Chen didn't waste any more words. He directly brought Xiao Lang and rushed towards the central mountain peak. Don't worry. Even if I die, I'll protect this lady, Chen Lei said loudly. He was a man. Previously, he had looked down on Long Chen purely because of a misunderstanding. Now that Long Chen had displayed his strength, he felt a little guilty. Chen Feng watched as Long Chen left, sighed, and said, Lady Lingxi, looks like your background isn't simple. Although Long Chen is at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, his battle prowess is truly terrifying. Chen doesn't have any background. He climbed up step by step on his own, Lingxi explained. Hearing Long Chen being praised, she felt an indescribable sense of pride in her heart. No wonder, no wonder. Long Chen Feng sighed. Only those who had climbed up by themselves and experienced many life and death battles would have such powerful combat strength and a decisive attitude like Long Chen. Xiao Lang, let them fight first. As long as it doesn't affect the island and the underground cave not far away, it's best if they fight until both sides are injured, said Long Chen in a low voice as they gradually approached. Xiao Lang nodded. They hid in the trees. Outside the trees, the eight-clawed fire serpent let out a series of angry roars as it battled with the two martial artists at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. This eight-clawed fire serpent was extremely large, and its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its 8 massive claws possessed immense strength, and the two martial artists didn't dare to hit it. Instead, they relied on the speed of their movement techniques to quickly circle around it and launch attacks from time to time, causing the eight-clawed fire serpent to roar angrily again and again. Long Chen finally saw the appearance of the two martial artists. They were two short and skinny martial artists dressed in tight-fitting leather clothing. They were dressed like assassins, and their speed and movement techniques were extraordinary. From their physiques, it could be seen that they were a man and a woman. From the woman's voluptuous breasts, it could be seen that their appearance was slightly superior to that of ordinary martial artists. These two martial artists were like two annoying flies next to the eight-clawed fire serpent, making it difficult for the eight-clawed fire serpent to hit them. Indeed, at this rate, they could possibly exhaust the eight-clawed fire serpent to death. Their weapons are not bad. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that the two martial artists were holding a dark green dagger in their hands. They were waving it up and down, leaving wounds on the eight-clawed fire serpent's body from time to time. This dagger should be at the elementary level of the Earth class. Speed and movement techniques, in addition to the elementary level of the Earth class weapon, these were the basics of dealing with the eight-clawed fire serpent. It was indeed not bad. However, Long Chen guessed that since the eight-clawed fire serpent was an Earth-class third-rank demonic beast, it would not be easy to deal with. As expected, the wounds completely enraged the eight-clawed fire serpent. It opened its mouth and spat out a red flame at the two martial artists. There was even red lava in the flame. The eight-clawed fire serpent lived in the lava, so it was normal for it to have something like this in its attack. This eight-clawed fire serpent is probably not young anymore. After so many years, its beast core must have absorbed a lot of fire essence. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was injured in the Burning Sky secret realm, so its strength dropped by 1 rank. This beast core will probably allow Xiao Lang to improve further. When Long Chen came to the Goldfish Island, he also had his mind on the eight-clawed fire serpent. He would not allow the eight-clawed fire serpent to be killed by others. Ever since the eight-clawed fire serpent used its flames and other techniques, the fight had become even more intense. Fortunately, they were fighting here and did not move. For the people in the underground cave not far away, it would not be too dangerous. Old Chen is really thinking too much. Then, I will wait for them to decide the winner and then reap the benefits, Long Chen thought to himself. The battle between Heavenly River tier elites shook the earth and mountains. Although Long Chen wasn't directly involved in the battle, he could sense that both sides were extraordinary. The eight-clawed fire serpent was a demonic beast of earth grade 3rd rank, while the two Woku tribesmen displayed their movement techniques and speed. Combined with the sharp weapons in their hands, they were the bane of demonic beasts like the eight-clawed fire serpent. Because it could not hit its opponent, the eight-clawed fire serpent let out a series of angry roars. At this time, it gave up on attacking the two martial artists and directly took on the big-breasted woman's attack. It spread its 8 claws and bit the middle-aged man. Its desperate fighting method was very effective. One person had to deal with 8 thick claws, and the man could not dodge at all. He was hit by one of the claws, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The woman shouted in a strange language, and the dagger in her hand left a few scratches on the back of the eight-clawed fire serpent. At this time, the eight-clawed fire serpent was focusing on her, and it suddenly became very dangerous. These two martial artists are finished. From the man's injury, Long Chen could see that their advantage was their speed and teamwork. Unfortunately, the eight-clawed fire serpent was not stupid, and it forcefully broke through their teamwork. The eight-clawed fire serpent moved crazily, and the ground shook violently. At this time, Long Chen suddenly heard a scream. He was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the scream. Not far away, he saw a little girl crawling out of the valley. Seeing the huge demonic beast rolling and roaring, she was immediately scared out of her wits. This girl was Little Yu. Damn it! Long Chen knew that Little Yu, who was staying in the cave, must have come out because of the loud noise outside. However, when she saw the huge body of the eight-clawed fire serpent, she was completely frightened. The eight-clawed fire serpent had sharp hearing. When it was attacking the Wu tribe, it had already noticed Little Yu. To it, this kind of small creature was the most terrifying. Therefore, it directly spat out a mouthful of fire towards Little Yu. If Little Yu was hit, she would definitely die. At this time, Long Chen could no longer hide anything. He hurriedly jumped out of the forest and dashed towards Little Yu. Before the fire reached him, he had already hugged Little Yu and jumped into the air, avoiding the fire. Go back now, and stay there. Otherwise, I will kill you. Long Chen's ferocious expression almost made Little Yu cry. However, she knew that Long Chen had saved her. In front of such a terrifying demonic beast, of course, she did not dare to stay there, so she hurriedly went back. However, Long Chen and Xiao Lang were exposed. When it was attacking the Wu tribe girl with all its strength, the eight-clawed fire serpent had already noticed Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Compared to the two Wu tribe girls, the eight-clawed fire serpent keenly felt that these two people were more of a threat to it. In the eyes of the eight-clawed fire serpent, everyone looked the same and they were all in cahoots. When Long Chen and Xiao Lang appeared, it immediately gave up on its opponents. It took a deep breath and waved its 8 strong legs, pouncing towards Long Chen. The Wu tribe girl heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran towards the injured man. If Long Chen fought against the 8-clawed fire serpent, the situation would be reversed. At that time, they would be the ones to benefit from the fight. Of course, Long Chen would not let this happen. Xiao Lang, how long can you last in front of this 8-clawed fire serpent? Long Chen asked. Xiao Lang's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Long Chen knew what he meant. He seemed to think that he should be on par with the 8-clawed fire serpent. Xiao Lang was not good at bragging, so Long Chen believed him. I'll leave the 8-clawed fire serpent to you. I'll kill this woman first, and then focus on helping you. After saying this, Long Chen suddenly went to block the Wu tribe girl, while Mo Xiaolang directly transformed into his battle form. Although the sun-devouring demon wolf was not as large as the 8-clawed fire serpent, its aura was not the slightest bit weaker. Who is it? The Wu tribe girl asked warily when she saw that Long Chen had stopped her instead of fighting the 8-clawed fire serpent. She only sighed in relief when she saw that Long Chen was only at the first level of the heavenly river tier. The person who will take your life, the Wu tribe girl said calmly. Long Chen said faintly. As he spoke, he took out the azure dragon halberd and completed his dragon soul transformation. Fine and dense red scales quickly covered his entire body. At this moment, Long Chen looked like a blood-red battle machine. A mere first level of the heavenly river tier wants to take my life, the Wu tribe girl said with a charming smile. I've already taken the lives of the other members of the Wu tribe. What do you think? Long Chen said with a smile. When she heard this, the Wu tribe girl's expression instantly darkened. You're really courting death. After saying this, she suddenly charged at Long Chen. Chapter 290. Long Chen's movement technique was still the true Dragon's 9 Flash, which was at the high level of the profound level. Long Chen guessed that the woman's movement technique should be at the elementary level of the earth level. However, Long Chen's usage of the true Dragon's 9 Flash had already reached the acme of perfection. When he used this movement technique, he was not any weaker than his opponent. Furthermore, in terms of speed, he was even slightly faster than his opponent. Seeing this, the chubby woman exclaimed in surprise, "You're only at the first level of the heavenly river tier, yet you're able to use your movement technique to such a level? How is this possible? This isn't a talent that only the Wu tribe can possess. What kind of dogs are the Wu tribe?" Long Chen smiled coldly. Xiao Lang was already fighting with the 8-clawed fire serpent. In order to have more time to deal with the 8-clawed fire serpent, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with this woman. The blue dragon halberd in his hand charged directly at her. Dragon soul transformation and the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen's true chi attack had already surpassed his opponent's. Your halberd should be a medium-level earth-level god weapon, right? After her dagger was knocked away by Long Chen, the woman stared at Long Chen's blue dragon halberd, her eyes filled with greed. Long Chen knew that this man and woman had to die. Otherwise, they would bring trouble to the Golden Fish Island sooner or later. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Battles in the Galaxy. This Earth-tier elementary level battle technique was unleashed, and instantly, countless streaks of light shot out explosively towards the Wolf Tribe woman. The Wolf Tribe woman saw that Long Chen was only at the first level of the heavenly river tier, yet he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. In her heart, she had long since regarded Long Chen as an equal opponent. Secret technique, Thorn of the Sun. Without hesitation, the dark green dagger in the woman's hand spun rapidly, and a blazing cold light pierced towards Long Chen's forehead. At the same time, her footwork changed rapidly. Using a small move to deal with Long Chen's halberd was indeed very clever, but Long Chen wouldn't let her do as she wished. According to the woman's point of view, Long Chen used a long weapon like a halberd, while she used a short weapon. Thus, as long as Long Chen let her get close, Long Chen would be finished. The power of the dragon battles in the galaxy and the woman's attack brushed past each other. Because of the difference in their movement techniques, neither succeeded in hitting the other. However, the woman took advantage of this opportunity to stick close to Long Chen. She smiled coldly, and the dagger in her hand stabbed towards Long Chen's waist in a frenzy. Of course, Long Chen could feel that sharp aura. Without another word, he released one of his hands, and a shining spirit demonic sword finger appeared right in front of him. That brilliant sword light not only blocked the woman's stab, but also directly forced her back. Long Chen didn't let her off the hook. He quickly sent out several demonic spirit sword fingers in a row, forcing the Japanese woman to retreat. When the Japanese woman finally regained her senses and forcefully broke through one of Long Chen's demonic spirit sword fingers, Long Chen's cold laughter reached her ears. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Soaring Through the Nine Heavens. With the strength of the first level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen forcefully used a mid-level Earth-ranked battle technique. However, he was able to completely unleash the power of this battle technique. In that instant, the sky changed color, and that crazy green dragon soul, with the power of heaven and earth, pounced towards the woman. When she suddenly saw such a powerful attack, the woman almost lost all hope. She frantically used her movement techniques to escape, and at the same time, she used her techniques to resist Long Chen's dragon soaring through the nine heavens. Suddenly, she had an idea. She tore open the front of her clothes, and instantly, a pair of huge breasts jumped out. They were so huge that they almost blinded Long Chen. She tore open the front of her clothes, and hurriedly put on a pitiful expression. She wanted to use this as a signal to beg for mercy from Long Chen. Long Chen was a bit speechless. Although the thing in front of him was the most tempting thing he had ever seen, in the face of Lingxi's beauty, it was nothing more than a fart. Long Chen felt nauseous at the sight of it, but his hands didn't stop moving. The violent blue dragon halberd directly stabbed into the woman's body, destroying her pair of treasures beyond recognition. At the same time, the huge power of the dragon soaring through the nine heavens directly took her life. Is he not a man? This was the only thought that came to the woman's mind before she died. In her opinion, as long as it was a man, he wouldn't be able to do anything under such extreme temptation. Indeed, there weren't many people who could be cruel to the most beautiful things in this world, but Long Chen just had to be one of them. He was now staying by Ling Xi's side every day, and after seeing Ling Xi's purity that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority, everything else about other women was no different from a pile of shit in his eyes. After killing this woman, Long Chen didn't stop at all. He turned the halberd around and headed in the direction of the eight-clawed fire centipede. At this moment, the battle between the sun-devouring demonic wolf and the eight-clawed fire centipede had already reached a climax. Although the woman from the Sun tribe was at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, her actual battle prowess hadn't reached the level of Emperor Yuan. Long Chen could even kill Emperor Yuan, so this woman from the Sun tribe was naturally nothing to him. At this moment, whether it was Long Chen or Xiao Lang, what they didn't see was that the man who had been injured by the eight-clawed fire centipede was actually able to get up. He looked at the woman's corpse, and hatred surged in his eyes. After glaring fiercely at Long Chen, he finally prepared to escape from the Goldfish Island. The direction he was fleeing in was the direction where Lingxi was. This man had also heard what Long Chen had said to the woman from the Sun tribe just now. From this, he knew that Long Chen had already killed the team from his clan. His current goal was to rush over and take a look. Perhaps he could even kill someone to take revenge for today's deep hatred. Long Chen and Xiao Lang were focused on dealing with the eight-clawed fire centipede. After so many battles, the eight-clawed fire centipede was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Engulfing Blood World. Under Xiao Lang's cover, Long Chen used this absolute killer move. This mystique could be said to be the best combination between him and Xiao Lang. After Long Chen used the engulfing blood world, Xiao Lang was not affected, and thus could display an even greater advantage. The 8-clawed fire centipede was an Earth-tier 3rd-grade demonic beast. Generally speaking, Long Chen's engulfing blood world wouldn't have a particularly great effect on it. At most, it would only be able to hinder its movements. However, in the process of fighting with the Sun Tribe martial artists, the 8-clawed fire centipede had already suffered superficial wounds, and in the battle with the sun-devouring demonic wolf, it had suffered many scratches. These wounds were all over its body. During this period, under the effect of the engulfing blood world, its blood gathered towards Long Chen. Although the amount was not much, if this continued for a long time, the 8-clawed fire centipede would definitely die from blood exhaustion. Roar! The 8-clawed fire centipede let out an angry roar. It felt that its blood was actually decreasing, and it had already become crazy. Its eyes were filled with a thick red color, and its 8 huge claws danced crazily. Although it didn't hit anything, it still caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Xiao Lang, this is a good chance. Long Chen shouted. When Xiao Lang heard this, he didn't say anything else. He rushed to a place where the 8-clawed fire centipede couldn't see, opened his mouth, and immediately, a pitch-black flame instantly pounced on the 8-clawed fire centipede's back. This 9 underworld demon ancestral flame directly left a huge hole on the 8-clawed fire centipede's back. The flesh and blood inside completely turned into black ice and then shattered. The 8-clawed fire centipede obviously couldn't survive the sudden loss of such a large piece of its body, and its internal organs were already missing. Soon, its eyes dimmed, and it fell to the ground, smashing into a cloud of dust. In fact, the head was the most fatal part, but Xiao Lang spat the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame on the 8-clawed fire centipede's back because the beast core of the 8-clawed fire centipede was in its head, and Xiao Lang needed this beast core. Losing almost 1/10 of the beast's blood made Long Chen's heart ache. He was now at the 1st level of the Heavenly River tier, and this 3rd level Earth tier demonic beast's grade was far higher than his true chi. It was very likely that it could help Long Chen take a step closer to the Heavenly River tier. Damn it, this 8-clawed fire centipede is really hard to deal with. However, the good stuff on its body will belong to us brothers. Long Chen was preparing to give the beast core to Xiao Lang, and then use the blood-refining qi, when he acutely sensed that there seemed to be some movement in the east. That was in the direction of Lingxi. Long Chen's nerves instantly tensed up. He looked around, and sure enough, he saw that the man from the Wu tribe who had been injured by the 8-clawed fire centipede was no longer there. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling in his heart, and that was that the man from the Wu tribe had definitely gone in the direction of Lingxi. He was a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and Chen Feng and Chen Lei were probably no match for him. Long Chen was so scared that he shivered. He no longer cared about the blood-refining qi, and he didn't even call out to Xiao Lang. He burst forth with his fastest speed and madly rushed in the direction of Lingxi. Little she, a trace of blood gradually filled Long Chen's eyes. This time, it was his negligence. If anything happened to Lingxi, he would never forgive himself, no matter what. The wind rushed past his ears in a frenzy, and Long Chen was extremely furious. However, when he sensed that Xiao Lang had already caught up to him, he felt much better. Xiao Lang didn't even know what had happened, and he directly put down the corpse of the 8-clawed fire centipede. It was clear how important Long Chen was in his heart. This journey took Long Chen less than 30 breaths' time. He quickly rushed back, and shockingly saw that Chen Feng had already been injured, and he was barely standing with the support of the warriors of the Golden Fish Island. Meanwhile, Chen Lei was standing in front of Lingxi, and was being attacked by a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Because of Long Chen's words, he didn't retreat even half a step. Meanwhile, the man from the Wu tribe who had attacked Lingxi was looking at the beautiful Lingxi with a burning gaze. A beauty like Lingxi could already make him completely forget what his objective was this time. As long as he could capture Lingxi, he would definitely escape without a trace. And it was at this moment that Long Chen and Xiao Lang rushed back. A piece of trash wants to block me? My final move will kill you. The dagger of the man from the Wu tribe slashed across Chen Lei's neck. Chapter 291. This was the last time. Chen Lei couldn't avoid it anymore. He had no choice but to close his eyes and await his death. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. When he realized that his opinion of Long Chen was a result of his own vile thoughts, he felt a sense of guilt whenever he faced Long Chen. He wanted to do something for Long Chen and prove that he was a man. Thus, because of Long Chen's words, he risked his life to protect Lingxi. However, even though he was at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, he discovered that he couldn't defend himself at all. As long as he died, Lingxi would definitely be captured by this evil man. Chen Lei knew that Long Chen and Lingxi had a deep relationship. If Lingxi was captured by this beast, even he wouldn't be able to accept it, let alone Long Chen. However, Chen Lei sighed inwardly. He knew that as long as he died, this would really happen. He could already feel the man's dagger nearing his neck. The shadow of death enveloped him, and Chen Lei felt his scalp go numb. Whoosh! Time seemed to stop here. Chen Lei was shocked. He discovered that he wasn't dead yet. When he opened his eyes, a headless corpse was standing in front of him. This headless corpse was holding a dagger, and it was pressed against his neck. If the dagger had been just a little bit more, it would have pierced through and killed Chen Lei. Chen Lei found the head of the man from the Wu tribe not far away. It was obvious that this man didn't know why he had died either. In reality, this was the only result of enraged Long Chen, who was about to obtain Lingxi. Long Chen directly chopped off his head with his blue dragon halberd from behind. Who killed him? Chen Lei was puzzled. He felt movement behind him and hurriedly turned around. He saw that Lingxi was already in the arms of a young man. This man was holding a long green halberd. At this moment, the tip of the halberd was pressed against the ground, and bright red blood instantly flowed from the tip of the halberd to the ground. Long Chen. Chen Lei felt his mouth go dry. Brother Chen Lei, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble. I have to say, you are a real man. Long Chen put away his blue dragon halberd and patted Lingxi's shoulder to comfort her. Man, of course. Chen Lei was a little embarrassed as he touched the back of his head. At this moment, the body of the Wu tribe man fell to the ground. This bloody scene was not good for Lingxi. Now that all the problems had been solved, the eight-clawed fire centipede's body was still on the island. Long Chen carried Lingxi by the waist and said to Chen Lei and Chen Feng, "You are both injured. Rest well. The rest of you, dispose of these bodies. Also, the eight-clawed fire centipede was killed by me and Xiao Lang. We will go and collect the spoils now." After speaking, Long Chen did not say anything else. He carried Lingxi and brought Xiao Lang back to the center of the island. Chen Feng and Chen Lei looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. To them, Long Chen was like a miracle. If Long Chen hadn't appeared in the Battle of Goldfish Island would have been finished. Even if the Japanese hadn't destroyed Goldfish Island, the eight-clawed fire centipede would have. In fact, it was Long Chen who destroyed the eight-clawed fire centipede and the Wu tribe. The eight-clawed fire centipede was an Earth-rank 3rd-rank demonic beast, but it still died in the hands of Long Chen and Xiao Lang. How heaven-defying did this young man have to be able to do this? This time, I finally saw a real genius. Genius, talent, temperament, and luck are all indispensable. Long Chen is obviously this kind of genius. Chen Feng sighed from the bottom of his heart. Chen, to be honest, I was very scared just now. Lingxi said as she nestled in Long Chen's arms naturally. You used the mysterious sky jade lotus. You have become a lot less courageous, Long Chen said subconsciously. Yeah, when I was still in soul form, I still had a bit of attacking power. Plus, when I hid in Lingxi's sword, no one could touch me. But now it's different. This feeling of not having any power makes me feel very insecure. Lingxi said worriedly. It's okay. I will be more careful in the future. Before we find the 9 heavens celestial fruit, you will be very safe. I promise, even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure you are absolutely safe, Long Chen said firmly. Why are you so nice to me? Lingxi's eyes were brimming with tears. Because you are my Lingxi, Long Chen said with a naughty smile. Lingxi, who was being carried horizontally, stretched out her white arms and hugged Long Chen's neck tightly. She buried her head in Long Chen's arms. In a place where Long Chen could not see, her eyes were filled with worry about the future. How long do I have before I can hug you like this, Chen? Lingxi thought to herself as she bit her pink lips. Finally, they returned to the center of the island. The 8-clawed fire centipede's corpse was still there. Xiao Lang came back first, holding the beast core in his mouth. Long Chen only saw a fist-sized, fiery red beast core. The beast core had already been swallowed by Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang howled at Long Chen, then found a place to refine the beast core. Because of the delay, some of the beast blood from the 8-clawed fire centipede's corpse was lost. Long Chen's heart ached, and he didn't dare to be negligent anymore. This time, the blood of an 8-clawed fire centipede was a good opportunity. Long Chen placed Ling Shi at the side and said, "Let me refine this demonic beast blood. Only by becoming stronger can I protect you." Refining blood into qi was a very bloody and terrifying ability. Lingxi could not bear to watch, so she found a place to sit down. After using refining blood into qi, Long Chen quickly absorbed the 8-clawed fire centipede's blood. To his surprise, the 8-clawed fire centipede's blood was especially abundant. Moreover, most of the blood that had been lost was ordinary blood. The real essence was still within the 8-clawed fire centipede's body. This huge amount of blood was helping Long Chen to condense the galaxy in his second star meridian. The first level of the Heavenly River tier was known as the Heavenly Pivot Realm because of the Dubhe Galaxy, and the galaxy that Long Chen was starting to condense was known as the Merak Galaxy. The second level of the Heavenly River tier was also known as the Merak Realm. Dongfang Merak was named after the Merak Galaxy. The huge amount of blood transformed into Long Chen's true qi, which gathered in the Merak star meridian, which had yet to condense a galaxy. Long Chen began to use the star guiding technique to communicate with the forming power of the Merak Galaxy in the sky. The Merak Galaxy had a total of 2, one during the day and one during the night. It was currently daytime, so the one that Long Chen was condensing was the Yang Galaxy. In the sky, under the illumination of the sun, the obscure power of the stars was cast into Long Chen's body. The power of the Merak Galaxy was only a catalyst. The real thing that would provide enough power for Long Chen to break through to the second level of the Heavenly River tier was the Sky River Pill. In order to assist in refining blood into qi and quickly absorb enough power of the stars to advance, Long Chen had no choice but to go all out. He had more than 2,000 Sky River Pills, and when he had condensed 18 star meridians, he had already used 200 of them. In Long Chen's opinion, money was meant to be spent, so he didn't hesitate. He took out 10 Sky River Pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Other people who cultivated to the Heavenly River tier had to take it easy because of the limited number of Sky River Pills. However, Long Chen was rich, so eating Sky River Pills was no different from eating beans. Ordinary cultivation would be accompanied by the power of the stars of the Heavenly River. Although it was violent, it was fine to cultivate slowly and steadily. Long Chen, on the other hand, directly obtained energy from the Sky River pills. His body, because of the inherited blood essence, had miraculous uses that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Long Chen felt that his body was like a bottomless pit. He felt like he had a huge stomach that wouldn't be full no matter how much he ate. For this stomach, the things that Long Chen ate were really too little. Time passed slowly, and with a huge supply of blood and Sky River pills, Long Chen's strength gradually increased. The true qi that filled his body gradually converged with the formed power, turning into liquid galaxy true qi that slowly flowed into the Merak star meridian, forming a dazzling Merak star river. An hour passed, and Long Chen condensed his third star meridian. His overall strength was already halfway to the second level of the heavenly river tier. As long as he condensed another Merak star meridian, Long Chen would truly be able to step into the second level of the heavenly river tier. However, at this time, the blood and qi of the eight-clawed fire centipede had already been used up, and he had also used up almost 100 Sky River pills. If he wanted to condense another Merak star river, he would probably still need some time. However, even though he was halfway to the second level of the heavenly river tier, Long Chen's current strength had also skyrocketed. After Long Chen succeeded, he saw that Xiao Lang was next to him, and Xiao Lang's body exuded an even thicker aura. "I've finally returned to the third level of the earth tier," Long Chen said with some surprise. The wolf cub nodded. The feeling of having more power made him feel especially happy. Because of the eight-clawed fire centipede, the strength of the two brothers had increased a little. "Anyway, I've already been here for a while, so there's no harm in staying for a few more days. I'll leave after I truly step into the second level of the heavenly river tier. Moreover, I can also take some time to study the divine fire clone during these few days." This was Long Chen's decision. Xiao Lang was very interested in the divine fire clone, and now with Lingxi's existence, he could also communicate some of his ideas with Long Chen. Just like that, the days passed harmoniously. The people of Goldfish Island resumed their peaceful lives, and Xiaoyu played with Long Chen and the others all day. On the 10th night after Long Chen left the heavenly river, he finally used the Sky River pill and 10 days of hard cultivation to condense a Merak star river in his fourth star meridian, and truly stepped into the second level of the heavenly river tier. The next day, Long Chen was already prepared to leave this place with Xiao Lang. Baiyang Imperial City and Ni Yang Immortal's realm still had to be explored. Chapter 292. After bidding farewell to the islanders of Goldfish Island, Long Chen took Lingxi and Xiao Lang with him and set foot on the road to Baiyang Imperial City. In front of this super big city, Long Chen was like a tiny ant, or like a tiny stone thrown into the sea, unable to make any waves. Sitting on Xiao Lang's back with Lingxi, Xiao Lang was very fast. It didn't take long for Long Chen to see the city in the distance. This huge city looked more than 10 times bigger than Yuanling City. The city walls were emerald green and looked very magnificent. It was this city that sandwiched between heaven and earth, separating heaven and earth. The closer Long Chen got, the bigger the city became. It was such a huge city that Long Chen was really no different from an ant in front of it. In front of this huge city, there were many people who used demonic beasts as mounts. However, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was a bit special. Because he was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble, Long Chen let Xiao Lang withdraw from his battle state and walk behind him. As for Lingxi's peerless beauty, it would also make Long Chen look particularly annoying, so he took out his cloak and let Lingxi put it on. As long as we enter the city and find the 9th prince, there should be no unnecessary trouble, Long Chen thought to himself. The 9th prince was not here, and he did not have any status in Baiyang Imperial City. Although Long Chen could not see through the ninth prince and guessed that he would not sincerely make friends with Long Chen, but if Long Chen wanted to enter Ni Yang's fairyland, he still had to rely on him. After sufficient preparation, Long Chen began the process. This was the south gate of Baiyang Imperial City. Although it was not the largest gate, its scale was not comparable to Yuanling City. From all directions, people came and went in and out of the city. Long Chen stood on one of the wide official roads and walked forward. Looking up, there were no less than 10 official roads next to him. The closer he got to Baiyang Imperial City, the more people and beasts there were. Holding Lingxi's hand, Long Chen followed the crowd and was almost at the city gate. As long as he passed through the gate, he would find a way to find the ninth prince's whereabouts. "You two, stop." At this time, one of the soldiers guarding the gate stopped Long Chen and Lingxi. Outside the gate of this Baiyang Imperial City, there were rows of almost 1,000 soldiers. Looking at the appearance of the person who spoke, he should be a small officer like a centurion. His face was fierce, his body was covered with thick muscles, and half of his face was covered with black stubble. "I don't know what the Lord wants." Long Chen pulled Lingxi to his side and looked at the small officer who stopped him with an indifferent expression. "This woman is wearing a cloak. There must be some place that cannot be shown. I have to check before I can let her in." The officer saw that Long Chen was just a little boy. After speaking, he leaned forward and, regardless of whether Long Chen agreed or not, directly used his hand to lift Lingxi's cloak. Long Chen pulled Lingxi behind him and stared at the officer with sharp eyes. He didn't want to have any conflict with this officer, but since the officer was being aggressive, he had no choice but to resist. "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel?" Seeing that Long Chen dared to disobey the order, the officer clicked his tongue in surprise. He stared at Long Chen and spoke with a cold tone. "You're being too serious, Lord. I can see many people who don't show their faces in the city, so why are you only targeting us?" Long Chen said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. These soldiers were at least at the divine core realm. Although this small officer didn't have a high rank, he was still a heavenly core warrior. Besides, they were backed by the entire army of Baiyang Imperial City. It was really unwise for Long Chen to have a conflict with him. However, he wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Right at this moment, the conflict had been witnessed by many people. Some people who just wanted to watch a good show didn't have the time to enter the city, and were pointing their fingers at them. In fact, there was a reason why this officer was targeting Lingxi. Although Lingxi was wearing a cloak, she still had a slim and graceful body. Judging from the silhouette underneath the cloak, she was definitely a rare beauty. The officer was tempted by her beauty, and that was why he stopped Long Chen. He wanted to accuse Long Chen of being a traitor, and then kidnap Lingxi in broad daylight. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this. Of course, it wasn't the first time for those who stayed in Baiyang Imperial City to see these officers being so unscrupulous. Right now, they were looking at Long Chen with pitiful eyes. They could guess what would happen to Long Chen. He would be killed, and his body would be buried, while Lingxi would become a toy for these officers. If she was too beautiful, she would be presented to the higher-ups by these small officers. With this, the officers would be rewarded, or even promoted. As everyone knew, the only ruling power in the imperial city was the imperial family, and it was also the only ruling power in the entire Cangyang kingdom. In the imperial city, even the three big families were just running errands for the imperial family. As for the army of Baiyang Imperial City, they were the direct subordinates of the imperial family. If one didn't have enough strength and backing, who would dare offend these rude and unreasonable soldiers? Long Chen wasn't an idiot, he could easily understand these rules. The army belonged to the imperial family, but Long Chen was an immortal divine guard personally recruited by the ninth prince. So, why would he be afraid of these people? At this moment, when the bearded officer saw that the reckless young man Long Chen didn't know what was good for him, he wanted to give this young man a way out, but he didn't expect Long Chen would seek death himself. He sneered, then he called out to the men and said, "Men, I've found out who this man is. He is a disciple of the Heavenly Devil Palace, and he's trying to sneak into Baiyang Imperial City to commit crimes. Quickly arrest him." "Yes, Centurion." With his words, those restless soldiers immediately shouted out loudly and charged toward Long Chen. If they could help the Centurion with this matter, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The Centurion was in charge of 100 soldiers. Right at this moment, these 100 soldiers were surrounding Long Chen. With so many divine core warriors, they could form quite a formidable force, but for Long Chen, they were just too weak. Without saying anything, Long Chen asked Lingxi to stay where she was, and Xiao Lang stood next to him. After that, like a sharp sword, he pierced into the crowd of soldiers. "How dare you attack?" The bearded officer let out a loud laugh. He was about to laugh at Long Chen, but when he saw all the soldiers falling to the ground while screaming in pain, his smile froze. In less than 15 minutes, all 100 soldiers had fallen to the ground. Not only the officer, but many of the other soldiers were stunned as well. They started re-evaluating Long Chen. So this young man is quite courageous and strong. I guess he has some background as well. But, he has offended the Imperial City Guards, so he's going to suffer. Nowadays, no matter who he fights, he can't fight the Imperial City Guards. That's true. Last time, a Heavenly River warrior fought with the Imperial City Guards here, and in the end, he was killed by the commander of the Imperial City Guards. Long Chen knew that in Baiyang Imperial City, the Heavenly River warriors were the strongest warriors, and there were even warriors who were stronger than the Heavenly River warriors. However, there were many Divine Core and Dragon Vein warriors here as well. The population of Baiyang Imperial City was huge, almost 10 times that of Yuanling City. Furthermore, this was the gathering place for all the powerful warriors of the Cangyang Kingdom, so there were naturally many powerful warriors here. When the bearded officer saw how Long Chen killed so many soldiers with just a slight movement, he was frightened. He realized that Long Chen's combat strength had surpassed his own. However, he wasn't afraid, because many of those who were stronger than him had died in his hands. Right at this moment, he hurriedly took out a bugle horn and blew it. In an instant, a desolate sound resounded through the sky. "I'm going to call out a higher-ranking officer." This was exactly what Long Chen wanted. However, the reason why Long Chen dared to attack was because he wanted to call out a higher-ranking officer. However, this guy had actually caused him so much trouble, and it seemed like he had killed many people. A cold look appeared in Long Chen's eyes. When the officer blew the bugle horn, Long Chen immediately pierced his chest with his demonic spiritual sword. Such a serious injury had instantly killed the bearded officer. The bugle horn fell to the ground. The bearded officer stared at Long Chen's direction. He wanted to know if the person who killed him was Long Chen, but he didn't have the chance. He didn't even see Long Chen's shadow before he fell to the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. He didn't expect that Long Chen would dare to kill him in this place. He had done things like this many times today, but most of them were successful. Even if he didn't succeed, the commanders who had benefited from him would still protect him. However, this time, he didn't even have the chance to call out a commander. He was already finished. Long Chen injured the guard but didn't kill him. Everyone felt that he was a person who knew his limits. However, Long Chen directly killed the bearded officer, which shocked everyone. From their point of view, daring to kill an officer at the gates of the imperial city was no different from committing treason. In this way, even if Long Chen had an enormous power behind him, even if he was more powerful, the only path left for him was death. Basically, everyone who entered the city was looking at the youth who still had an indifferent expression even after killing someone. The bearded officer's death made the other centurions realize the importance of this matter. They hurriedly gathered their men and surrounded Long Chen and Lingxi. However, the true mastermind hadn't arrived yet, so they didn't dare to make a move. Over 1,000 guards glared at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. At this moment, a figure rapidly descended from the top of the city walls, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. Both legs landed on the ground, and he came to a steady stop. This was a middle-aged cultivator wearing a full set of thick military armor and long, shiny black military boots. This man was handsome and rather charming. This subordinate pays his respects to the 7th commander. Over 1,000 soldiers hurriedly knelt before him. What happened? The 7th commander's gaze shifted between Long Chen and the bearded officer. What happened here had already affected the entry and exit of the imperial city, so he had to quickly resolve this matter. Reporting to the 7th commander, this person is a Heavenly Devil Palace disciple that Lu Heng investigated. Lu Heng originally wanted to capture him, but he was killed instead. I implore the 7th commander to avenge Lu Heng and strengthen the morale of our troops. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.